And so I know that most reasons.
Cinema. That was a cinematic statement. Like, think about this. God, I hope that Mark has this example. Think about what he just said.
And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctor.
He's literally describing doctor shopping. He's doctor shopping. You understand that that's what this is, right? He's just doctor shop.
So I'll give you an example. My Wikipedia says that I denied COVID, got COVID, and then sought ivermectin. None of which is true. Never denied COVID, never sought ivermectin. I got monoclonal antibodies. But Gizmodo fabricated the whole thing. I got prescribed ivermectin.
You just lie. You just lie. You can just lie about anything. Nobody will ever hold you accountable.
They called you about me getting ivermectin? That's not a right-wing position. So
yeah, I don't think that is either.
But that's all.
PBD thinks that the Biden administration blew up the bridge in Baltimore.
He does. That's right. Because they're not saints, and they don't agree with us.
Who's a right-wing populist in all?
They're not saints. They're not perfect. What?
Cenk Uygur. He's a YouTube legend. He's the founder and CEO of TYT.com. And he's been getting a lot of backlash for his appearance at Turning Point USA's America Fest, where he joined Charlie Kirk. Before I bring him on really fast, I just want to show you all once again, and we showed this the other night, I want to show you all the clip. They got a lot of people just a bit confused.
It's not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment. I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great. Let's get here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell? I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing, okay? And let's do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney?
At what point is MAGA the establishment? MAGA became the establishment in 2016. The idea that they're anti-establishment even doesn't even really make sense. They're just one part of the establishment that opposes the other part of the establishment. Like, the cabinet is all billionaires who are fully entrenched in like U.S. business, U.S. lobbying. The whole political party supports Donald Trump, obviously. Donald Trump was the president once, he's the president again. These are the most highly coveted, most influential positions in U.S. politics. Won a second election. Like, MAGA is the establishment, of course.
My left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives. Take the win. Take the win. Now, what we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do likewise. We need to have a revolt against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's.
A lot of people have been quoting Cenk out of context and making it seem as if he was just leaning toward the right. And it's very important to note that he also said, for you leftists out there, that he said we need to also have that same energy toward Joe Biden, toward Kamala Harris, so we can have a true progressive movement, a true left-wing movement. I want to bring him in now so we can talk about what this all means. My friend Cenk, good to see you.
Good to see you, Mark. Appreciate that you had me on so we can talk it through rather than just yelling at each other or talking at each other, et cetera. So appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's my pleasure. After you appeared there, and I'm going to get to the why of that, you said something else. Actually, before we go there, talk to me. What made you go to this thing? Why would you appear there?
Yeah. So I've got to rewind all the way back to about a year ago to explain that. Because if you had asked me a year ago, would you go to AmFest and talk to Charlie Kirk, I'd say, I mean, is he ready for what I'm about to do, right? And so what happened? I started being deeply concerned about 15, 16 months ago about Joe Biden. And I was like, this guy's falling apart at the seams. And we got to beat Trump, and there's no way in the world this guy's going to beat Trump. And so both because of his mental decline, but also because of the numbers. The numbers were overwhelming. Anyone who knew politics understood he had no chance of winning. That's why I had, I had strange bedfellows before the right wing with David Axelrod and James Carville and other people who could read numbers and realize that Biden was going to lose. So as you might remember, I ran against Biden in the primary just because I got so desperate. I was trying to bring progressives into the race, and I tried to bring governors into the race. I'm like, somebody's got to beat Trump. And so then when I ran in that act of breaking glass in case of emergency, just to try to push out Biden in any way, shape, or form, I started going on a lot of shows, and some of them wound up being right-wing shows. And in the beginning, I was just as skeptical as a lot of folks on the left are now. But slowly, I started seeing something. And so, guys, I don't want to get it twisted. It's not like I started saying, "Oh my God, the right wing is they're all angels." And
I can't hear somebody say "Don't get it twisted" without thinking of train wrecks.
None of them have any bad intent. So no, of course not. That's any description of 77 million people that boils it down to any extreme is comical, right? But what I did start seeing is things that surprised me. Like they really do hate not just Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, but they hate the concept of war because they think it wastes our money. They think they hate the concept of corruption, and I think that they actually do hate corruption, but they're blinded to Trump's corruption, right? And so the more I saw, and the more I started, right? No, of course not. That's any description of 77 million people that boils it down to any extreme is comical, right? But what I did start seeing is things that surprised me. Like they really do hate not just Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, but they hate the concept of war because they think it wastes our money. They think they hate the concept of corruption, and I think that they actually do hate corruption, but they're blinded to Trump's corruption.
Remember, I think there are qualifiers for all of this stuff. and it's nowhere near as simple as, or maybe even it's more simple than what they're saying, right? The emoting. When somebody says they hate corruption, what they mean is they hate corruption that doesn't further their ends, or they hate unjust corruption, or unjust is something that isn't comporting with their view of the world, right? Which is why it's okay when Donald Trump abuses the DOJ, because that's getting back or getting even, or it's payback or whatever. But it's not okay when supposedly Democrats do it, right? Or war is really bad, but threatening Canada and threatening Mexico and threatening Panama and threatening Denmark, who the fuck owns Greenland? These are like epic. These are epic and hilarious and awesome and based, right? But these same people were pearl clutching, and I know they were because my mom did it, over that one Biden thing where they were like, Biden said he's waiting for World War III. That was like a pearl clutch, like the end of the world. Like, holy shit, I can't believe he fucking said that. Like, oh my God, it's going to be World War III. But Trump doing all of this is just like based and hilarious, and yeah.
Right. And so the more I saw and the more I started to feel like, wait a minute, there's actual populists in those hills in a way that was really encouraging. And Mark, the reason why it's encouraging is at the end of the day, in order to do something that is grand, something that actually regains our democracy, something incredibly difficult, like getting money out of politics, at some point I've always known, and I've said this for over a decade, that the right and the left, you have to unite against the establishment. So for the first time in my life, there's a shred of hope that actually could happen. So that's what opened me up to having further conversations, including going to AFS.
The other night here on the show, a night school, I sort of laid out what I thought was the best possible explanation. Because there are people who are saying you were a grifter, that you bought in, you sold out, you got money to appear there, and you're drifting to the right. And I said that I respect you enough and care enough about your importance to this movement to give you the benefit of the doubt. And the benefit of the doubt means I can just say he's wrong, right? He's made a bad choice without assuming bad character, without assuming bad faith. I just think you might be making a bad choice, and I do. And so that's part of what I wanted to sort of get at, because that argument you laid out to me is the best case scenario, right? Is that you believe that there's a shred of possibility that the right.
Is your current focus on emotivism a result of talking to Alex O'Connor? No, it was just it was a re-engagement with the topic that I used to say years ago. I wish this would happen. I wish we could live in an alternate reality where we could run this, a different way, and then have Republicans go, oh shit, you're right. We would be okay with that. We would be really hypocritical. And that'd be like an eye-opening moment. And then realizing that all of those things have come true, and they do have their George Soros, and they do have their Donald Trump abusing the Department of Justice, and they do have their crazy baseless conspiracies, and they do have their billionaire controllers and everything. But now that I see that they don't care about it, so I'm trying to figure out, like, well, what's going on in this person's mind, right? It can't be as malicious as, okay, I'm going to say this one thing and then I'm going to do it differently. I'm going to lie about this position and then I'm going to 180 when we get power. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's actually going on. What are people actually saying when they say this is what I'm trying to understand, I guess.
Or at least people assembled in that event are so fed up with the establishment that they're willing to align with those of us on the left who are fed up with the establishment, and that we can tear this thing down and produce something new. I'm baffled as to why you think that's the case. But let's start with the booing, because I think that's a good example of what I'm talking about. You sort of pointed to the Mitch McConnell boos, which I'm always a fan of, and the Dick Cheney boos as evidence that, look, they're done. But that crowd there, I would argue.
Like, maybe he's going to bring this up, right? Like, this is so reductionist. Imagine, you ask somebody, okay, let's be honest. What do you think about P. Diddy? And somebody's like, fucking disgusting. I hate P. Diddy. Like, get this guy the fuck out of here. And you're like, okay, we can break bread over that topic, right? That's good. And like, what about Cosby? Yeah, fuck Bill Cosby. I hate that motherfucker too. Worst person. Like maybe even worse than P. Diddy. I don't know. It's like, okay, cool. Okay, we're going this too. Historically, when we think of like big things like civil rights, like, Malcolm X and MLK, and like, no, fuck those guys. Like, wait a second. What do you mean fuck those guys? Yeah, fuck those guys. Wait, why? Because they're black. Wait, why'd you hate Diddy and Cosby? What do you think about like Weinstein? Oh no, that guy was fine. Those women knew what they were getting into. I don't like Cosby and Diddy because they're black rapists and they're just black people. And it's like, wait, okay, wait, hold on. So we're not really agreeing at all, right? Do you understand? Like, the thought process is important. So to say, well, these people are booing Mitch McConnell, so that's good for us. No, they're booing Mitch McConnell because Mitch McConnell was one of the people on January 6th who said, hey, Trump, you got to call these people off because they're like revolting and they're about to come in and kill us. That's why people don't like Mitch McConnell. It's because he's not a Trump lapdog. So that's not anything you should celebrate when they're cheering on. Like, this is literally KPD Nazi party shit where it's like, bro, look at the liberals. Let's fucking get them. We're on the same team, right? We're anti-liberal. Let's get them. Like, no, that's not how this works.
And the Dick Cheney boos as evidence that, look, they're done. But that crowd there, I would argue, that crowd wasn't booing Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell because they represented any particular
yes, thank you. He's going to say it.
Political vision or because they were part of the establishment. They booed them because they're Trump cult members, and Trump has issues with them.
Yes.
If those people, if Dick Cheney stands up and says, I'm endorsing Donald Trump, that whole crowd
will 180 immediately. And they have in the past. They'll 180 immediately.
erupts in his favor.
Yep.
So to me, that's not even about a political move against the establishment. It's just good old fashioned cult behavior.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I disagree. So let me break it down. First of all,
You disagree? How could you possibly disagree? Is he about to rant on or yap on some completely irrelevant shit, or?
well, I appreciate you not assuming Paddington. Apparently, that's a rarity online.
Very rare.
Yeah, and so number two is, just to be clear with everybody, I did not get paid for that. So I know that there's all these conspiracy theories out there, but no, I don't get paid for any of this. And if it's, and then by the way, there's two conspiracy theories, or theories, let's put it that way. One is that I'm doing it for the money, and the other is that, oh, that's it, the other is going down. Well, you can't have both, right? Either we're going down and we're going to make less money, or we're grifting for the money. So pick one. But no, it has nothing to do with money. So now to the substance of that question, Mark. So look, I think you guys are wrong. So on the one hand, I get it, Mark. So the fact that Trump is against McConnell and Cheney, is that relevant? Of course it's relevant, right? It didn't come out of nowhere. But are they? So look, there's three layers within the right-wing movement, and this is true on the left side too.
Oh, he's really likes this new model that he's got. I don't even know if I necessarily disagree, I guess, but okay. Remember, guys, the max left.
It's really a hierarchy, right? There's the voters at the bottom, right? And then there's the media figures, the politicians in the middle, and then there's the very top leadership, right? So, and that hierarchy also has a hierarchy of trust, in my opinion, which is that you trust the voters the most and the leaders the least, right? And for a lot of people, mainstream media would say the opposite: trust the voters the least and the leaders the most. I totally disagree. I'm a populist. I think that's nonsense. I think the leadership on both sides are.
That has nothing to do with populism. That whole statement: trust the voters for what, and trust the leaders for what? What are you trusting who for? That okay, whatever.
Deeply corrupt and have personal incentive for that corruption, whereas the voters are just real people, right? So, and MAGA voters are honest to a fault. I mean, they're not hiding their opinion at all, right? And they will say things to you that voters have personal incentive for that corruption, whereas the voters are just real people, right? So, and MAGA voters are honest to a fault. I mean, they're not hiding their opinion at all, right? And they will say things to you that'll rock your world, right?
As opposed to progressives, do they hide their opinion, or who are you even talking about right now?
Right. And but if you say Trump is dishonest, well, of course, right? I mean, he has an enormous track record, right? If you say the politicians are dishonest.
Do you think they would agree with you, though, if you say, is Trump dishonest? Is Trump a liar? Didn't I ask that question on Piers to the two conservatives? Like, what's one thing that either you feel like Trump has lied about, or one thing that you disagree with Trump on, and they couldn't say a single thing?
Of course, overall, of course, right? And right-wing media is where it gets actually a little bit interesting. So, but when I go to go on these right-wing shows, one, there's right-wing media, which we'll come back to in a second. But two, just on their voters first, right? How can I tell? Well, number one, you get the comments in social media, you see it on those posts, etc. Number two, having gone to AmFest and other places, I've now seen and interacted with hundreds of MAGA guys, and they don't all speak for each other, and they don't all speak for the movement, etc. But on top of that, sometimes, the first time I was on Patrick Bet-David's show, the second time, they did a poll. I pushed for paid family leave, and I tried to so can we start something on the show, left wing, right wing, get agreement, etc. And I explained to them what paid family leave is and how moms get 12 weeks off after they have a baby, and they kind of love it, right? Because now you can see how that could match conservative ideology.
Bro, actually, I'm not even sure what his involvement is in these alternative media spheres. Yes, they do want paid family leave, but this is stemming from the idea that white people are being outbred by disgusting brown people like yourself, and we've got to do everything that we can to incentivize, like they did in fucking Italy, more pure white Aryan babies. We need as many white babies as possible. So of course they'll support. This is literally third positionism, right? Is the idea of I'm culturally conservative, but I'm socially basically or I'm socially conservative, but economically I'll be like a socialist, sure, as long as all the socialists are going to the white people, right? Why would you ever think that you're aligning cleanly there, right? They're going to say things like, yeah, we definitely need paid family leave and everything right after immigration is turned down to zero, so that dirty Hispanics aren't taking advantage of any of it. That's the. And also, if you were to ask that question with one more qualifier, you can test this in any environment, by the way, because I can't, because these fuckers will never have me on now, okay? But you can test this with one more question. You can say, oh, okay, let's say that we do paid family leave. Let's say that we run that experiment with paid family leave for 1 year, and we find out that, let's say that the population is 30% Hispanic and 70% white. What if we found out that 50% Hispanic population was taking advantage of that program? Would you still want to keep it going, or would you want to end it? They would say they would want to end it. If white people aren't taking advantage of it more, then there's a problem there, and they would want to end that program. So
So the only one that was a little bit hesitant was the main host, Patrick, right? But all the other hosts were like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. And then they polled their audience, and 75% of them said, yes, we want paid family leave. Okay, so they're not lying. They genuinely mean it. And Mark, you have to remember, those guys have been lied to their whole life, first with mainstream media and then to a large degree with right-wing media. So they've never heard a positive take on paid family leave. And when paid family leave is explained, they're like, wait a minute, why is that not a conservative idea? We love that idea. And the polling bears that out. 84% of the country wants paid family leave. 74% of Republicans want paid family leave. Okay, so then I started to realize, oh no, some of these guys are just misdirected populists. They got pushed out by the Democratic Party that's so authoritarian, so pro-establishment, etc., and then they went in the wrong direction. But some of them have good intent. Now we can argue over the percentages and
like, who do you think would ever push for paid family leave in the era of Obama's presidency? Who's pushing for paid family leave? Do you think it's the neocons and the Tea Partiers and the libertarians, or do you think it's the Democrats?
That was going to be my question. What percentage of MAGA people do you think has good intent?
Yeah,
I don't even know if Mark knows how deep this like third positionism, the weird the white identitarian obsessive outbreeding shit goes.
You know, it's impossible for me to know. I'll make it up. In terms of like, some of them have good intent. Now we can argue over the percentages and
that was going to be my question. What percentage of MAGA people do you think has good intent?
Yeah, you know, it's impossible for me to know. I'll make it up. In terms of like the lost tribe of populists, that might be
like, you should identify what does good intent mean. That should be the first question, because I mean everybody has good intent by definition. Most people view themselves as doing good things. It's almost tautologically true. Why would you view yourself as having the intention of doing a bad thing? Like, if you have the intention of doing it, it's probably don't think it's that bad, right?
I mean, you're going to be surprised at the number, but I think that might be as high as 15% in the right wing. Okay, like okay,
I can accept that.
As high as 15% want to do the right thing. So 85% are bad coded in your mind?
That doesn't shock me. I mean, I don't agree. I think it's lower, but let's say it's 15%. Let's say that 80. That still means that 85%.
No. Hold on, Mark. Sorry. Let me be clear. When you say, so I was going to clarify further. There's 50, whatever the number is, 50% or so are the old school MAGA that you know, right? And you're familiar with. Like, so Trump says it. Yes.
White nationalists, racist, evangelical, Trump cult supporters.
Yeah, I wouldn't use all those adjectives for the whole 50% at all, right? But I understand some of those folks exist on that end of the spectrum, of course.
Not some.
Wait, you just said 50% and now you're saying some qualify. Also, by the way, Cenk's statement right there is more extreme than what Biden's statement was. When people accused Biden of being too extreme in that speech with the red background, because Biden explicitly said he thinks it's a minority of the Republican Party that are MAGA Republicans. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundation of our republic. People quote this one line to show that he hates half the country. And then he says, now I want to be very clear up front, not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know this because I've been able to work with mainstream Republicans. So Cenk is making a more extreme statement there, derogatorily about MAGA than even Biden did, but okay.
I mean, it's not some. That is the organizing logics around MAGA were white nationalism, were anti-blackness, were xenophobia. I mean, Make America Great Again, even as a title, even as a label, even as a framework, is about a certain kind of appeal to a certain kind of American narrative. Whether you think it's Make America Great Again like 1800s, or whether you mean it as Trump says he means it in the Reagan.
God, I love it. I love it. I love a black person asking this question. I guess Cenk isn't a white person, so it doesn't hit quite the same. But it's always fun for a black person to ask a white American who's like, yeah, we need to go back to when this country's great. It's like, go back to what year? It's like, not this guy. God damn it. Okay, well, it has to be after slavery, obviously. Probably has to be after civil rights. Fuck. After school, oh shit, like, it's like, that's a hard question.
Either way, you're talking about shrinking government. You're talking about, at least the government we care about, expanding, except for, military and police and stuff like that. You're talking about taking away the social safety net. You're talking about stripping away some of the most important institutions like the Department of Education, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, this is the core organizing logic around it. And for Trump, it begins really with birtherism and then it emerges into build a wall. I mean, this is the organizing logic. People who put on those hats believe this stuff. I mean, these are just Tea Party members who are just lean conservative.
Yeah, Mark, I think it's more complicated than that. So just to finish the earlier thought, and I'll get to that point. So there's a good 35% or maybe 35, 40%. These are such made up numbers, but that to me are like, they think they mean well, for sure. I mean, look, of course, everybody thinks they mean well, but I mean, like,
yeah, everybody thinks they mean well. I don't know what the point of making that kind of statement is. Yeah.
Right. They don't have any kind of white supremacist agenda. They're not necessarily misogynist or something. They might have old stereotypes in their head.
Why do you think that's true? Again, we're both conjecturing here, but why?
Remember, when you say, now I know that as Americans, we have like Hispanic people and black people and Asians, and like Arabs aren't real people to us. But remember, Donald Trump did run on banning every single Muslim from immigrating into this country. Like, that is something that he literally ran on in 2016. That was part of the platform when he won that election. I don't know if people forget that or people think that's like, that was part of what he ran on. Okay. This is a long time after 9/11. I don't even know why the Americans were even obsessed with Arabs at the time, or I guess like ISIS and shit. But like, that's just, don't forget about that.
Why do you believe that's true?
Yeah, because I've interacted with them. And I think that what we've done is that we've gone into our bubbles and we both think that each side is so evil that you can't talk to them. And they feel the same way about us, right? But to the point that you were making about, the origin of MAGA, So the reason why I say it's a little bit more complicated than that and nuanced is because what's the origin of the Republican Party, the modern Republican Party, not the old one, not the Party of Lincoln, et cetera. I actually wrote about this in my book, Justice is Coming. I have a chapter called Why Republicans Suck. So I was not unclear about it, right? And so I explained that when I was a kid, I grew up Republican because my dad was a small businessman, et cetera, and we believed the story that mainstream media told us about a shining city on a hill.
What do you think about Musk removing the blue checkmark for MAGA people, talking shit about his H-1B1 visa idea? Things are already getting spicy in House between Trump supporters. People need to talk honestly about what's going on, and they haven't been giving the full story on what's going on. When Twitter was made private and they started to make blue checkmarks available to people, the thing is that they use, I don't remember what the database is called, but there are only so many entries into this database that can handle blue checkmarked subscribed people. And what they started doing, because Vivek and Elon are both like heads of like this Doge bullshit or whatever, Vivek petitioned Elon and he said, I know a whole bunch of Indians that really want blue check marks on X. And so Elon has started to take away blue check marks from hardworking Americans, and he's just shipping them over basically to Indian people that are applying for verification on X. And I think it's really gross.
Hill and Reagan's speeches about that, right? And then when I realized that the Republican Party was, the modern Republican Party was built on the Southern strategy, I felt lied to in a big way, a giant way. Like if I thought the Republican Party was based on racism and hatred and I'm Muslim, why would I support them? That doesn't make any sense, right? And the Southern strategy was so explicit, so clear. We are going to get the racist voters in the South that the Democratic Party left behind when they passed the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act under Johnson, right? So that's the basis for the modern Republican Party, along with greed. And so I'm super clear on that. So MAGA is not, the origin you're talking about, 2016, is not that different than what that party was anyway, right? So yeah, so I get that. But these days, like that still remains. But if you talk to those people, they don't think that they're racist or sexist at all, right? And so I know that most racists.
What is this is cinema. You are right. Yes, that was a cinematic statement. Yes, correct, Mark. That is right. Racist people oftentimes don't think they're racist. That is true. Yes, correct. What a bizarro and also, I don't even like talking about racism because it's not about racism. We're beyond simple racism in America. Like it manifests in more multivariate ways now, I would say. So I don't even like this claim of like it's more, it comes from more like this nationalist, this ultra nationalist perspective, which will bleed into racism a lot, but it's not the same driver that it used to be, where like 20, 30 years ago when they were talking about thugs and rappers on Fox News, it was just racism. But now it's like, it's taken on a more sophisticated form. And it's not enough to just call somebody racist or even deal, I think, with, yeah.
Still remains. But if you talk to those people, they don't think that they're racist or sexist at all, right? And so I know that
most racists don't though.
Yeah. So look, I've seen guys who say, "No, I'm not racist. I had a black person in the house the other day, and I even let him use the bathroom."
Exactly.
That's so like that way of thinking is so racist, and you don't know it, brother, right? So like, I got it, right? But now there's a whole heap of people that were just pushed out.
Wait, so what? You just like contradict your own
Democratic Party? They hate the establishment. Democrat became more established, but they hate us on the culture wars. And on the culture wars, it gets super messy because part of the reaction to what happened with MAGA and making America great again, to your point, Mark, is that there was this feeling of, oh no, we're going to lose power. Now, that doesn't consciously come out as that guy saying, I'm afraid black people are going and brown people are going to take over. That's why I'm supporting white supremacy and et cetera. They don't say that, right?
But that's where a lot of this stems from.
Oh, we're going to lose power. Now, that doesn't consciously come out as that guy saying, I'm afraid black people are going and brown people are going to take over. That's why I'm supporting white supremacy and et cetera. They don't say that, right? But there's cultural movements. So the cultural movement of white America was like, uh-oh, we're getting over the edge here. We're about to lose the majority. And then we're in a world of hurt, right? And you have this instinctual cultural reaction. And that's kind of what you sense with the beginning of MAGA, right? And then, by the way, but let's be fair, our side, I think, and we can debate this too, I think we went too far. And so we went so maximalist that we lost the majority of Americans. And so Republicans, when they started saying identity politics, that was a trick in the beginning because what's the Southern strategy? Identity politics, right?
Just for my audience understand, when you say we went too far, what would be an example of going too far?
Yeah. Let's say.
Oh, I don't like this guy. I don't trust him because of his Israel-Palestine takes. But it's such a good ask for examples. Always ask. Please, more people in media, whoever listening to me right now, please, Pac-Man or Brian or anybody that's secret listening, but please always ask for examples. Always ask for examples and policies. Ask for examples always. It's so important. Please. It's so good to do this, to ground out the conversation so we're not just yapping random fucking theory.
You said we went too far. What would be an example of going too far?
Yeah. Let's take a couple of things, right? So I'm 100% in favor of trans rights. Every show I go on, and at that event, I knew it was a little risky, but I asked them to say, look, trans people are American citizens, and they should get 100% the same constitutional rights as we do. And most of the time they agree, so that's great, right?
What a stupid fucking What do you mean, get the same constitutional rights as we do? Like, arguably, black people pre-civil rights had the same constitutional right. Like, I mean, the Constitution technically applies to everybody. Like, that's such an empty, hollow, pointless. God, what is like?
That crowd was a little bit more mixed. It was about 2/3, 1/3, 2/3 agreeing, 1/3 right. And so, but on our end, when we say trans people must play in professional sports, right, the league shouldn't have a choice. But wait a minute, that's not where the American people are, and I don't even agree with that. And so,
yeah, wait. That's not where the American people are. You don't agree with that. So who the fuck is the one making this such a huge issue? This was obsessed about by conservatives. It was conservatives. How many conservatives made more commercials about trans people than fucking Kamala's campaign did? I don't know if they made any commercials about trans people. What the fuck?
So, and then people look at that and go, okay, wait, now you're.
Do you feel like that's a dominant issue of our side, of the left?
Thank you.
No, there's two things that happen there, Mark. So the right attacks first. Let's be clear about that, right? They like trans people are minding their business. Now they maybe culturally they're becoming more and more dominant. Our side is becoming more and more dominant, and it's starting to grate on the right wing, etc. But then the right wing passes laws, right, saying, hey, this against trans people, that against trans people.
Right, well, that's my point.
Yeah,
that's my point. It's like that's a right wing issue. That's a solution in search of a problem. The right started making up all these laws and rules and saying, oh my God, as if the left were as if that were a priority issue for the left. And then the left speaks a little bit about it, but I don't, and then it becomes, oh, the left has gone too far. They're out of control. It's like, well, no, the right is doing that. It seems like you're almost echoing that right wing talking point.
So look, here's an example I use. So as I said at the AmFest event, I'm what they would consider extreme left on gun control, right? So I don't think guns should even be allowed in the house.
Guns are not a hot topic issue right now. Nobody, like, I'm sorry, but nobody gives a fuck about guns right now in the United States. I don't even know if immigration is, like, the border is a hot topic issue right now. Like, it's still kind of, like, pulsing in the background, but, like the American public just moves on from issues very fast, and guns are just not at the forefront of the American mind at the moment. It's just not a big thing. Like, no one cares. Like, bring up something more controversial right now. Stuff related to, I would say, like, Ukraine-Russia stuff still seems to be, like, pulsing in the American mind, throbbing in the American mind. I would say the stuff related to cabinet picks is amorphous or nebulous. That can kind of be like Elon Musk and Doge. I think this stuff is kind of like more ever present. But guns, how long is like stuff related to like the wall, stuff related to building the wall, I think is more like pressing in American minds. Immigration was the number one issue for Americans during the election. Dog, that was 2 months ago. I'm sorry, but that's like lifetimes in terms of news cycles.
If you have a gun in the house, you are much more likely to die from the gun, okay? But I know that my position cannot pass, right? I'm going to have to convince people a lot more before I could begin to defend that position in a way that's logical. Like, I can defend it all day long, but I defend it in terms of running on that or engaging in that fight, right? Yeah. So on the trans issues, the right wing is the one that baited us, right? They tried to, banning trans people in the military. That wasn't that popular. They tried the bathrooms. That wasn't that popular. Going after their core constitutional rights wasn't popular at all. And then, so they went all the way to the outer edge, trying to find a place where we'll fall into their trap. So that's where we ran into professional sports, some of the terminology we were using, birthing people, et cetera. And then gender reassignment surgery, pre-18 years old. These are very unpopular positions.
How did Anna wear down Cenk? I feel like Anna started to convert earlier, and I feel like Cenk was a really good check on her. And now it feels like Cenk is adopted. Like that was watching Anna fight with people who called her birthing person. That's where that came from, that talking point. I don't understand how she was able to convert him.
And then gender reassignment surgery, pre-18 years old. These are very unpopular positions. I don't happen to agree with any of those positions, as it turns out.
Yeah, and like nobody on the left does. These are like very slim minority positions.
But even if I did,
but also not dominant. I just want to be clear. They're also not our dominant positions. Most people aren't. So even as we say it right now, it sounds as if the left has gone too far and the right is just being more reasonable. When the left isn't saying this stuff.
Yeah, in general. You even identified it.
Art, that's the key. So when the right wing came in and attacked on those issues, and they went further and further out. There's a line where I would have drawn the line, even if I held those positions and said, look, guys, we're not going to win on those. I would say to the right wing or to anyone to make it super clear, we're not going to win on those issues. We got more work to do in convincing the American people to be on our side. But there's no point in debating it because we're not arguing it, right? But we didn't do that. And then when you get to the left, again, the left is not a monolith. The left is gigantic and has.
What did he say initially on this?
I'm going to have to convince people a lot more before I could begin to defend that position in a way that's logical. Like, I can defend it all day long, but I defend it in terms of running on that or engaging in that fight, right? Yeah. So on the trans issues, the right wing is the one that baited us, right? They tried to, banning trans people in the military. That wasn't that popular. They tried the bathrooms. That wasn't that popular. Going on that or engaging in that position in a way that's logical. Like, I can defend it all day long, but I defend it in terms of running on that or engaging in that fight, right? Yeah. So on the trans issues,
like nobody ran on. Whatever. Okay.
Again, the left is not a monolith. The left is gigantic and has a lot of different parts of it. But in this case, a lot of left-wing activists online were like, no, we fight and we die on this hill. Because if you give 1 inch that means you're surrendering. And no, we always go maximalist. And so you could tell in the reaction, Mark, because when Anna and I said, yeah, we don't agree with those, for example, those three things, right?
I think, again, though, you have to keep in mind, like I maybe would have, I think I've even given the kind of this take from Cenk before. The thing you have to keep in mind is that even if you win that fight, I said this before, I think the example is you're going into the Coliseum with a shield and the other person has a sword, and you winning that fight is successfully deflecting the attack. But that's it. You haven't gained anything. It's not like conservatives are like, oh, well, or independents like, well, Democrats aren't actually defending that position. Maybe I'm going to go side with them. It's just every swing of a sword is an opportunity to lose a chunk of skin or to lose some voter. You're not actually gaining or winning there. You have to be on the attack more as Democrats. Again, it shouldn't be like, why or how do we stop ourselves from playing into their hands? You should force the Republicans to think like, fuck, how do we stop ourselves from playing into their hands? But we're not on the offense about anything because everybody on the left hates everything, even the things that the left has done. I said before, it was sad that like Americans can't take credit for what I would consider to be a wonderful achievement of globalism and capitalism and American ingenuity, which I would say were the mRNA vaccines. Fuck you, Germans. Like we can't take credit for that because everybody hates either capitalism on the left or vaccines on the right. And I was like, oh, well, fuck us. And on the left, like the ACA did some wonderful things for the United States, but you can't take credit for that on the left. What are you going to, like, the most you can do is this tepid, like, well, you know, we had the ACA and it didn't go far enough. Like, you can't take credit for fucking anything. Donald Trump will sit here and say that he solved world politics and then in the next breath talk about how horrible his own trade agreement is without mentioning that it's his trade agreement with Mexico and Canada. And like, you can't win. You can't win on the defense like this. The most you can do is survive. And that's not good enough.
People said, no, you're a right winger, you're a traitor. Some said Nazi, etc. And well, that's not productive or helpful at all. And so then it became, oh my God, the left is digging in even more on this position. And I'm like, get out of the room. That this is not helpful, not only to forget the Democratic Party, it's not helpful to trans people because you're now walking backwards and you're endangering them more. And here we are, we're back to now debating bathrooms because we lost so badly on that issue when we didn't need to be in that fight at all. Stop falling.
Yeah, but who's challenged you to that fight?
Into their traps. And I give you the gun example because I want to show you guys, me too, right? Like, it's not like I wouldn't do it with my own positions. Yeah, I'll give you another example about my own identity, like Muslims, right? And this one's absurd because nobody asked for this law or anything, but I use it as an extreme example of like what if I had done this, right? So I want to protect Muslims, Americans, and our rights 100%. There's no negotiation over this whole deporting, denaturalizing nonsense. We'll fight it 200%. Fight the Muslim man 200%. There was a brother up in Minnesota a while back, and he sued the grocery store that he was working at because he said I shouldn't have to handle bacon and pork at the checkout. And I was like, no, brother, that's your job, okay? If you got those concerns, go take another job, right? And if we had, let's say, dug in on that position, again, I grant we didn't, that was not a big political issue, but if we had dug in and said, no, maximalist, that's it, Muslims should be allowed to work in the grocery store and not do this, we would have lost. And I would have said, no, don't do that.
Like, think about this. God, I hope that Mark has this example. Think about what he just said. Should a Muslim grocer be allowed to reject his workplace because they were dealing with pork? Now, I don't remember the outcome, so let me check the outcome, but I remember, this was 10 years ago, was it? Remember the huge fight with Hobby Lobby? Christians, I think, were trying to argue that it should be okay for the health insurance to not cover any form of contraception, I think. Or maybe even birth, yeah. In the devastating Burwell v. Hobby Lobby ruling on June 30th, 2014, the U.S. Supreme Court allowed certain bosses to block their employees' access to birth control. The decision of the Supreme Court birth control case applied to more than half of all U.S. workers. People wanted to block basically the healthcare coverage from being able to cover birth control. How is it that we have to run? We have to run like crazy from a Muslim. And also, I don't even know if I think fuck the Muslim dude. He should have to handle pork. But why is it that on our side, we've got to run like crazy from that? But Republicans are like, healthcare covering healthcare? Excuse me. We're going to die on this fucking hill all the way up to the Supreme Court. Again, look at the uneven playing field. Look at the uneven playing field. Like, this is insane.
Rights backwards, and I don't want you to walk my rights backwards. Do you see
I got you, but you're taking things that didn't happen and using them as examples to justify something that did happen. You're taking hypothetical counterfactuals and saying, well, yeah, if we had done this, this would be exactly why. This would exactly prove the right point. But things didn't happen. But let me just take a step back because
no, I'm just saying that even if it affects me, I still have the right. Like I still have the same strategy. Is my point. That's all.
For sure. So I guess part of what there are a few things you said that I think are really interesting. One is both sides are against the establishment, right? These two. I think the challenge is that argument presumes that the establishment is something other than right wing. We have two right wing parties that are fighting each other. Now, I'm not pretending the Democrats and Republicans are exactly the same. I'm not pretending that the Green Party and the Libertarians are exactly the same. But these are two right wing parties. And so when you say, well, they both want to fight against the establishment, I think you might be right. They both in their minds want to do that. That's true. Similarly, they both hate mainstream media, right? But and they clapped when you said that. But the difference is, when they say mainstream media, they're thinking CNN and MSNBC. They don't see OANN as establishment media or mainstream media. They don't see News Nation as establishment media or mainstream media. So you two aren't talking about the same thing. So even if you're using the same language, you two have very different ideas about what the establishment is. That crowd in that room, if you told them to get rid of establishment media, they'd be okay with Fox News living. While you and I both know that Fox News is establishment media. It's just the ultra right part of it. I'm saying that to say that just because those people in that room say we want to get rid of the establishment, we want to tear down the establishment, they don't want to tear down right wing anything. They want to tear down the parts of the establishment that allow you and I to exist, and allow the most vulnerable people in this country to be safe. So to me, it doesn't feel like a fair or good faith argument to say.
And you know what I just realized? I feel like Republicans have gotten more credit for the ACA than the Democrats have, because Trump talks about, like, I want to keep pre-existing conditions. We improved the ACA. We like, what the fuck?
Well, it's okay for us to come together. It's okay for me to be on stage with them. It's okay for me to be in this space because we both want to get rid of the establishment. No, y'all don't. Not the same way.
Yeah, Mark, I understand what you're saying, and I agree in part, but I largely disagree. So let me break it down.
Break it down.
So do they mean mainstream media and establishment politicians, including their own side? Yes, they definitely do. Do they mean Fox News? No, they don't. You're right about that.
Who are the establishment politicians left on the Republican side? Most of them are MAGA.
Right? So, but that doesn't, but what I say, first of all, we're not going to get everything we want right out of the gate, right? We're not going to come in and go, hey, we'd like to tear down Fox News, and they're going to go, yeah, of course.
Oh, we're not going to get everything we want right out of the gate. Okay, so when it comes time to dealing with Republicans, all of a sudden incrementalism is the rule. But when it came time to dealing with Democrats, 100% pull out of Gaza right now. No more support for Israel, or else fuck you, you're a genocider. Okay, also, by the way, notice how we completely stopped giving a fucking shit at all about that issue. So if you're some fucking Arab in Dearborn, okay, rope, okay, because nobody gives a fuck about you. Nobody gives a fuck about your dying people in Palestine. Nobody ever gave a fuck about it. So if you thought you had some huge fucking W for having Kamala lose, that's just on you, Chief. Although it's not actually on you, because you're not from any of those regions, and you're probably like 52 generations removed from anybody that is. But just as a thing, notice how nobody in the left anymore is talking about any fucking Israel-Gaza shit, because who cares now?
Of course not, right? So, but what I do say is, hey, we hate mainstream media.
Sorry, optics. Let me, I'll temper that statement. Don't post that one.
Yes, agreement. And I said, look, and this happens. So Democrats and Republicans play good cop, bad cop, but they're actually the uniparty. Republicans go, yay, totally agree, right? So by the way, that's a giant agreement. I mean, we're just rushing past an enormous agreement. And then we get to mainstream media, and I go, MSNBC and Fox News play good cop, bad cop. Now, that's the first time they've ever heard that, right? Because they think they've been told their whole lives, Fox News, right-wing media in general, good guys, MSNBC, bad guys, right?
Absolutely.
But remember, our own voters, Democratic voters, think the same way, right? So you find a 74-year-old person watching MSNBC Morning Joe every morning. She thinks MSNBC is the good guys and Fox News is the bad guys. No, it's good cop, bad cop. They're both the bad guys, okay? And so that's something we have to introduce to our voters and to their voters. So by having those conversations, I am in a lot of ways introducing that thought to them for the first time. And that's part of why mainstream media banned me in the first place. I'm banned on CNN and MSNBC because I think and Fox News. I think they got the sense, oh, this guy's going to convince our audience that we're not here to help them. And that's true. They're not here to help them, right? But since the right wing already did a revolt against their establishment, they're actually more open to that idea. And sometimes they'll even criticize Fox News, probably for all the wrong reasons. So there's a lot of work to be done there, but it's not, no, they're totally disingenuous and they don't mean it at all. Look,
this is the, we got to do just World War II history. Fuck. I will schedule this. I'll figure out how I want to stream this fucking educational shit. I feel like this is like 100. It has to be like perfectly mapping on to the pre-Nazi Germany shit with the commies and the Nazis like eyeing each other as like friendlies. Like, oh no, we agree probably most of the way. Like, nah, yeah, they're on some crazy like racial superiority, ultranationalist, like authoritarian shit. But nah, that's like not like we agree on like the important things, which is like taking down the liberals. Like this has to be like a literal 1-to-1 fucking map of what the fuck. Like Jesus, that's he's not a commie. Well, he's not a commie, but he's illiberal. That's the important thing. He's anti-liberal. They're opposed to, in the pre-Nazi Germany example, would have been the SPD, I think. Right, was what they were called. And then today it's just like, I guess, like center left. All right, listen, I love you. Be careful, don't die. I will hopefully get through this tomorrow.
Yeah. And sometimes they'll even criticize Fox News, probably for all the wrong reasons. So there's a lot of work to be done there, but it's not, no, they're totally disingenuous and they don't mean it at all. Look, again, they tell you exactly what they mean, the voters, the MAGA voters. They're not hiding the ball at all. So they really do hate this establishment. Here's another example. Today, a giant fight between the online right-wingers and Dan Crenshaw. And so who's right about that? The online right, which we're like more worried about in some ways, like more hardcore MAGA. But wait a minute, they're right. Dan Crenshaw is wrong. Dan Crenshaw is defending all of his donors, etc. I was on with Dan Crenshaw on Piers Morgan, and there was Vincent from
the donors.
Vinnie from Patrick Bet-David's show, very populist right-wing guy. and we ganged up on Dan Crenshaw because he agreed with me more than he agreed with Crenshaw. So these old lines are beginning to break down. And so in a moment like that, that's when we really need to be talking to each other rather than just saying, okay, everybody there's a white supremacist. And for them, everybody on our side is a weirdo, fringe, whatever they think of us.
Would I be hyperbolic to say half the people in that room at that event believe that white people are superior?
Yeah, it's not a great way of framing it, Mark. Because
Wait, what the?
yeah, it's not a great way of framing it, Mark.
How about 25%?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but since they don't consciously think that, they're going to be repelled by you saying that. And I don't care about them. I don't care.
I don't care about them being repelled. I guess what I struggle with is if you're a white supremacist if you are a white supremacist in this country, that's your tribe. That's where you go. You don't go anywhere else. Everybody in that room is not a white supremacist, but every white supremacist is probably in that part, is in that room, if you get metaphorically speaking. That is home for them. That is a safe space for them. Charlie Kirk.
It's not really true for the super neo-Nazi types, but close enough, I guess.
Who's someone you share the stage with? Would you agree that Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist?
I would certainly agree that he has said very harmful things about.
No, let's not do the mainstream media thing. Do you believe he's a white supremacist?
Honestly, with Charlie Kirk, man, I don't know, dude. It's hard to tell. I'm not sure. I don't think he said like openly white supremacist things, but some of these guys are really weird with the way they talk about immigration and everything.
No.
Tell me why.
Because when you say white supremacist, you mean someone who has ingrained thoughts that lead to maintaining structural racism in this country, and from time to time literally says things that are racist that maintain that structure. When you say white supremacist, they think you mean that they go home and put on a hood and look.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you but I'm not asking you if Charlie Kirk meets his own definition of white supremacy. You just very articulately laid out what a white supremacist actually is, and based on what a white supremacist actually is, do you think he's a white supremacist?
I don't think it's helpful to use that word. I'm not going to use that phrase. I think we need to get past that kind of phrasing because that just puts up a giant wall between us.
Between us and the white supremacist.
Yeah, but Mark, here, let me give you an example. Again, using my own identity, and this time very real, right? So I can go into a room and they can mispronounce my name. I'd say racist, okay? Oh, wait a minute, my name is C, pronounced like a J. How the hell is anybody supposed to know that? Okay, I can go to a room.
Yeah, but these are straw, that's a straw man, Jay. No one is saying that. What they say is, when they say Muslims are rapists, when they say Muslims are evil, that's the racist thing that we get outraged by, not them not pronouncing gender. We go right.
No.
If someone says Muslims are rapists, would you then say that they're racist?
So, Mark, it's how am I dealing with that situation is the question, okay? So I started out with a really mild one of my name, right?
Yeah.
But when you go down the gradations of different ways that you could discriminate and be hateful towards Muslims, you're going to get to violent, savages, terrorists, et cetera, et cetera. And what's the best way to deal with that? Now, what I have done in the past, and what a lot of folks are still doing today is call them racist, et cetera. And from time to time, if somebody calls me an anti-Semite on TV, I do call them a racist back. Okay, so because I've never seen anyone.
He who smelt it dealt it.
Yeah, because I've never seen anyone who engaged in it is on the Israel side that just automatically, reflexively, without even checking any facts, called the other person an anti-Semite, and they didn't think that Muslim lives were worthless, right? So I can't understand that any better than I do, having been the group that is most smeared in this country. I mean, yes, black people have had it much worse in this country.
I don't know about the most smeared, but let me ask you, just pause for a second, because again, I'm not sure I understand. Is there anybody in this country that you're willing to call a white supremacist, or do you just completely rule that word out?
No, of course. If they declare themselves a white supremacist, everything they say is.
Why would you say that? Yeah, if you call yourself white supremacist, I don't call you a white supremacist. I kind of agree with Cenk here. I think the whole labeling people as white supremacists gets cringe because people do it so much. But is it true you're going to talk with Cenk? I mean, I would. I don't have any plans to.
Hill, Breaking Points, Brian Tyler Cohen, Dollcast.
3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much, Cenk, for being here.
So, Franny, last thing that I've clarified. I'm going on every kind of left-wing show. Yours, Marc Lamont Hill, Breaking Points, Brian Tyler Cohen, Dollcast. There's just a whole Destiny. I guess he's kind of on the left.
Oh, boy. Don't talk about Israel.
More than you right now, Chief.
But I'm going, David Pakman, I'm going on every show. The only shows there's only a couple of shows I don't go on because I think they're bad faith. And what they then do is saying, oh, he's not going on any left-wing shows. What, because they're the demigods of the left? No, I'm going on shows that have good faith, where we have wild disagreement. And like you said, sometimes we even yell.
Sam Cedar and Destiny are federal agents.
So, for example, Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite and a white supremacist. That's not hard to suss out. That's just defining feature. So to finish my point about Muslims, but instead now, Mark, when I go into a room, I start talking to them, and then halfway through the conversation, when they begin to like me a little bit, then I tell them that I'm Muslim. And I say, look, I know, Trump said we should ban all Muslims from the country in 2016 when he was running, right? So how am I supposed to react to that? And now we're at least have had some common ground and some bonding. So then they feel like, hey, wait a minute, maybe not all Muslims are terrorists, right?
You're one of the good ones.
Yeah. No, I get it. And they might think one of the good ones, but then when they see 12, 18, etc., how are we going to break it down, Mark? Because if we just call them names, it's not going to work. It hasn't worked. I've tried it a million times.
No. But Jake, that's disingenuous. Calling someone who's white supremacist or Islamophobic, that thing, to reduce that to name calling is unfair to the person who's being harmed.
No, I'm not saying it's name calling and I hate you and blah, blah, and you're...
No, you just said to call them names. We're not calling them names. We're identifying them by what they are.
Yeah, but Mark, tons of folks on the right wing are Islamophobic, but me going and calling them Islamophobic is not helpful. So that's why I'm saying, your argument I'm not making.
That's a straw man. I've never suggested in this conversation that we should be going into rooms and calling these people what they are. That has nothing to do with what I was talking about. That's a straw man. What I was talking about was the fact that you're in the room with people who look at the world that way and what it means to be in the room with the people who look at the world that way. But if you're stipulating from the beginning that you don't necessarily agree that they're that thing, that's different. I'm not talking about how they self-identify. I'm not even talking about whether we point in the room and say, hey, white supremacists over there, hey, sexists over there, hey, transphobe over here. I'm not saying we got to do any of that. What I'm saying is that if we're walking into a room with people whose ideologies and beliefs are consistent with white supremacy, with Islamophobia, with anti-Semitism, etc., we have to at least question what the possibility is of reaching a political alliance if at the core they don't think we're humans. If at the core they don't think we deserve the same thing, regardless of what we call. And so if we only focus on the tactic of how to engage white supremacists, we lose sight of the fact that they're still white supremacists and that they don't want the same things we want, regardless of what they say.
Now, Mark, this is a core disagreement. So if there's a room full of Islamophobes, I'm not going to, A, not go in there, and B, I'm not going to call them Islamophobes. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to start to change minds very gradually, okay? And so I think that's a way better strategy. And
I don't disagree with what Cenk is saying here, though, but where's the challenge? I just haven't heard him challenge on any of these points, I guess. Yes,
it endangers me maybe to go into a room filled with Islamophobes, but I'm going to do it again and again and again, okay? And so it, like, even you saying, okay, half the room is white supremacists, but Mark, what, like, so you're saying they believe in systemic, like they are part of a system that executes racism in the country. Yes, but we all kind of are. But so calling all Americans white supremacists is not helpful.
But again, Jake, you're holding on to a point that I'm not making. You keep debating the argument about whether or not we should call them white supremacists. Let me stipulate again. I'm not making the case about whether or not we should call them white supremacists. We don't have to engage that.
You're calling them internally white supremacists and saying, why are you going into a room with white supremacists?
That's the second straw man. My debate isn't whether or not we go in the room. It's how we go in the room, what rooms we go in, and what we do and what we say about the people in that room when we're in the room.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's have that conversation.
Right. So
I think that's what he's trying to have. Okay.
You went on stage with Charlie Kirk, for example, who, just to use your description of him, says, not white. We're not going to use the white supremacist language, because for the purpose of this conversation, it's not that helpful. But certainly he consistently advocates positions that certainly strengthen white supremacy. He certainly advocates positions that strengthen anti-black racism. He certainly advocates positions that advance Islamophobia, that push against women's reproductive rights, just based on the things that he has said and done. Would you agree with everything I just said?
Largely.
Okay. So you're on a stage with someone like that.
Yeah.
Can you see at least how you being on a stage like that could make someone who trusts you because of all the great work you've done believe that he's not so bad? And maybe the positions he's taking are legitimate ones. Could you at least see how being in the room with him without offering any substantive critique of him in that space could be problematic?
But wait a minute, I defended left-wing positions, so I don't accept your premise.
I said example. Ask for example. Which left-wing positions? Which ones? Example. Hating Mitch McConnell is not a left-wing position. Example.
A substantive critique of his behavior, what he's doing. I didn't say you didn't critique it, right.
I disagreed with him on trans housing, so again, I don't accept the premise. But
okay, so let me restate, because I don't want to operate disingenuously. Can you see how it could be problematic for someone? Or let me say it differently. Could you see the problem?
We just have to hold our breath for 4 years and get through it. What the fuck was that Truth Social thing from Trump? Was that actually real? I didn't go on and look. Is this real? Where are you? When are you coming to the, quote, center of the universe, end quote, Mar-a-Lago? Bill Gates asked to come tonight. We miss you and X. New Year's Eve is going to be amazing. Donald J. Trump. What? This is like... What is happening? Why, this is so cringe. How do we know who he's talking to? I mean, he's obviously talking about Elon, right? Because he mentions X.
Can you see any potential problems
Yeah.
in standing on a stage with someone who has such positions that are so antithetical, not just to yours, but to the interests of the most vulnerable people in this country? Could you see how you might actually legitimize him in a way that's dangerous to our side, not to the country, but to the people who are confused, to the people in the middle, to the people who are still trying to figure it out, or to the people on the left who are vulnerable, who are susceptible to a switch?
Yeah. So there's two parts to that question. So on the one part, can I see it? Yes. I can see why people think that, and I'll end up on top of it, Mark, that not only are they worried, hey, is this legitimizing him? You're in the room with a person like this, etc. But we've also seen a pattern, right? We've seen Dave Rubin, and we've seen Tulsi Gabbard, and we've seen others. And first they go in the room, then they agree with a little bit, and then they agree with everything. And then all of a sudden they're all right-wingers. And then while still pretending to be left-wing and saying, oh, well, me as a liberal or a progressive or a left-winger is telling you, you're right about all the issues, right? And so I get that's why people are concerned. So that's not crazy. I get it, right? But then the second half of what you're saying, I don't agree with at all, right? So does that legitimize them? Well, first of all, they won the election. So they won the popular vote. They won all the swing states. Like, we have it in our mind that
I specifically said not to the entire country, but to the people on our side, specifically in anticipation of you saying they're already legitimate and won the popular election. Again, yeah. I'm not saying that you're.
Am I legitimizing them to our side?
What I'm saying.
Well, first of all, I didn't go there to hurt or help his position.
That's not your intention is irrelevant. I'm asking about the consequence of your choice, not the intention of your choice.
I don't think it had anything. I don't think it helped him 1%. Not at all. I think this idea that if you stand next to them, that helps them is absurd. Totally, utterly absurd. Because
why is it impossible? This is my biggest complaint in politics in the whole 8 years that I've done this, is like nobody can engage with the actual thing you're talking about. It feels like you've oiled up I don't know, what's this most slippery thing in the world, and you're trying to just hold on to it with your hand. It's like the rephrasing of what the other person is saying is always the most bad. Like, no one is saying that just standing next to a person is bad, or just going up to a platform is bad, or just being there is like it's, you went to a platform, you talked to the dude, you glazed his views the entire time, you let him shit on your side, and you offered absolutely no substantive pushback on anything. That's the issue. But then it's always reduced to these caricature talking points, even right to his face, like, I don't think it's bad just to, are you saying it's bad that I breathe oxygen then? Like, it's always the most bad faith, reductionist, absurd summaries of the...
Anything, I don't think it helped him 1%, not at all. I think this idea that if you stand next to them, that helps them is absurd. Totally, utterly absurd. Because on that logic, that's it. We never stand next to them. We never talk to them. And we're so superior. We never talk to them. Oh, we didn't legitimize them. We didn't help them. That's nonsense.
Let me ask a broader question. Do you think you advance right-wing interests by going there? Do you think you undermine right-wing interests by going there?
Well, first of all, it's not binary. But I helped left-wing interests. Definitely. Okay?
How so? Tell me how.
So,
which left-wing interests? Examples.
Every time they say yes to cutting the Pentagon, every time they say yes to paid family,
they're not cutting the Pentagon, bro. Nobody on their side thinks that. Why are you so... It's not even I was going to say naive. It's not naivety. It's stupidity. Donald Trump ran his whole first campaign was on expanding the military. The second time around, he wants NATO commitments to go up to 5%. Like, where is this idea that we're cutting the Pentagon? No one is saying that. Nobody on the right is even saying that. They're not even talking about cutting military spending. No one on the right has even brought that up as a point.
Leave. Every time they say yes to conflict of interest rules, et cetera, that I could go on, that are all left wing.
Then talk about Elon. You don't talk about they don't care about their conflict of interests. They just want to defund your side. That's it. They want to defund your side. They don't give a fuck about conflict of interest.
Positions. Does that mean it's going to happen overnight? Of course not. Does that mean that it's immediately going to go to their leader and they're going to introduce it next week? Of course not. But is it helping for them to think, well, hate family leave, that does sound pretty good. Hey, cutting the Pentagon, that makes sense. I bet there is a lot of waste and abuse. That helps left-wing positions. The good news is they're no longer left-wing positions. The right wing agrees. Their voters agree with
on what?
those positions. Take the win. Take yes for an answer. Instead, the other ideology is white supremacists. I'm never talking to them. That'll show them. That won't help them at all. If I talk to them, it'll help them. Really? Because they won the election without any of our help. None of us talked to them, and they won anyway. So how's that strategy working? It's working terribly, terribly. And then we look extreme because we won't talk to anyone. And we just keep pushing everyone out of our party, everyone out of our side, and saying, I am morally superior.
You're the dude who's representing 1 to 2% of the Democratic Party saying that all center-left Dems are trash. And then you're the one, like, he literally made fun of me for being like an establishment Dem, which is like 95% of the fucking party. And then he's saying that Mark is the type of person pushing people. I don't even understand this argument. This is like nonsense.
And guess what happens? America doesn't like that.
This is like an epic Reddit post that some rando like high school kid or early college freshman is making about politics. It's like, what are you talking about?
Everyone out of our side and saying, I am morally superior. And guess what happens? America doesn't like that. They think it's arrogant and obnoxious. And instead of having a conversation with people, we're putting them in buckets of white supremacists, Islamophobe. God, America hates that. We got to cut that crap out.
I disagree. I mean, the idea of a moral agenda or moral issues was coined by the right. They absolutely think they have moral superiority.
Is there a difference between Cenk's position now when engaging with the right versus your position a year or two ago? This is why like examples are important. In theory, conceptually, what Cenk is saying is exactly the same as my position a year or two ago. But in practice, like, keep in mind, like, I feel bad about these debates. I feel bad about these debates. I feel bad about these debates.
But we just got another one of the hottest years on record. How many times are we going to have another hottest year on record? How many times are we going to have an increase of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere before we're finally like, okay.
I don't know. And the reason I don't know.
Like, I don't know if I push back enough against these. I don't feel good about these. He should have left this debate crying, and I feel bad about this. And this debate is still a debate. This was contentious enough, even though it wasn't really. This was contentious enough that afterwards Jordan Peterson was like, oh, Destiny? Well, that's a guy who just wants to be right all the time, and I don't think I ever want to talk to him again. Oh, right? That's
looking at models, let's say like the Scandinavian countries, or I wouldn't use
What was the hand thing? I want to see the hand thing. I don't remember where the hand thing was. That's the point, though, no? That you come on too aggressively and pushed him away? No, let me, when you're reaching out to other sides, what the goal is that you are taking a big step towards them and then getting them to take a couple of little steps towards you. But if it's always just you taking a big step towards them and then them never taking steps towards you, or them only taking a couple little steps towards you when they've tried so hard to separate you from all of your political ideology so that way they're not actually taking steps towards that political ideology, then it's not working. This is why I was fed up with and irritated with all the conversations, and I lost my mind over the Corey retard, the firefighter getting shot. It's because I realized, like, okay, this is, like, I'm not accomplishing anything going on these shows. If they're saying anything favorable about my ideology, they're separating me from everybody else, so they're just, like, building rapport with me, and then that's it. Everything else is just me, like, doing my best to try to be as conciliatory or to frame stuff from my point of view as much in their point of view as possible. This is too irritating.
Over the left on issues of
The hand thing.
Now this is vaccines.
No, it was like this, and now it's like this.
No. It was like this, and now it's like this.
No, it was like this, and now it's like this.
No. It was like this, and now.
This is retarded.
around babies or issues around prayer in school, to suggest that the left thinks they have moral superiority and that somehow stands in contrast to the right's position.
It's not
somehow,
a contrast. They both think they have moral superiority.
so if everybody thinks that, how is America upset with the left for it?
Because the right goes, oh, you agree with me?
Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. We scold ourselves over so many things that the right does without fear or question.
5%, come on in. I'm willing to have that conversation. I'm willing to do this. Because the right goes, oh, you agree with me 5%, come on in. I'm willing to have that conversation. I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to do that.
First of all, bullshit. People, this is true of the left and the right, by the way. People become suspiciously free speech when they, when they feel like they don't have control of all the cultural power. And as soon as they feel like they become the more dominant voices, all of a sudden they become much less freedom of speech oriented because they don't want to talk to any opposition because they control the landscape. The idea that conservatives are like, oh no, we'll talk to you if we disagree a little bit. Bullshit. It's only if you're never willing to disagree on anything with real meat or real substance.
The left goes, you disagree with me 5%, Nazi. And then, okay, then America goes, all right, then I know which side to go on. Because this guy says, the slightest disagreement, I'm a racist, I'm an Islamophobe, I'm a Nazi, etc. I don't like that guy. The other guy says, you have some.
You mentioned that Republicans try to build rapport with people on a personal level, but they will attack and shit on the ideology. Can you do the same in the debates, or do you think it won't be as effective on your side? No. I can't do that to them because the only reason they can do that with me is because I will separate myself from crazy people. So when somebody says, well, what do you think about like trans athletes? I can say, I got banned from Twitch for like this conversation. Obviously I don't like agree with this, but they would never do the same on their side. If I were to say, don't you think that like this behavior from Trump is bad? No, you'll never ever get a concession like that ever. So it's impossible to separate them from the cult that they're, you can't separate a cult member from a cult. It's impossible.
Some opinion, you have tons of opinions I don't agree with, but you're welcome here. It's not rocket science. It's just politics. Of course, the side that's more welcoming is going to get more voters. And that's exactly what happened. That's why they won the popular vote when we thought it wasn't possible. So stop blaming everyone and start listening to people. So when I listen to the right wing, yeah, they still had tons of opinions I don't agree with and I think are problematic. But then I did hear opinions. Here, I'll give you another one. Why did I go to Charlie Kirk in particular?
It's going to be another, well, they were against corporate. Let's see.
Because when I interviewed him at the RNC, I thought we were going to have a brawl, right? And he comes in and sits down and then agrees that BlackRock buying all the residential homes in the country
I did pre-watch this.
Is a terrible idea, and that the government should stop private equity, Wall Street, from doing that. That's amazing. I've never heard a right-winger say that. Every time I talk...
They've been saying that for like 8 years. I had a conversation. I can't...
Street from doing that. That's amazing. I've never heard a right-winger say that.
Hey, what's going on, dude?
2018. I think I said this like 6 years ago.
Immediately turned around and I said, look, that's imperfect legislation.
Oh,
sure.
and he immediately after he's like, I don't want to get into this. Like, what? Why? Because it's not part of your dialogue tree? Like, what the? Shut up, loser.
To say that it wasn't a consequence of deregulation, but a consequence of corporatism. The reality is like unfettered capitalism.
Oh, okay. I don't know what year Cenk is in. It feels like Cenk is. It feels like he's debating with people that support Bush.
All the residential homes in the country is a terrible idea, and that the government should stop private equity, Wall Street, from doing that. That's amazing. I've never heard a right-winger say that.
So he's talking about Charlie Kirk. So Hassan Piker, our introduction was he had a debate with Charlie Kirk, and then I was talking to him because he wanted advice on this debate. This is what I said to Hassan 6 years ago.
Now is that they understand left-wing populism's success better than Democratic politicians do, and I hate it.
Sure. So one thing you have to be really, really careful of when you debate people like this is that, what you call them, neocons? Like the traditional Republicans are much different than the newer breed of of conservatives, where these guys will actually share some talking points with left-leaning people. So for instance, a lot of the newer conservatives are actually very anti-corporatism. So like, do you know who like people like Nick Fuentes is or any Jane Balsop, these kinds of these people?
They're white nationalists.
Yeah, they are. The white nationalist dudes, sure. But this is in regards to his debate with Charlie Kirk too, because there's times where Hassan tried to own Charlie Kirk on like big business when he was on stage, and Charlie Kirk was just like, oh yeah, we hate large corporations too. But this has been the case with MAGA since like 2017 and onwards. This is not new. So I don't know how Cenk is like just now discovering this, unless he's kept up with literally zero political conversation in the past half decade.
Buying all the residential homes in the country,
I don't know how he hasn't.
Is a terrible idea, and that the government should stop private equity, Wall Street, from doing that. That's amazing. I've never heard a right-winger say that.
Fuck, this triggers me so much.
quasi-fascist people, these guys will actually come out and be anti-corporatist. So you have to be prepared for that level of talking point. It's not like the Republicans of old who will sit there and will suck off every corporation and defend every mega. These guys will actually be like anti-corporation and then like pro-nationalism.
Oh, anti-corporation and pro-nationalism, crazy. They don't hate BlackRock because BlackRock is buying up homes. They hate BlackRock because they think BlackRock is run by Jews that are trying to keep white people out of homes. That's the difference.
Every time I talk to the right
wing, do you think
wing,
it's a mainstream right wing position? Do you think even a close to mainstream right wing position?
Yes, among their voters, that is totally mainstream. Among their politicians, no, they're just as corrupt as the Democrats and the Republicans in Congress are the most corrupt people in the whole country. So they both love
donors. Real talk, does it feel good to be right like 6 years in the future? I wasn't even right 6 years in the future. That was right 6 years ago. This isn't even that wasn't even a prediction. That was just looking at what was happening or had already happened.
Oh, BlackRock. I mean, you Democrat and Republican politicians would have an exercise in who could, pleasure them quicker. But the right-wing voters don't want their houses bought up either. And nobody outside of me and Anna know that because nobody else is willing to talk to them. And that's in fact when we say, they go, oh, no way, they're lying, you're lying, everybody's grifting. No, they're not lying and they're not grifting. They don't want their homes bought up by private equity and we don't want our homes bought up by private equity. For God's sake, let's talk to each other enough to find out where the agreement is.
You identify as pro-Palestine, correct?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Would you go to a conference similar to this?
Would you go to a conference like this one and ask them what they think about Palestine? Well, here's what you got to see, Mark. Okay, listen. Okay, we're not going to agree on everything, and I know we're not going to agree on everything. But they want to cut military funding. They want to defund the Pentagon, and let's start there.
For Zionists?
Yeah, I definitely 100%. And I've done very similar things already. Yes.
And you sit on stage with Yoav Gallant and Bibi Netanyahu and talk about the points of agreement.
Oh my God, I would love to do that. Yes. Okay. Because then I could get to challenge Netanyahu and Gallant to their face. That would be amazing.
Do you think that you challenge these people to their faces to the extent that you would Gallant and Netanyahu? Because I see a lot of challenging.
Yeah, but you're seeing one snippet there. First of all,
that's what I'm asking. I'm asking because I don't want to presume.
So Mark, two things about that. Number one, this was a venue where we were talking about a shocking new development where sometimes the left and the right agree. But I clearly said, and
how is that a shocking new development where sometimes the left and the right agree? You know that historically, that we have agreed on things. That's not unprecedented. If anything, technically the division between left and right has gotten, I think, more partisan over the past few decades. At least I think it's Supreme Court nominations. But
and everybody in that room knows. You go ask the right winger; they all know. No, Cenk's left wing. He's not MAGA, right? And so why do they know that? Because I've been on dozens of shows.
No, but I don't want you to avoid the question. Did you challenge them with the intensity that you ostensibly would with in the Zionist example? Did you challenge them to their faces?
On many of the right wing shows, on many topics, I do.
No, yes. At this event,
that's not what we were doing.
So no, you didn't.
No, we did challenge. You heard me challenge, but we didn't have a fight. So I'm sorry if you thought we should have had a fight, but we did.
Challenge on what? Example. Ask Mark. Example.
No. What happened here is when I asked you if you challenged to your faces, you said, well, people only saw a snippet, which would imply to the viewer that had we seen more, we would have seen more.
No. I said you only saw a snippet of my right wing, my appearances on right wing shows, et cetera, et cetera.
Then ask. Okay. Oh, well, what's a right wing show where you challenged them a lot? What's one where you did a big challenge?
Bunch of your appearance on right wing shows. So there was no challenge here. This was more of a
no challenge. We clearly laid out places where we disagree. We just didn't
on guns.
Fight over the things that we disagree on.
Okay. There's a difference between disagreeing and challenging people on their position. For example, I can say, Netanyahu, I disagree with your position on Greater Israel. That's different than saying you've killed hundreds of thousands of people, right? I suspect if you're on stage with Netanyahu, you say, hey, you've killed hundreds of thousands of people. You prosecuted a genocide. What you're doing is against international law.
Have hundreds of thousands of people even died in the total history of all the Israeli-Arab wars? I don't even know if hundreds of thousands I don't think that number's passed 150,000. Don't worry about it.
You dig in his ass. Is that fair to say?
First of all, it depends on the context, but very likely, yes.
But you're saying there's context where you wouldn't do that. Fine, fair enough. That troubles me, but I'm saying comparably, did you do something comparable in this space?
So in this case, we didn't go to set out to do a debate. If we went to do a debate,
I'm not talking about a debate. No, hold on. That.
He's doing that. He's squirming away so much. Mark's question is very obvious and very clear here.
That's not what I asked you. I'm saying, did you confront them on you might not be debating Netanyahu, but if I see Netanyahu and I'm on a stage with him, I'm digging in his ass whether we're here for a debate or not, because it's the principal thing to do. Did you tear down the right for all of the problems, all of the harm, all of the damage that they've done? Did you do anything that would step?
No, Mark, that's a totally unreasonable standard. So you're saying in every
single appearance
that I need to tear them down. Well, that defeats the point of beginning to have a conversation on the things that we agree on. If in the midst of that conversation we get to a disagreement, then yes, sometimes we wind up yelling at each other. I was on Tim Pool's show and I got into a huge fight with one of his hosts, and I don't care. I defend our position.
Liberal media breaks with Cenk Uygur.
No conservative calls me conservative. The far left calls me a conservative.
That's just, what a fucking lie. Oh God, no conservative calls me conservative. Bro, you were literally fucking drowning in Trump load, he was campaigning for him. You literally campaigned for him. He campaigned for him, right? Tim Pool was literally like doing speeches and shit in Pennsylvania. Wasn't he? Wasn't he out here?
Thank y'all for being here.
Nobody would call me conservative. No conservative would ever call me conservative. Nobody would ever say I'm conservative. No, I'm a centrist. This is centrism in America, by the way. Oh my God, give me a break, dude.
You just heard a moment ago, it is being reported now that there was a third assassination attempt on Donald Trump. This would mark the fourth assassination plot on Donald Trump that we know of in only the past couple of months. A man was arrested about a half mile out.
No conservative calls me conservative. The far left calls me a conservative. My politics align with is he going to say 90s, 2000s liberals? And then he's going to say, no, my politics aligned with Obama or 2000s liberals, and I voted for Bernie Sanders. That's my guess. Or maybe he'll just say I voted for Obama. Let's see. I supported Andrew Yang, Tulsi Gabbard, and I supported Bernie Sanders in 2016. In 2020, I thought he was too old, but I generally liked him to a certain degree. And I met a lot of people in 2015 and 16 who were Bernie supporters who, when he got knocked out, flipped for Trump because of border policy and workers' rights policy. So it's crazy now that we're at this point. And that's what I was saying earlier about how the Democrat recovers. If I'm the person who in 2020 was saying, please save the Democratic Party because I'm not a Republican, I don't agree with them on a lot of things. But now, here I am, here's Joe Rogan, here's RFK Jr., here's Tulsi Gabbard, here's Colin Wright, here's Elon Musk, all of these people who were Democrats, who were either a little bit progressive or just moderately liberal.
Also, look at this. Cenk will never point this out. But look at how easily, as soon as Tulsi, RFK, all these people were like, okay, yeah, we support Donald Trump. Then I was like, oh, that's cool. You're in. You support Trump? I really don't give a fuck what you've said. Don't care who you are, where you're from, as long as you vote Donald Trump. Like, literally, that's it. But with Cenk, excuse me, Cheney supported Kamala? That's enough to say, fuck the whole Democratic Party. Get me the fuck out of here. Like, what's the different standard here? Why?
Are now aligned with the Republican Party.
Yeah, so a couple of interesting things in there. First of all, that's a wide range of people, and they all have different motives and different thoughts, etc. So RFK Jr. was definitely a Democrat, and would have stayed a Democrat if the Democratic Party didn't push him out, right? Tulsi, I think, was always going to go right-wing.
So why?
Yeah, that's a long story. I don't want to get back into Tulsi, but
she's fucking crazy. She's batshit insane. She is simultaneously retarded and bought off by Russia, and is going to be the head of our Department of National Intelligence. That's what DNI stands for, right? Department of Nations Intelligence? The Director of National Intelligence?
we called her out as going to go right wing a year before she did it. And we got a lot of pushback from the left. And they're like, oh, you're crazy. She's not going to do that. But we backed it up with, here's why we think that, right? She went to go talk to Steve Bannon and Trump after they won in 2016. She's been trying to get it. First, she tried to get in with the establishment Democrats. That didn't work. Then she went to progressives and tried to get in. And there, that was working a little bit. But then she ran against Bernie, et cetera. And we're like, okay, there's nothing wrong with running against Bernie. But all of a sudden, she loves the drone strikes, even though she claims she's anti-war. She showed support for torture back in the day when...
With like Abu Ghraib and all that?
Yeah. And so, oh, well, I don't like torture, but it might be necessary. No, torture, the minute you say it might be necessary, that means you're pro-torture.
Well, let's not go too much into Tulsi.
Yeah, I got you. My point, and that's why...
don't get into Tulsi. Okay, we love her here.
Didn't want to get too deep in the details. In your case, Tim, look, you were more on the left, you know that, right? And so you have, and your positions that are more prominent, that people hear more about, are more right-wing. Okay, so some of the culture war issues that, that I don't want either side playing culture wars, et cetera, and some of the things that we've done on the show, but I don't remember every single thing. So but like, on guns and Kyle Rittenhouse and racial issues, et cetera, right?
But I agree with Anna Kasparian on Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know if you guys exactly agree or not, but I don't agree with Anna on that. So, and we've had that debate on here.
He will soon enough.
What's that?
Why?
All right, now we're gonna get into Kyle.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Okay. So, but Tim.
But that's not a political position. That's a fact question of what happened.
Yeah. All right. Look, I understand.
Look at how good Tim is at guiding the conversation. It was very intentional, right? Stay away from Tulsi, right? He's got the collar around Cenk and he's leading him very carefully, right? Let's not talk about Rittenhouse. Let's not talk about. I wonder if that was the whole 2-hour conversation, is leading him very carefully away from big points of disagreement and just like focusing on the things that they agree on, so that they can sell that to the audience.
Saying what you're saying, Tim, but like almost every time you're in the news is for a right-wing position. But I'm not. But listen, let me finish the thought. But I hear you, and you just said, for example, you're pro-choice, and what I'm getting to is it's the left-right thing is not really working anymore, right? Because your positions, yes, are sometimes, although in a lot of instances, left, middle, right, etc. Now, and you know, our position on crime, I don't know if it's left or right anymore, right? What is like, I'm against crime, but I want police reform. Is that, I think that's left, but some portions of the left say, no, that's not left. No, you have to be like, pretend crime doesn't exist. I'm like, wait, how is that a left-wing position? That's not really a left-wing position. So my point is, you're right. It's become jumbled. And that's why I talk about it.
It's liars. That's everything. So I'll give you an example. My Wikipedia says that I denied COVID, got COVID, and then sought ivermectin. None of which is true. Never denied COVID, never sought ivermectin. I got monoclonal antibodies, but Gizmodo fabricated the whole thing.
They called me.
Poole was a critic of vaccine mandates in the COVID-19 pandemic, said he was unvaccinated, and hosted COVID-19 conspiracy theorists. He criticized the COVID-19 vaccine passport mandate. When Poole contracted COVID-19 in November that year, he told his audience that he had sought and taken ivermectin, known to be ineffective against the virus, along with monoclonal antibodies and effective treatment.
This past week, I have not been producing videos because I tested positive for COVID-19 on Friday, and I had an extremely serious case. Now, I don't know how far I've ever had with an illness, and I genuinely believe if I did not get the treatments that I got, the kitchen sink, if you know what that is, monoclonal antibodies, I got prescribed ivermectin, I did, Z-Pak, and some emergency and
everything. So I'll give you an example. My Wikipedia says that I denied COVID, got COVID, and then sought ivermectin. None of which is true. Never denied COVID, never sought ivermectin. I got monoclonal antibodies, but Gizmodo fabricated the whole thing.
They called me.
Bodies. I got prescribed ivermectin. I did. Z-Pak and some emergency.
You just lie. You just lie. You just lie. You can just lie about anything. Nobody will ever hold you accountable. You can just lie about whatever you want.
Me about that.
They called you about me getting ivermectin?
No, they called me about getting COVID from Tim Poole.
Well, so anyway, my point is...
Sought, he's using weasel words. He is using weasel words, but he also sought it. He sought ivermectin. He didn't just randomly get prescribed that, because ivermectin is not being prescribed by any reasonable doctor ever. It's just not happening. He sought that. He asked for that ivermectin. He asked for the... if that even happened, he might have literally just made that up.
I'll give a really good example. When the Burisma scandal happens, and Matt Taibbi, he was a liberal guy, he wrote for the Rolling Stone, writes this long Substack, I think it was Substack, about Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor in Ukraine, had a dozen, 12 to 14 open investigations into the CEO of Burisma, Mykola Zlochevsky. And then I come out and make a video and go, whoa, Matt Taibbi has got these documents. Viktor Shokin signed a sworn affidavit that he was fired because of Joe Biden coming in and making these threats. That's not a right-wing position. So
yeah, I don't think that is either.
But that's all... they ever say about me. If I come out and say anything policy-wise, like I'll say, oh, I'm for a form of universal basic healthcare where I think if you got like a broken bone or the flu, you should be able to be treated. I think there should be some kind of welfare system that covers this. Nope, Tim Poole's right wing. We had Matt Binder on the show, and I'm pro-choice and being like, I think there's a certain time period like women, I'm not a fan of abortion. He called me pro-life. And so whenever I'm in the news for something right-wing, it's probably because Sam Cedar fabricated a clip and then people played it up.
So I hear you, Tim. I've been lied about so many times that I greatly empathize with that. So, but overall, we're agreeing on the major point, which is things don't fit left and right as much as they used to. Back in the day, and here's another reason for the optimism that I have. Back in the day, when I talked to a Republican, I was never going to get agreement on anything, and I was never going to get a real conversation. I was going to get talking points, and probably you guys feel the same way about Democrats, right? Talking point. And that's why, like, for a long time, we had no politicians on the show, right? Because I'm like, what's the point? I know what you're going to say. I can tell you what you're going to say before you say it, right? So this is super boring and uninteresting. And so I'm like talking to the right wing. I'm just talking to a bunch of robots. I don't want to do that. But now it's not robots anymore. So now we've got real people going, okay, I love Trump. And I think that they're a little, too enamored with Trump, right? But I got you. But like, do they genuinely believe in freedom? I think they do. I hope they do. And I think a lot of them do. Are a lot of them anti-war? Well, we're going to find out, right? But I think they are. And so this is the argument that I'm having with the left. They say, no, give no quarter, go maximalist response, etc. A lot of people say that, right? And I'm saying, well, let's find out first, okay? So I know what Trump did in the past. That's why I voted against him. I know what Kash Patel has said and Hegseth has said and stuff, and that's why I'm against him. Now, having said that, it's a new day. He actually genuinely won this election. So number one, we're not going to get what we want on immigration because the election was partly about immigration and we lost, okay? So if you didn't want that, then you should have picked a great candidate and you should have won, okay?
Hope everyone's having a good holiday. Healing up from a wheelchair crash, but at least we got some entertaining streams. 10 out of 10, plus chair isn't totaled like the other guy. To top it off, the mega war is pretty funny. Oh, you meant mega war. Hope New Year is good for y'all. This guy's name is Hot Wheels 23. How do you get in a huge wheelchair crash? Damn.
Okay, but number two, if Trump goes out of bounds, I believe that some of the right-wing populists will be a check on it.
We just saw it with his nomination for DEA. So this is a guy. I forgot his name. Do you remember his name? There's a Chris something.
DEA, the Florida sheriff. Yeah, he resigned today.
He resigned his nomination. Trump nominated him for the head of DEA, and the MAGA base and some who aren't necessarily MAGA
he
said
was a COVID enforcer.
He arrested a pastor. This is a pastor who apparently spent like $100,000 to refit his whole church so that it was compliant with all the regulations, and then this guy still arrested him and then held a press conference saying, we've shut this guy down.
He posted about it on what was on Twitter. He was very excited about it. And then he was doing a vaccine. He wasn't doing mandates.
My point is, whether you agree or disagree, the point is Trump's base, major backlash, and this guy's been forced to resign.
Yeah, I think that's super positive, even though I don't agree with Trump's base on that particular issue. And I'm not saying about the pastor. You guys might be right about the pastor, right? But like on COVID, I'm on the left, right? And so we can get into the details of that. But the bottom line is, I don't care what the issue is. I care that they held him accountable.
But
hold on, let me just finish that thought. So if they hold him accountable on the DEA guy, what I'm hoping is that they're going to hold him accountable on some of the other picks if it goes wrong, right? So we might disagree here, but like I think there's Team Israel, which is Marco Rubio, Lee Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, and Mike Walls. They're done to satiate Miriam Adelson, who gave him $137 million. So now Trump says, let's give the Palestinians even more hell. Okay, fine. So far, the right wing's not really going to object because they don't really care about the Palestinians. Okay, sorry if that offends you, but that's just reality. Okay, but if Trump goes, okay, I am now helping Israel to invade Iran, okay, and we're going to go bomb them, and we're going to pay for it, and you guys are going to be on the hook for $2 trillion, etc. Then I'm super curious. Is the MAGA base going to go, no, we were anti-war?
He'd lose I think there'd be like 30% who'd be like, we trust you, Trump. Everybody else is going to be losing their minds.
Really? Everybody's going to be losing their minds? That's so crazy. Republican support for Obama attacking Syria. Polls asked whether people supported missile strikes against Syria after its use of chemical weapons in 2013 and today. When Obama was talking about attacking Syria, I think the Democrats supported it like 37% or something. And then when Trump did it, they supported it like 36%. Something like that. Republican support went from like 15% when Obama did it to like 85% when Trump did it. It was insane how much they changed just because Trump wanted to do it. I wish I could find this original poll. It says the stat comes courtesy of our new Washington Post ABC News poll, which tested reactions to President Trump's strikes last week and also tested views back in 2013 when President Barack Obama was considering doing the same. Democrats, for what it's worth, experienced no such evolution, with 38% supporting strikes in 2013 and 37% supporting them today. Like, Donald Trump could go to war with anybody, and these dipshits, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. MAGA will support him. Tim Pool was lying about not wanting ivermectin. He talks about being prescribed it at 3:15, and then later goes on to say Rogan recommended getting the kitchen sink. Oh, yeah, we just watched this. Oh, but does he say explicitly that he took advice? If you get prescribed ivermectin, it's because you're begging your doctor for it or because you went to some quack to get it. No real life human being was prescribing ivermectin unless your doctor's a fucking quack, because there's literally no reason to do it. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't treat COVID. It has nothing to do with COVID whatsoever.
This was the worst experience I've ever had with an illness, and I genuinely believe if I did not get the treatments that I got, the kitchen sink, if you know what that is, monoclonal antibodies, I got prescribed ivermectin. I did.
Also, I love that we didn't trust the vaccines because it was emergency use authorization when monoclonal antibodies were under the same EUA, emergency use authorization from the FDA as well. But
Z-Pack and some emergency and some other emergency.
Fucking Z-Pack, I think is just is that just an antibiotic like azithromycin? Oh, it is azithromycin. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is also another. I don't think that this actually did anything as well. It's just every bullshit. God.
See, like if you are not breathing stuff. So I truly believe the monoclonal antibodies are what pulled me out of everything. But I just wanted to make sure that was in the forefront of the video. But I'll explain. I want to go through everything. So, I wake up. It's Thursday. You may have seen the post I made on this channel, my other channel, saying that I had a headache. For the most part, I was going to play it safe. And that was it. I mean, I was drenched in sweat. But when I woke up, I didn't feel like that night I slept. I woke up drenched in sweat, but I didn't feel bad. It was just like, I was like, wow, I'm sweaty. This is crazy. I didn't feel that sick. And I got a headache, and I was just like, I'm going to have to take a day off, right? And I was like, maybe I'll be fine tomorrow, because I don't know how serious it's going to hit me. And here's genuinely what I thought. Look, I'm 35, so I'm nowhere near the high risk factors for COVID-19. I exercise all the time. I mean, you see us watching, we skate. I've been skateboarding for a couple decades. I've been rollerblading more. And I like, you know what I like about it? It's with rollerblading, it's more of a full body workout too, especially. But so I exercise all the time. I mean, we're in the half pipe. My heart rate's through the roof. My blood's flowing. I've been eating way better over the past several months, cutting out, no bread, sugars, garbage, just eating, meats. So, you know what? I talked to some friends, and one of those friends was Joe Rogan. I know that Joe Rogan got what I think he referred to it as the kitchen sink. He got monoclonal antibodies. He got ivermectin, azithromycin, and I believe he also did NAD, nicotinamide, adenine, dinucleotide.
Oh, these fucking clinics that do. God, this shit is so popular in Miami. Come do an NRD or NAD treatment. Oh, get your NAD. I hate all this. It's okay. Sorry.
With a vitamin drip, and that seemed to me like a lot. But I was also, I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to overreact. I'm not that guy. I'm not the kind of person to do NAD. Joe Rogan.
NAD, it's like this cringe fucking vitamin drip treatment. This is like what rich people do when they're bored and they have too much money and they need to, and this is like, it's like chiropractic for rich people. You go to some fucking nursing clinic and then they'll basically give you an IV where they give you shit and this like fucking cures old age and it cures hangovers and it gives you all your, it's just dog shit, bullshit, random, whatever the fuck. Like, let me put an IV in you and heal your telomeres and all this other bullshit. It's just cringe. I actually just made that up. I didn't even know that was a claim. Apparently they do make this claim. the telomere length. It's just cringe shit. Pushing through the hallways too quick, took a blind corner and rammed another wheelchair on the wrong side of the hallway. His fault. He was basically asking for it. He had no insurance too, bastard. Damn. You can go and look for like NAD drip Miami, and there's all these like bougie, there'll be these bougie clinics where you can go and lay down in a chair for an hour and then they drip you and they'll be like $600 for this stupid shit. Show me the menu. Oh, we can do home treatment? Home treatment? Oh, they won't even...
Very much that he talks on his show about this stuff and about like DMT, and I don't do any of that. I don't drink, I don't smoke, no tattoos, no piercings. I'm not the kind of person who's gonna get these kinds of treatments. And but it got to that point where I talked to Joe about it. Joe encouraged me not to ignore it. Basically, look, man, you got to take this seriously. COVID is extremely serious, and he encouraged me to talk to find a better doctor, to put it simply. And so I said, okay, and I was like, I'm not calling Joe for medical advice on what he thinks the appropriate treatments are. I think that would be silly. But I do think that he received medical advice that made him feel better, and that's what I'm interested in. And so that's what I wanted to talk to him about. And I ended up calling up, looking around, finding a private practice who I talked to them and told them how I was feeling, and they shared the concerns that I actually did too. So this is why
Look about Steve Jobs died, actual brainlet. Nice. Wait, Destiny, nurse here. Some of these are actually decent for balance, since the body will be better to absorb electrolytes through the IV. When you say nurse, do you mean like CNA? I have never in my life heard that Americans have a shortage of electrolytes. Isn't sodium an electrolyte? Like, how many people are legitimately short of these in the USA? Or have like deficiencies? I'm an RN? Okay, listen, you're gonna have to throw me a study. You're gonna have to throw me a study. I don't believe you. I think that every single time I have ever looked into any drip bullshit ever, the only time these might ever be efficacious is if you have a legitimate shortage of something anyway. So if you go in and you're like severely vitamin B69 deficient or whatever, and then you do a drip, then maybe you'll see some benefit. But otherwise, for the most part, you're fine. Like, none of this shit is gonna help you much. There's not just one electrolyte. Balance of electrolytes is important. Sodium controls fluid levels and aids nerve and muscle function. Potassium supports heart, nerve, and muscle functions. Oh, okay, maybe there's different types you need. Regardless, I've never in my life seen any research or studies that point to any of this shit having any positive impacts ever. Like even the hangover ones, I don't think I have any research that supports that any of these things actually work or do anything.
Tell people, talk to a doctor, because I had a bad experience with one doctor and they said, sleep it off, have a good day. And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctor.
Can you explain why expedited removal is legal? I thought due process applies to anyone. I don't know what you mean by expedited removal. Legal immigrants? I don't know. I don't know.
Because I had a bad experience with one doctor and they said, sleep it off, have a good day. And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctor.
Do you not believe that hydrating yourself would cure a hangover? I don't think it does. I think hydrating yourself can prevent hangovers, but I don't think I don't know if you can cure one if you already have a hangover.
I had a bad experience with one doctor and they said, sleep it off, have a good day. And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctor. And I did. And they said, look, you know,
stop. Listen. Oh, I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I hate you. Hold on. I'm roasting Tim Pool, but know this. I also hate you. Hold on. Wait. You, the viewer. I'm talking about you. And I know you're thinking, he's not talking about me. He's talking about the other guys. No, you. I hate you too. Okay? When you go to a doctor, they're giving you a pill for two reasons. Hopefully 99% the first reason, but also 1% the second reason. 99% the first reason is because all a doctor can do is prescribe medication. That's all they can do. Because you are a citizen and you don't give a fuck about diet and exercise and sleep advice. You don't give a fuck. You want it. You want that pill. You need that pill. Okay, you have to have that fucking pill. All right. Also, there's the 1%, and the doctor knows that if you go to him and the doctor says, "Listen, bro, I know it's rough. Okay, sleep it off. You'll be okay. Sleep. You know, maybe don't eat so much crazy shit. You know, go on a little diet. Go on a walk. Okay, nothing strenuous. Okay, go do that." The doctor knows that the second he's opened his mouth and gave some basic bitch advice like that, the patient is already on Yelp looking for best prescribing doctor. I need the best pills. And you guys don't even, okay, I don't hate you maybe, okay. But listen to Tim. He does it. He does the thing. He just did the thing, okay? I'm sick and I have a viral infection. What can I do? Honest to God, it's probably going to be make sure you drink a lot of water so you don't get dehydrated, and probably sleep. It's about all, that's probably about all you can do, at least as far as COVID goes. I don't know if anything was ever discovered to shorten the infection period for COVID. I think there is some stuff now. I don't think remdesivir ended up shortening it. I think there's some stuff now that helps like marginally, but not much. But it's basically just like, yeah, if you treat, you can do symptom management. So fucking ibuprofen or acetaminophen or whatever the fuck. But and then otherwise just sleep and listen to what happened. Listen to what happened. Listen.
Have a good day.
Oh, people saying Paxlovid helps a little. Okay, listen.
And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctors who I talked to them and told them how I was feeling, and looking around, that's what I wanted to talk to him about.
Okay.
And I ended up calling up, looking around, finding a private practice who I talked to them and told them how I was feeling, and they shared the concerns that I actually did too. So this is why I tell people talk to a doctor, because I had a bad experience with one doctor and they said, sleep it off, have a good day. And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctor.
So he went to a private practice. Fuck you, okay? This is why you have to have a fucking pill for everything, all right? And this is also why I clap when insurance companies deny you and they say, no, you're not going to go to that bullshit-ass private clinic. You're not going to get this bullshit-ass treatment. Go sleep. Go get some goddamn sleep. Go to bed, motherfucker. Get some rest, okay? Drink some goddamn water. You don't need this bullshit, all right? And that's why I'm a champion. Where's UHC? I'll be your CEO. I'll do it for free. And I'll be the claims denier guy. Put me in and I'll deny. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
And I did. And they said, look, you know, if this progresses the way you're explaining it, this could be worrying, and we don't want to see you end up, you know, in the emergency room or anything like that. So we want you to get treated. And I also think that,
like he's literally describing doctor shopping. He's doctor shopping. You understand that that's what this is, right? He just doctor shopped. He went to a hospital. They said, yeah, you got COVID. Shit sucks. You're unvaxxed. I mean, I don't know what the you expected, right? And you bragged about it, but okay, you're unvaxxed, you got COVID. Well, now you're gonna have the disease. So you're gonna go to sleep, suffer through it. Eventually your shit will, you know, figure it out, because that's what human bodies do, right? Don't you believe in human bodies? I thought we believed in immune systems. That's why we didn't get vaccines in our bodies, right? No mRNA in this, but this is an mRNA-free body, okay? The DNA just fucking crawls out of the nucleus itself and just fucking prints off new proteins. No mRNA required, okay? I thought that's what we did here.
For a lot of, I think money drives a lot of this. I don't care if they're a good,
money drives a lot. You think the money was driving the doctor telling you to sleep? What is he? Is he in bed with Big Bed? Is Tempur-Pedic sponsoring the fucking hospital?
Good doctor or a bad doctor. I think they, the one hospital was like, why don't you come in and get the tests? Because they're like, we're going to bill you. And
he told you to sleep. He told you to sleep it off. And then you went and you bought monoclonal antibodies. How much did these cost? How much did these fucking cost? Cost. Okay. It's a lot cheaper now, $450. When these things, but even $450 is more expensive than a vaccine and some Tylenol or whatever, right? When these things came out, I thought these were in like the thousands of dollars for some of these treatments. I thought I read 4,500 plus. Maybe by the end of it, maybe it got cheaper, or maybe some of them were cheaper. I don't even know if these ended up working. Did the COVID-19, did the monoclonal antibodies even shorten your illness? My clinic was $800 for one dose.
I think these other doctors who are great and prescribed this stuff for me were also thinking like, we're going to bill ya. It's like, so I think that
they improved symptoms significantly. Did they? For the monoclonal antibodies? I think that there's like evidence that they help for diseases like they've been used in the past. I don't remember what they ended up being for COVID though. Monoclonal antibodies, effectiveness, COVID-19. The $450 is the Medicare payment, so it's likely way lower than just paying for it on your own. Oh, was that just for Medicare? Health outcomes and cost effectiveness of monoclonal SARS-CoV-2 antibodies as pre-exposure prophylaxis. Oh, sure. Well, this is, how much was this though? How often are you taking these? Current drug prices need adjustments to obtain cost effectiveness ratios between 22,000 and 88,000. I wonder how often. Prophylactic is something you take in advance of getting sick so that you don't get sick, basically. Are vaccines considered prophylactics? Or is there a difference there? I've never heard them refer to that as such. Are vaccines prophylaxis? Yeah, okay, yeah, all right.
There are two sides to that coin. So when I talked to this doctor, I actually, said, look, we've got other people who are getting sick, and we want to make sure everybody, gets treated to the best of they can get treated. And so there were a few other people, the people on the show, who got treated. And I'll say, I want to, man, it's a crazy story. So let me say a few more things. We had 4 negative tests. 4 negative tests. So when I'm thinking on Friday, I'm like, still not sure I have COVID because it was like the symptom was a headache and fever. And I'm like, but it could be. We had some of our employees and some of our friends had tested negative, 4 people. And I said, okay, we got a cold, it must not be COVID. And then it turned out to be COVID. So then, Friday afternoon, I said, all right, well, I better be sure. And then I took a test and it came up positive. And I was like, okay, so I have COVID, right? And so then, anyway, back. So this is, man, there's a lot to talk about. So anyway, I talked to this doctor and they say they want to get me in immediately for these treatments. And I said, absolutely. I talked to Joe a bit more about.
Why is it that when they give you the treatments that Joe Rogan recommends, you're not thinking as much about like, just like, this is, okay. I need like a rope. I need to attach a rope to my ceiling, like just yank, okay? Just. The doctor that said bed rest was greedy and just out for money. But the doctors who are like, oh, excuse me, you came with a grocery list? I'd love to help you. You need the NAD drip. You want the NAD or the NAD plus? Do you want the home treatment for that? You need the monoclonal antibodies? Absolutely, yes, sir. And you need ivermectin? Oh, for sure. Azithromycin? Absolutely. Well, you want some other antibiotics while you're in here? Like, let's just fucking load it the fuck up. Let's load it the fuck up.
I told them, like, Joe, like, they want to give me monoclonal antibodies. They want to give me ivermectin, Z-Pak. And they have some other emergency.
Also, so he literally did seek it out. I told you. It's not because I'm smart. It's because he's so stupid, okay? He's like a virtual machine that I'm running in my brain. But I'm not like Windows 11 virtualizing like a Windows 10 machine. I'm like Windows 11 virtualizing like a DOS prompt. That's how simple his mind is, okay? So he did seek it out. So when he says here earlier, he's like, the Wikipedia article lies about me seeking it out. No, they didn't. You literally did. A doctor told you, go to sleep, motherfucker. Now, to be fair, maybe that doctor had seen Tim Pool's show and he thought that by telling him to sleep more, there'd be less hours of Tim online. But
medications in the event that it goes south. And I got to be completely honest. I did not want to take the ivermectin or the Z-Pak. I genuinely believe, and I said this before when Joe got sick, that monoclonal antibodies, it's the Regeneron therapy. That's the company. It's what Donald Trump got. It is under emergency use authorization as a treatment for COVID. It's what Ron DeSantis is giving out. And I was like, this to me sounds like legit.
Trump also got the vaccine too, you know. He also got that, you know, right?
And because I'm still trusting, and I'm still, skeptical on a lot of things, as much as everybody in the world might be, all the people on one side might be saying ivermectin, other people might be saying something else. I'm like, far be it from me to criticize the wisdom of Don Lemon. I mean, certainly, if the doctor prescribed it. No, I'm kidding. So the doctor prescribed it. And so I ended up getting the treatment. And this was on Saturday. Saturday night was the most excruciatingly painful experience I've had of any illness. And I mean this from, I got hit the worst out of anybody that we know. And I've heard the horror stories. I've talked about them on here, with Alex Jones. No, maybe it wasn't Alex Jones. It might have been. We've had guests on the show talk about how they've had very, very...
Something that sucks because our attention span is so short is COVID sucked. That was some rough shit for the first two things, for the initial SARS-CoV-2 virus, and then I believe for the Delta variant even. That was a pretty rough few days. I heard, like personal friends, Bannon said that even Trump had like a really, really, really rough day where people were like, we don't know if we're going to throw this motherfucker on a ventilator. It was rough. Now, by the time we got to all the distilled variants, like Omicron, now it's like kind of like a bad cold, I think. Maybe flu-ish-y type symptoms for a day, but people retroactively rewrite history now where they're like, oh, COVID never mattered. It was just like a random illness. It didn't matter. No one cares. It's not even that bad, but that's not true. Motherfuckers were dying on this shit. Old people were dropping dead. Okay. And when you did have it, it sucked. You were out of commission for a few days. Like, yeah.
They had it before and it was a very, very bad experience and it was terrifying and they went to the hospital and stuff like that. I don't think that was Jones though. But so I got it really, really, really bad to the point where I was like, I will do anything, please help. So anyway, I got the treatment. I ended up receiving immediately monoclonal antibodies, NAD, that's nicotinamide, adenine, dinucleotide. It's like a B vitamin derivative, and I ended up getting a vitamin drip and some painkillers. That night, I was delirious. I was hallucinating. I hadn't slept properly in days. I hadn't eaten in days. I had tried eating soup. I was doing like an emergency, the vitamin drink, and so it was bad, and I was struggling to breathe. I was, and I was like, if this treatment didn't work, I'm in serious, serious trouble. At 4 a.m., that was it. I stood up, and I wasn't sick. I mean, I was sick, but I was just like, what just happened? All of a sudden, I just felt better. The pain started to go off in waves. My balance was back.
Like, you know that there are other things happening. You know that like your body has this whole incredibly sophisticated thing. Immune system is what it's called, right? You know that like this is also going on in the background too. Why would we assume that it was just the exotic drips and stupid shit? Like what? Like, you know that's happening at the same time, right? Like,
I was breathing deeply, and I was just like, wow. And I sat down, started binge watching House MD, because I've been watching that for the past several days.
I can never watch House again. Fuck.
And then I was just like, I feel better. I feel way better. At this point, I had not taken ivermectin, just the monoclonal antibodies, the NAD, and the vitamins. And I think those.
Oh, he didn't even take the ivermectin. Wait, he said at this point, is he going to take it? He's going to say I took it afterwards just to be safe.
All played a significant role. Now I will.
How do you even know that? Like, why would you even say that?
The NAD and the.
Like when Rachel got cancer, maybe it was the ibuprofen that cured her. Because I noticed that like anytime she would feel sick or whatever after the chemo treatments, which who the fuck knows if that did anything, when she would take like Advil or whatever afterwards, like eventually the cancer went away. I think the Advil was the thing doing most of the work there. All the chemo ever did was make her fucking sick.
The vitamins, and I think those all played a significant role. Now I will stress. In order to get these treatments, I called a doctor. We did a health screening. They explained to me the risk factors. When I was getting the treatment, they checked my lungs. They said my lungs were bad, and but not bad enough that I couldn't get it. I had moderate symptoms, but eligible for the therapy, and it's a good thing I got in when I did. And then Sunday, I was feeling better. I was feeling better, still sick, but feeling better. And so I decided that, I still needed some time to recover, and obviously we can't do the shows and stuff like that.
You guys meme, but patients do this all the time, LOL. KKMD, one of the funniest and saddest things that I remember seeing was can't do COVID research, patients all demand ivermectin, HQC, is that how they abbreviate hydroxychloroquine? There was it wasn't like an article, or maybe you could call it an article. It wasn't like a study or anything. But I remember I read on the Nature website, maybe you would just call this an article, that there were complaints from researchers that you couldn't do research on any drugs for COVID, because when patients would show up to volunteer for research or studies, all of them said, I only want to be in the ivermectin group or the hydroxychloroquine group. And if you don't put me in one of these two studies, I don't want to be in it. Because Trump said that this is the research, these are the drugs that work. Like, people couldn't do research on other medications. Oh, I don't know if somebody can find that article. I know I read this on the Nature website. I don't know if it was published in the journal or not or anything, but Jesus.
Like that until everybody is starting to feel better. So I think we should have everything back to normal starting today. But I will say something else. So I talked to my doctor again saying, hey, look, I feel fantastic. Like, do I really need to take the Z-Pak and the ivermectin? Because I kind of don't want to. And they said, yes, you have to. And I said, okay, but now the media is going to start claiming I'm taking horse dewormer or something. I don't want people to think that I'm certainly not encouraging anything.
Wait, then why even say it? And you said you literally went to find another clinic because you didn't like the fact that the first doctor told you to sleep.
And I was hesitant to even do this because I know that, look, I can come out and just lie and say I never got it.
You didn't get it. You sought it out.
But I think it's important to know exactly what's out there that helped me get better. And they told me I have to take it. They were concerned about, I was told that there are people who, it comes in waves, right? People will get sick.
My parents still believe ivermectin is the treatment for COVID. They don't believe anything else. They just keep saying the science is out there. I'm at a loss of what to do. I'm pretty sure that over 50% of conservatives still believe that some combination of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine is like the effective treatment for COVID. There's zero evidence to support this. It just hasn't come out. It's just not true. I don't even know if they research it anymore. They had so many trials. These are like huge numbers of people and different studies that went over this bullshit, and it's just not. There's no evidence whatsoever.
Sick with COVID, start feeling,
which you shouldn't have even expected there to be. There's never really any good indication that it would be a treatment for it.
Better, and then say, hey, I'm all good, and then a couple days later, bam, get hit again. And
I think saying he started out as a bit aggressive. They said he had to take it. So after his fifth doctor, what is he supposed to do? Is that a troll message? I'm not sure. Being fake again, Stephen. He sought out more than sleep, but that doesn't explicitly mean he sought out ivermectin. He literally explicitly cited and thanked Joe Rogan for advice and used the same phrase, got the kitchen sink, which is explicitly referring to Joe Rogan when Joe Rogan said, we threw the kitchen sink at it. You understand he's talking about literally the exact same treatments, right? Where's the story?
I got up in the morning, got tested, and turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at all kinds of meds, monoclonal antibodies, ivermectin, Z-Pak.
Notice it's the exact. What is this? Notice it's the exact same thing as Tim. This is not a coincidence, my dude. These were not. This was never a standardized treatment regimen for COVID. There was never any good evidence that ivermectin or azithromycin. You can prescribe them for like other things, not ivermectin, unless you have like a parasitic infection or whatever. I think some antibiotics can be used. I don't even know what you call these. What do you call them? Parallel infections or accessory things that, like, while you're sick with one thing, if you develop like bronchitis or inflammation somewhere or whatever, you can prescribe like a thing that'll help with that. But for treating actual COVID,
we're concerned about
secondary infections. I don't even know if that's accurate to say that, but
I was told that there are people who, it comes in waves, right? People will get sick with COVID, start feeling better, and then say, hey, I'm all good. And then a couple days later, bam, get hit again. And they were like, you need to finish off the entire treatment. And I said, okay. So I've been taking, so I am now doing the full, kitchen sink regimen. I've done we did a follow-up NAD. Okay, again, it's
kitchen sink regimen. There was no official, this is just bullshit.
Nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, I think I'm pronouncing it right, follow-up and vitamin drip. And I really do think that helped. All I can say is that, I talked to a doctor about it, and they were the ones who said, these are the treatments. Now, here's what you got to understand. This therapy, the monoclonal antibodies, this is what Ron DeSantis is doing in Florida for people. And when I got sick and experiencing how bad it was, and then when I got this treatment, I realized how amazing Ron DeSantis is. I know, I've talked about him doing a good job before, but this is an expensive treatment. And they've been providing it to regular people who are getting sick and experiencing how much better I felt so quickly from it.
Was this even true? Was Florida subsidizing monoclonal antibodies for people? Is that true?
Impressed that there is a governor who is prioritizing regular working people to this degree that they would receive this. Because I'm going to tell you something. I talked to Joe and he was like, you got to get better, man. You can't ignore it. You got to find a doctor. Here's the therapy I got. I felt better. And I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to find this. Like, I'm going to call the doctor. I'm going to talk to him about these things. And I'll just say.
Florida did have one of the lower death rates for the states. God, Ron DeSantis. Thank you.
Hey, Joe, I have no words for the gratitude that I feel to Joe for his support, because not only that, but after I called him back and said, we're getting therapy, he was like, I'm going to take care of it for you. And I was just like, you sure? He's like, bro. He's like, get better, man. This is something very, very serious. I think... I'm
actually really curious why Florida's death count was so low, comparatively speaking. In my mind, I have Florida coded as like a place where a lot of old people live, but maybe that's not true. Maybe the amount of people here and the average age is actually younger. But you just think of it where retirees go to live. Average age U.S. citizen per state. Median age? Would I want median or would I want average? Oh, let's check median. Florida is 5th oldest. And had the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th, 11th, 12th best fatality rate for COVID. Interesting. I wonder why.
It's absolutely disgusting. What the media did. We talked about it a lot on IRL. What the media said about him, what CNN, how they lied about it. Now, it was one thing for sure when I'm like, they're lying about Joe. Like, he went to a doctor. I experienced it firsthand. I called a doctor and I'm like, do I really got to do ivermectin and Z-Pak? And they're like, we're going to prescribe you medication.
Look for excessive deaths, not for registered COVID deaths. The registrations are easy to manipulate. Do you think only Florida would manipulate COVID deaths? I feel like you would need a whole bunch of different hospitals involved in that in order to have that. Oh, actually, hold on. Wait, was there? I thought I heard of, I feel like I'm remembering there was an story for one person that did this one time. I don't know if this was like widespread though. I don't remember if this was manipulating it to be bigger or smaller. Florida, COVID, death. What am I thinking of? This is in 2020. This is a long time ago. I don't remember specifically enough about these claims. I guess you could, do we report excess deaths per state? Excess deaths per US state. What would excess deaths mean in this context? Excess deaths is just how many more deaths occur than what would have been expected based on historic data. By week? Bruh. Weekly. Fuck you. Destiny, I think I've said it before. If a Republican says it, the sky is blue, then check. No. I was very specifically talking about Republican House committees in the federal government. Medical examiners no longer required to certify COVID-19 deaths in Florida. A rule change that came into effect last week means Florida medical examiners are no longer required to certify COVID-19 deaths. Instead, physicians can do so directly to the Department of Health, bringing an end to what was an independent and detailed accounting of who had died from the pandemic in Florida. So directly to the Department of Health. But maybe that means that they just weren't doing it to Florida anymore, but they were reporting it still to the federal government. I don't know. I don't have time to look into all this. I don't have time to dig into all this right now. But at least the reported death rate was pretty low for Florida.
And trust us. And I said, okay. And then even then I still said, do you still think I need to take this? I don't want to be, isn't it silly? Why are we in this position where I have to say anything like that? I should just be like, thanks, doc. Thanks for the advice. YouTube could ban me for telling you do you still think I need to take this? I don't want to be, isn't it silly? Why are we in this position where I have to say anything like that? I should just be like, thanks, doc. Thanks for the advice. YouTube could ban me for telling you. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely completely bonkers. But
if he was prescribed azithromycin, he probably, assuming there's even a real doctor and any part of the story is real, and it wasn't just doctor shopping for some fucking quackery bullshit. If you start taking a round of antibiotics, I'm pretty sure they'll always tell you to finish your antibiotics because you're supposed to. So you don't become a fucking bioweapon breeding ground for superpowered fucking bacteria. So it's not surprising that they would tell you to finish your antibiotics if you were taking them. I don't know for antiparasitic treatments if it would be the same. Like if you only take some ivermectin, you run the risk of parasites becoming ivermectin resistant. I don't know if the mechanism of action and everything for that drug runs into the same issues, but
I don't want to say, I'm not going to speak too much about the other people here because a lot of people got sick and, we did a full, windows open.
The death rate you were looking at was only for 2022, by the way? Oh, wasn't it?
Cleaning out. Employees were told not to come back in because we don't want to get anybody sick. And again, man, let me get into some of the very, very important details about what all of this means. For one, again, man, Joe, you are a lifesaver. You are a great guy, and I am eternally grateful. No joke. This is, just he didn't give me medical advice other than to find a doctor who's going to talk to me seriously about what's going on and stuff like that. And I think it's kind of funny, that like he has like. Talk to a doctor, man. You got to take it seriously, dude. And I'm like, okay. Because my alternative was like, well, I called the urgent care and they said I'd be fine and just to sleep it off. And, but I was talking to friends about it. I'm like, hey, did you get this? How did you feel? And I know Joe went through it. So here's some very important things about what we were doing. We had an event on Saturday. I don't think it had anything to do with the event. I don't think the employee who got sick, this was on Wednesday. And so, and this individual wasn't anywhere near the event, didn't have anything to do with the event. And so we think that's how it ended up in the house and it happened quick. So, I got sick quick. But the other thing too is, for the event we did, it wasn't shoulder to shoulder. We had
data has been proven that the mRNA has DNA overspill that can cause cancer. Okay.
We had an outdoor area. So it was a decently ventilated place. It was packed, but like not shoulder to shoulder. People were easily able to walk around and move around. But look, these things happen. We were obviously taking it seriously, as I always do. I'm not this like. Look at my attitude even towards ivermectin and stuff like that. I'm not, on one side of the issue about this. Like, no, I was like, we want to take this seriously, of course, but we can't live this way. We can't hide. We warn people. People understand the risks. We looked out for people who are sick and things like that, and we didn't see anything like that. But back at at work, someone ended up coming in, and then later when they got sick, they tested positive, and that was it. It hit the castle, and this is why it's so important to understand the severity of COVID. Is that it's novel. Like it hit a lot of people real quick. Now here's where it gets screwed up. I said, okay, we need tests.
Stare. That's real, by the way. Stare. What? Addressing misinformation about excessive DNA in the mRNA vaccines. The Therapeutic Goods Administration is aware of misinformation in recent media and online reports that claim that COVID-19 mRNA vaccines are contaminated with excessive levels of DNA. This is not the case. These reports are based on studies conducted by a small number of laboratories that have attempted to investigate the amount of DNA in COVID-19 vaccines. While the TGA welcomes and constantly reviews the latest scientific evidence about the safety of vaccines and other biotechnology products, these recent studies fail to apply the required scientific rigor expected in pharmaceutical testing. As such, the results are not robust or reliable and are creating confusion and concern regarding the safety of vaccines. Many of our concerns are listed below. At this point, honestly, I think I'm done with like COVID and vaccine shit. The reality is if you don't trust it, you'll never trust it, and you probably just won't trust vaccines ever again. I don't know if that means that you and your children need to go, and then like natural selection will sort that out. But when you've had like 15 conspiracies disproven, and then you find like, well, what about this one, the 16th? You're not looking to be convinced. Or just I don't care, whatever. Do what you will. Stay away from my kids.
I hope so, and that's what I'm beginning to believe, and that's why I'm now a heretic on the left. How could you possibly think that is the MAGA base going to go, no, we were anti-war?
He'd lose I think there'd be like 30% who'd be like, we trust you, Trump. Everybody else is going to be losing their minds.
I hope so, and that's what I'm beginning to believe, and that's why I'm now a heretic on the left. How could you possibly think that the right-wing populists are not evil? Well, I mean, and I'm saying I don't think they're evil. I think that we might massively disagree on some issues, as you're seeing here, right? But I think that these guys actually mean anti-war and they mean anti-corruption. Yeah, I think Trump is corrupt, but the Democratic Party is corrupt, the Republican Party is corrupt. So
how can they mean anti-corruption if they voted for a corrupt guy that you just said is corrupt?
Look, let's let him do some things and then let's react, right?
So what is you said you're on COVID, you're on the left. Like, how would you describe that?
So
so
look,
oh God, are Cenk and him Tim's not gonna talk at all. Here's my prediction for this. Tim is not gonna talk at all about how he doesn't believe that the vaccine even works. He's not gonna bring that up at all. Tim is gonna say Tim's position is going to be that people should just have the freedom to choose and mandates were a mistake. And then Cenk is going to be like, yeah, I think that censoring misinformation was bad. And then they're both going to like break bread on that common ground where they're going to be like, yeah, the censorship was bad and maybe no mandates. And that's going to be the conversation. Let's see.
Did I take everything they said as fact? And
something bad about Fauci, always.
No, from God himself? No, right? For example, they're like, no, it didn't come from the Wuhan lab. This virus broke out right.
Oh, and then also all the conspiracies ended up being right about the lab leak or something like that. I don't know. I'm making too many predictions on that.
Next to one of the biggest virus labs in the world, but we think it was from an armadillo or whatever they thought it was, right? And I was like, maybe, right? But no, it was a bat.
It was a pangolin.
No, it was a pangolin. No,
for a minute, yeah. For a second, they were talking about pangolins. And
I just want to say this line of reasoning is so stupid. Like, crazy that COVID came from the lab that was right there studying COVID. Like, yeah, crazy that chemotherapy drugs find themselves around so many people with cancer. Isn't that like really strange? How does that happen? Like, crazy that so many doctors who, do sutures or whatever are also near patients that are bleeding to death. Like, isn't that great? Yeah, the lab was built there for a reason. No shit. It's because this region is I think the originator of a lot of like COVID what's the word I'm looking for? Wait, was COVID considered a rhinovirus or no? Or is it just called coronavirus? There's no more generalization of it. But like this region is known for producing a lot of like these types of things. Like pathogens? Is a virus a pathogen? Wait, it's a pathogen. Which is why this lab is here. But
they were also talking about bats that were like 100 miles away.
SARS. Yeah. So I was like, look, guys, that seems less likely. It seems more likely that it came from the virus lab. On the other hand, probably the core disagreement we'll have is, so everything.
Did you get attacked for that?
What's that?
Did you get attacked for saying that?
No, not really, because that one was like so like it wasn't a big enough issue, and it was so silly.
When did you say that?
Well, let's
I said it right when they said.
Yeah, let's focus on. Remember, always focus on areas of disagreement, minimize or delete areas of disagreement.
Like throughout, I was
it
like,
made perfect sense.
Right. So what this is the main point of difference we have.
So it's a society, especially in democracy with civil rights, et cetera, is a balancing act between the individual and the community. Sometimes the community wants something, but that hurts the individual rights. And sometimes you protect individual rights, but that hurts the community, right? So how do you balance those? And a virus is a great example of how difficult it is to balance those. So, for example, if you had a virus, unlike COVID, that if upon contact, like you catch it in the air at all, you're dead, right? You're
Oh, maybe Cenk is going to make me proud here. Okay.
Instantly dead. Well, could we then say, no, everybody's got to stay home?
Like an Ebola type of thing? Like an
Ebola, but even worse,
airborne,
right?
Yeah.
Just to make it an extreme hypothetical, right? So I say, no, then we support the community and we say, yeah, you got to stay home. And yes, I am taking away your individual rights in that particular case. Now, then you have a range of viruses. Like, so for smallpox was devastating, not only America, but the U.S. troops during the Revolutionary War. And Washington said, we're going to give you guys all this thing that's basically a vaccine, right? But we know it's going to kill a lot of you because back then the vaccines were horrible. And it killed a third of his army, but it saved the rest of the army and it saved the war. And that's why.
Am I crazy? Did they have vaccines back then? I thought they were like rubbing smallpox fucking blankets on each other to do some inoculation shit. Did that process kill a third of his troops? I don't remember hearing that. Maybe it was. I just didn't follow this, or I didn't follow this. I wasn't alive back then. I didn't read about this.
That's why America exists now. You can go back and say, I can't believe he took away their individual freedom. I can't believe, not only did he kick him out, he didn't kick them out of the army, but he killed them in a sense, right? But overall, it was the right decision. So that's why it's not easy. And so in the case of COVID, in the beginning, it seemed so viral that, yeah, I agreed with you. You should wear masks outside and you want to contain the number of people in a house. Yeah. Now, at some point, it got absurd, right?
Yeah.
And when it got absurd, I said, all right, guys, we're done with this. What are we doing? The kids got to go back to school, et cetera. Now, looking back at it in hindsight, there are probably a couple of things I would have done differently. But you see what I'm saying? By being on the left means, in that case, I wanted to protect the community.
What is the Nightbot deleted this? Damn, why? What is the consensus theory right now on the origin? Wasn't there news recently validating the lab leak theory? No. Lab leak theory has only gotten weaker since it first was, like, posited. There's nothing new has ever come out in support of lab leak theory. I'm pretty sure the scientific consensus is still around origination from the markets.
Well,
we don't disagree with that. I don't think that's a left-right thing. Trump was the one who came out and said 2 weeks to slow the spread and initiated the push for lockdowns in the first place. I think the issue was when BLM was protesting and rioting during COVID, the media and prominent personalities were like, this actually slowed the spread. I think.
Well, and you also had a whole bunch of doctors come out and sign a letter saying that racism was a bigger health threat than COVID. Yeah. And then you also had Andrew Cuomo say.
Hi, Destiny. I'm Ukrainian, and I've lived here for years during the current war. I'm curious about both you and her take on freezing the conflict and making peace. My concern is that the current situation with mobilization is unbelievably inhumane. I mean, losing parts of your country is also inhumane as well. I mean, it's rough, but it's war that, Russia started. Yeah.
Saying, if you're going out to protest for BLM, then that's okay, but otherwise you need to stay home. And then you had 10,000 people out front of the Brooklyn Museum, protesting for Black trans lives, and the rest of us were supposed to stay home because we weren't doing that.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. Subscribe to this channel, and we will see you all there.
Wow. Quick quiz. How long is a fortnight without looking it up? My friend says it's common knowledge, but I disagree, saying it's an old word. I don't think Dan would know. I only know this because didn't Abraham Lincoln use it in a speech? A fortnight is just 2 weeks, right? But it's not common at all. I feel like the only reason we know that is because, was it a Lincoln? Was it the proclamation? I don't even know what the fuck these are. I don't know why this is even in my brain. Didn't Lincoln use like oh no, he said 4 score. Wait, why do I know what a fortnight is? Wait, what is a score? Is score 12? 4 score, 7 years. I don't know what that's a reference to. What is this? It's a video game. A score is 20. Oh. Why do we know what a fortnight is? We use fortnight all the time in the UK. We never ever use that word in the United States. This is never ever a fortnights are used for payment. I've never heard that in my life. I've always heard bi-monthly.
Every time. There is no Rubenesque, oh, sir, you are right, sir. Gay people are the problem, sir. There's none of that. None of that. But if you're asking me to pick a fight every single time, vociferously every single time, that is an unrealistic and
no one is asking that. No one is. I'm surprised that Cenk hasn't talked to me about this. Maybe because I would challenge him much. Because I feel like he's literally doing the Destiny blueprint. Like, this is what I was known for and caught so much heat for. So it's, I guess maybe I'm being a bit presumptuous that he would want to chat about this. But this is like.
And ridiculous.
I agree that it's unrealistic to pick a fight, but again, I never made that because that's another straw man. What I'm more asking about, I guess what I'm saying is, if you go there and you say, hey, look, here's the stuff we agree on. Let's move this stuff forward. Yeah, you didn't say, hey, you're awful on gay people, but what you did say is, hey, we agree on trans people. So
no, we don't agree on trans people because I said, don't we? Like, do you guys agree with constitutional rights for trans people? Every time I've done that on a right-wing show, all the hosts said yes. In this case, 2/3 of the audience said yes. About a third didn't, but just my read of it. And then Charlie said that no, he doesn't think housing is a constitutional right. So I said I disagree with that.
So you agree with trans people having housing? That wasn't really what I meant. But I don't want to get distracted by that. My bigger point is pointing to the right and saying, hey, here's where we agree. The right doesn't seem to have a problem getting the stuff they want accomplished. They don't seem to have a problem advancing policies. So to me, to go in that space and I
think right-wing voters.
Sorry to spam, but this will drive me insane. Washington's inoculation did not kill 1/3 of the inoculated. LOL. That would have been insane. Yeah, that's. I feel like I would have heard that. Cenk is confusing the general stat that 1/3 of smallpox infections resulted in death with the claim that inoculation itself had the same death rate. The part of the Army that keeps track of Army medical history estimates that fewer than 1% of the Continental Army soldiers died from being inoculated. There you go. Also, somebody typed this in chat. I feel like this is like jiggering. Is that a word? Old memories. That like they discovered that you could get cowpox or something, or some other kind of pox like disease, and that would give you some type of immunity from smallpox, and that's what they infected people with. I don't remember if that was true or not. Yes, cowpox. Yes, that's how Jenner discovered vaccination. He figured out that the milkmaids didn't get smallpox. Like Kylie Jenner? Pop culture reference.
Are just as screwed as us. What did Trump deliver for them in the first term? Nothing. He just gave corporate tax cuts. So, like, they're not getting what they want either. And I'm super curious how they're going to react if Trump screws them again this time. Is it the old MAGA and I'm totally wrong and they all bow their heads? If he invades Panama, all of a sudden they love war, then I'm wrong. And then
do you think that
I'll be happy to say I'm wrong. But if it turns out that he continues to screw them and they rebel a little bit, well, that'll be an interesting phenomenon, right? But I don't know what's going to happen yet. We made up the percentages in the beginning. We'll see what the reaction.
I think it clicked maybe. When MAGA says that they're anti-war, what they're actually saying is they just don't want to be involved in wars that they feel like aren't advancing American interests, and they don't feel like wars overseas are advancing American interests. I think that's why MAGA would support any war domestically or any war nearby us where they can see a direct, like a direct benefit. I think that's what the thing is. Yeah. Okay.
Reality is when the rubber hits the road, but it hasn't yet.
Have you received any money for this?
None.
No one's paid you to appear?
None. Zero. None.
You appeared at this conference completely for free?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been offered any kind of positions, any kind of consultancies, anything from right-wing organizations?
I feel like this is a boring question. People always, and the same thing when people make accusations of me. People will say like, "Oh, are we being paid for this?" Like, nobody can probably pay people this. Actually, I was so wrong on this. I was gonna say nobody can probably pay people to have these types of opinions because these guys are making a lot of money anyway. But then I didn't realize that Russia was willing to drop $10 million or more in a year to pay off people for propaganda. But realistically, most of the benefit usually comes from just scooping up a new audience, right?
None. Zero.
Okay. I'm not asking because I think you have. I actually don't think you have. I just want to put that. I want that on the record so that there's no confusion. What do you say to the person who says, and I'm not doing the hypothetical journalist thing, people in the comments have said it, I just don't know, specifically their names, but you can scroll through and see. Yeah, you're not getting money from this directly, but you know what side of the bread is buttered. You know that taking the positions you're taking will have you on talk shows. Your views will go up on the channel. You'll get you'll get a wider audience. If the right wingers who love to click on stuff and love to watch media, that this is still a strategic career move. What do you say to that?
Totally and utterly absurd. So number one,
you should never deny this as a political person. We are put. You should just acknowledge the awkward kind of like. You should just acknowledge the awkward kind of conflict of interest here. It is true that like technically, if I'm a political person, which I am, and I want people to believe in my political ideas, which I do, I'm also doing things that maximizes my popularity, and then as a byproduct of that, my income at the same time, right? Because what good is a political ideology if nobody believes in it or nobody follows it or you have no reach? So it is true that you are going to simultaneously do things that advance your career and advance your ideology at the same time. As long as you're not advancing career at the expense of your ideology, that's preferable. That's what you should be doing. Now, that's the question, though, is like, do you think that you're compromising too much on your values to advance your career or your reach? Yeah.
If you want to be real, of the two things, the theories that I talked about earlier about us, we're right-wing grifters and getting money for it. Oh, your audience is dying off, etc. We can't be both, right? Well, the reality is this has cost us a good number of paid subscribers. We're not unaware of that, and it has cost us in terms of the live show, etc. The number is there.
I don't see Cenk and Anna picking up a meaningful amount of right-wingers. They have such a big stain on their faces by virtue of being the literal face of TYT. Most right-wingers jerk off to the 2016 meltdown videos and love seeing them see. Yeah, the problem is that, like, I feel like I could grift to the right wing pretty effectively because I am like a pretty hard data guy, and I have taken some positions that have actually costed me quite a bit. Cost? So whether that's being like a little bit pro-Israel, or whether that's being pro-Rittenhouse, or whether that's being kind of like anti on the trans craziness or whatever, like I think I could grift right wing pretty successfully, and I could probably like do it. I could make it. But like for all the unhinged crazy things that people on the left have said about people on the right, the Young Turks kind of led that. Like I feel like the Young Turks is who you think of when you think of unhinged crazy wokies that are constantly calling the other side racist, Nazis, fascists, or whatever. Like I feel like that's who you're thinking of. So I feel like it's harder to imagine them making a successful transition to right-wing content or to scoop up right-wing fan bases, but I don't know. Although the fireman thing probably hurts me in the lives of a lot of right-wingers. I'm glad it does. Be upset about it.
We're not unaware of that. We're actually doing something really bold and courageous, which is that we're willing to risk our not only money, but the loyalty of our audience to do what we perceive to be the right thing. And Mark, it's the same exact thing I did when I challenged Obama from the left. Tons of paid subscribers left, audience left. No, Obama's a saint. You can't do that. And that was early on in his administration after we helped him so much to get elected against McCain. We do not do audience capture, and we challenge our own audience, open minds, open hearts. So the challenge, this idea of grifting, I know where it comes from. Again, I'm not saying, oh my God, nobody's ever going to do that or nobody's ever done that. No, people have done that. I get it. I get it every day. Yeah, but in order to make that charge, and if somebody in the audience is concerned, that's totally fine, right? But when other left-wing hosts say they already have done that, that's just a lie. And so that is deeply...
Wait, what?
To make that charge, and if somebody done that, no, people have done that. I get it. I get
it every day.
Yeah, but in order to make that charge, and if somebody in the audience is concerned, that's totally fine, right? But when other left-wing hosts say they already have done that, that's just a lie. And so that is deeply problematic that we have a bunch of hosts out there saying things that aren't even close to true. They never checked. They never asked. At least you asked, Mark. And that's and I appreciate
about taking
asking.
Money or whatever.
So people have to be concerned about where they're getting their news. And unfortunately, some folks on our side also have bad intent.
I think that's that's important for you to state. Charlie Kirk is somebody obviously you're okay sharing stage with. We contrasted him to Nick Fuentes. Would you share a stage with Nick Fuentes?
No. In fact, I was on the Spaces on X, and he joined, and I left. And so, yeah, there's a line, right? And I
what's the line?
I often grapple with that line myself, right?
What is the line for you, right? And I know it's provisional. We all fluctuate. But what is the line in general for you?
Yeah, line is when your main thesis is white supremacy, racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, etc. Like that's what Nick's known for. That's what he does, right?
Right. He's a Nazi. He's like a literal.
I mean, I think he says he's a neo-Nazi, and I'll take him at his word, right? So, or he defends Nazis, right? That's good enough. No, I have no interest, right?
So I guess that's where I get confused. I saw this from 1023 where you called Trump a Nazi. But you share a stage with Trump and share a stage at an event that supports the movement.
Ooh, in October of 2023. That's not like a 7-year-old tweet. That's like a 12, 14 month ago video. Oof.
Of a Nazi. And what's the difference?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a title or if I actually said that, but it's in quotes. So maybe I did.
I had the video. I could play it.
Oh no! Don't play it! Do we really need to play it?
All right, so let's wrap it up with some policy questions.
Why is this video so fucking quiet? Fuck you.
So I know back in the day you were a supporter of the public option for healthcare, but then you backed Bernie twice. You were a big advocate of Medicare for all. But when I went to cenkforamerica.com, one of the policies listed is public option. So are you running on the
America? They don't use direct Nazi quotes that Trump does. The only fascist that is an actual threat to democracy is Donald J. Trump. He already tried to end this democracy once. And guys, last thing. The other day, he said, immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation. That quote has only been used by Adolf Hitler and Donald J. Trump. So he's telling you ahead of time, I'm a Nazi. It's not like I didn't warn you. I used absurd Hitler quotes. I pulled them out of history, and I said them for no reason, just to let you know I am a Nazi. He then, remember, he had dinner with Nazis. Nick Fuentes and Kanye West, they had dinner talking about how the Holocaust wasn't so bad and Hitler was a hero. Those are things Fuentes has said. Those are things Kanye West has said. He happily had dinner with those Nazis. And when the Nazis marched and said the Jews will not replace us, he said there are good people on the Nazi side. How many times does he have to tell you that he's a Nazi before you believe him? Please run a great candidate against that guy. Don't run a terrible, wounded candidate thinking, I hope it'll be all right. So does Donald Trump have bad sides? He has the worst signs I have ever seen of anyone in political life in my lifetime in America. And to run a weak candidate against him is a crime. It's a crime against this country.
Guy.
Yeah, okay, no, if you say it, I know that some people were sending around videos, I believe it. So what I tried to do was, I tried not to call him a Nazi or Hitler, but I did say...
Did you think he was a Nazi, or were you being hyperbolic?
No, I must have been hyperbolic then, because I never...
You never thought Trump was a Nazi?
No.
That was like a whole ass... Now I'm glad we listened to it. Wait, that wasn't just like he's kind of a Nazi or whatever. That was a whole ass, he's using quotes. Here's a quote. He's telling you exactly what he is. Don't be surprised when he is a Nazi. Holy shit. My face when is this?
I'm confused because this conversation you were talking about how we shouldn't flamethrow and call people names and call everybody who's a racist or a racist. You don't even want us to call actual white supremacists. Why would you call them a Nazi?
No, I'm saying that I must have, that must have been hyperbolic because I tried hard not to call him a Nazi. So
why not just own it? You can evolve on your view. I've changed my view on several of these things like over time. Just own it. Just own it. Just say like, yeah, okay, I believed in this at this point, or I didn't believe, or I've changed my mind on this. It's okay. Like the political landscape changes, the media landscape changes. You change your mind over time. It's okay to do that.
So that must have been a mistake.
Play the video, Mark. Mark is looking at it right now. He's like, damn. He's like, should I hit play on this motherfucker? Am I doing it?
So
he's like, I should. Please do it.
And here's my
He's not going to. Fuck, he's not going to.
And I've explained this many, many times. I'm worried about Trump's fascism because he showed it to us. So on January 6th, but before January 6th as well, he did a fake elector plot. He then agitated people to go bomb rush the Capitol. The point wasn't to keep the Capitol. The point was to delay the proceedings so he could have his fake electors steal the election. So I've been super clear about that. That's why I hated Trump. That's why I fought tooth and nail against Trump. So those are fascist tendencies, and I have no problem calling it fascism. But it is not Nazi. Nazi is a completely different thing where they killed 13 million people and had death camps. Trump didn't have death camps. He didn't kill.
Why do people keep there's two things that are happening. One, Nazism is not just about the death camps, okay? Number one, that's stupid. Number two, I haven't gotten to use this talking point because Piers hasn't wheeled this out. Piers always goes, do you really think that Trump is like Hitler? Do you think Trump hasn't killed 6 million people, has he? No, but for most of his life, neither did Hitler. Hitler had not killed 6 million or 13 million people for most of his life. That was at the end, right? You know, Hitler existed before the Holocaust, right? You know, he didn't just like spawn into existence. There was a whole ass buildup to that. You know that, right? Like, it's such a stupid, even if the comparisons to Hitler, World War II, whatever, overdone, to say like, well, this guy's not Hitler yet, right? Well, no. The same way that a guy pointing a gun at your face and saying he's going to kill you isn't a murderer yet, but
kill those people. But for the right,
neither Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
I mean, neither did Nick Fuentes, but you're still comfortable calling him a Nazi.
No, but Nick Fuentes though that he defends the Nazis, so that's a giant difference.
So that's the line for you. You have to explain. And I agree, by the way, that Nick Fuentes is an evil person. He's a Nazi, etc. You're saying the person, anything short of self-identifying as a Nazi and openly supporting Hitler, you're okay sharing stage with. It sounds like.
Again, Mark, you're framing it in a way that sounds extreme. So it's.
I want you to consider that maybe what you're saying is extreme, though. I mean, I might be describing exactly what you're saying. It just doesn't sound as good coming back to you.
So
look up Hitler's coup attempt in 1923. I don't know anything about it other than like very cursory readings, but it sounded similar to the meme where I think they like tried to overthrow the government. I don't know if there was a fire involved then. Was there? But there was like basically an attempted insurrection of the government. I think Hitler and other people were thrown in prison for it. And then they released him early because they felt bad or some bullshit. And then.
No, not at all. Mark, so a couple of things. Benjamin Netanyahu is a terrorist. He's a war criminal. He committed genocide. But I would share a statement.
Reichstag fire, whatever. I think that was later, right? That's what Hitler used to say we need to take away all their freedoms or some bullshit. This was the beer hall push or something. I don't remember. I don't know exactly.
With them because of all the things that we discussed before, the ability to have the other voice, other side have a voice. You know, whether you challenge, don't challenge, you challenge screaming, you challenge whispering, at least.
Wow, Jen Win HT, thanks for the $20. I have like 15 videos that I need to watch though. So if you're donating money for me to watch a video or do anything else, okay, it's going to be a while. Okay, chill.
I give the Palestinians a voice by being on that stage. When I go on the right-wing shows, at least I give the left wing a voice.
What voice though?
By being there. And so if you frame it as, oh, look at Cenk Uygur happily going on stage with a terrorist Netanyahu, then I seem like a bad guy. If you say Cenk Uygur giving voice to the Palestinians by being on the same stage as Netanyahu, I seem like a good guy. It's all in the framing. It's in the framing. So when you get to the
I disagree. It's not just that suggests that your behavior is neutral and the framing is what makes it right or wrong. I'm saying you can actually make different choices on that stage.
So Mark, then let me ask you back. So do you think that as we were talking about populism on both sides and rebelling against the establishment, and that was the theme of it that was supposed to last about 20 minutes, that I should have done a sidewinder and derailed the whole thing by attacking him on his previous quotes about black people?
Not necessarily, no. But again, that's not necessarily the only way to be courageous in that space. That's not the only way to be principled in that space. That's not the only way to do important resistance work in that space. You could pull up an old quote, or you could speak to the bigger system. You could speak to the bigger establishment. It's one thing that's, I give you a concrete example. You sat on that stage and said, we all, the left and the right, we all hate establishment media. Right? We can agree that establishment media needs to go.
But that's not true.
Everybody claps.
The right wing, they love Fox News and the people. It's the largest media channel in the United States of America by far.
That's a great feel-good moment. But again, those people who leave that room, who are the dominant consumers of mainstream media, who are the dominant viewers of mainstream media, and who are controlled by people who are right-wing, they're going to walk away saying, yeah, we got to tear down mainstream media. And they're talking about CNN, and they're talking about MSNBC.
They're not talking about Fox News. They aren't. They might like pay lip service to it, maybe, but they love Fox News. Again, viewership highest any cable news network in the United States. They don't like Fox because it's not right-wing enough? No. Don't buy into the propaganda online. Don't buy into the memes online. Most popular cable news stations, USA. Since the election, Fox News captured 72% of the cable news audience in prime time, as MSNBC and CNN ushered in historic declines. In prime time, MSNBC has seen 62% of its age 25 to 54 audience flee the channel, with the network delivering only 56,000 in 25 to 54 and 619,000 in viewers, a 54% decline. CNN has lost over half of its audience in prime time in the 24 to 54 or 25 to 54 demo, in prime time averaging 76,000 viewers in the 25 to 54 demographic and 403,000 in viewers, averaging 76,000 and 403,000 in viewers. Oh, this is including older demographics. Fox News, FNC, Fox News Company, I think, has notched 327 of the top cable news telecasts since the day after the election, with MSNBC and CNN failing to garner over 2 million viewers since November 6th. Conservatives are very good at making themselves seem like the victim while also being in control and in charge over and over and over again. Like,
Courageous is going on that stage and saying, look, I know y'all don't want to hear this, but Fox News is mainstream media too.
But I have said that on right-wing shows. So you're taking a 20-minute...
Fox News, MSNBC. Courageous is going on that stage and saying, look, I know y'all don't want to hear this, but Fox News is mainstream media too.
But I have said that on right-wing shows. So
did he? I don't think you challenged Fox News with Charlie Kirk up there. I didn't hear that.
You're taking a 20-minute event here.
I'm not saying you've never said it. I'm saying in that we're talking about how to behave in this space, right? I'm sure you've said it a million times, but we're talking about right now how to behave in that space. And when I keep pointing out what you did in that space, you kind of do the sleight of hand thing where then you talk about what you did somewhere else. I'm saying in this space, to answer your specific question you asked me, which is, should you have torn them down and brought up specific acts of racism or this other thing? I'm saying you don't necessarily have to do that or even make it so personal, right? Because I get how that could be a distraction. What you can do is say, hey, we all want to tear down mainstream media, establishment media. I'm with y'all. But let's be clear. Establishment media isn't just MSNBC and CNN. It's also Fox, which has been the voice of the right for decades now. It's OANN. It's all these things. All of this needs to be torn down. Yes, you could say that.
So, Mark, when I'm on a show like Patrick Bet David in the last 2 hours or 3 hours, we get to get into that stuff, and that's exactly what I say.
Oh, I didn't watch him on that. Damn, he's making all the rounds. PBD. He's the destiny of the Turks, the Young Turks. PBD, Cenk. How long ago was this? Did we watch? We did see it? Wait, I think I watched a clip from this. I don't think I watched the whole thing, though. Did I? There's no shot I watched this whole thing. We saw the first 5 minutes. Yeah. Rate his cam setup. I'm going to be honest. A lot of webcams do this new like artificial background blurring thing. I think it looks really bad. I think I'd rather just see like an ordinary background. I don't know why everybody started getting obsessed with this, but...
Exactly what I say. Okay. So you're taking a 20-minute speech and go, not good enough. You didn't say it there. You didn't say it that one time. Okay. That's not
what I'm doing. You're misrepresenting my position. My position isn't that in this single instance you didn't do this one thing in a 20-minute space. My critique is that when you're deploying now a strategy of entering these kinds of rooms and doing these kinds of things, and particularly these very public spectacles, right? Which is what conventions are: Democrat, Republican, left, right, whatever. They're all these public spectacles. And I'm saying that there's a significant danger in entering those spaces and not being significantly courageous. This isn't about nitpicking a particular thing you didn't do. This isn't about saying, well, you did 99, but there's the 100 when you missed. You're framing this as if we're nitpicking. And I'm saying, no, the actual logic of the strategy that you're articulating right now about how to move in these rooms, I'm saying is deeply problematic for left wing.
I don't even understand what you're saying, Mark. Well, how is it problematic? You keep calling it problematic. Everybody keeps calling it problematic.
I'll tell you why.
Why? Like they don't need us. Because why do we have this in our head that if we're in the room, okay, then everybody loves Nazis or some weirdo thing like that?
I'm not saying anything. Yeah, I don't know what you're
talking about. Like,
so let me answer you directly.
And you kiss their ass, then I see what you're saying. But if you clearly say these are left-wing positions and you fight for them in the different shows, etc., and you try to get to common ground where they agree with us,
you're not fighting. If you were fighting for them, then everybody would be like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. At least Cenk is going there and like holding them accountable. But like, you're not fighting.
That possibly be a bad thing.
Because they're agreeing with you on terms that don't disrupt their actual worldview and won't change their...
Fuck, holy shit. Actually, I just realized something. We watched this where Sam Seder gives like the gentlest of pushback on Tim lying over his Russian money shit and that it was an ordinary deal. What changed here to have Tim invite Sam onto the show? Because Tim Pool was like Sam Seder's #1 fucking hater. This guy, he talked shit about him like on camera, off camera. To me, like he hated Sam Seder. Was it just because they won the election and now they're just trying to do their victory lap and scoop up whatever other viewers they think they can get from these people? Or... Damn, he hated Seder. I wonder what changed here. Seder's pushback was so gentle. Oh my God.
Politics. You're asking.
I know that, Mark. You're assuming it, and now I stopped assuming it. It turns out a lot of their voters agree with us on like 40% of things. Right. We can actually get 40% of things done. Really, really important things. But we were too busy calling them white supremacists to ever get there.
Again, I don't know why we're still talking about
settle down.
That's a straw man you created a long time. I'm not.
It's not a straw man, Mark. You said it many times at the beginning. Anyway, go ahead.
No, hold on. To be clear, I said to you that I believe they're white supremacists. At no point in this conversation did I say you need to go in the room and call them such. In fact, I said I stipulate that I'm not asking you to do that.
Yeah, this is stupid. Mark is repeating himself because Cenk is continually strawmanning the argument. Mark is not saying you need to go in and scream at them. You're white supremacist. You're white supremacist. He's just saying just be honest about what they are. But then also when you do go, you don't have to call them white supremacists, but challenge them on political things. We're just we've looped on this same talking point 20 times.
That I don't think you should do this. I keep saying it over and over again. This is not about calling them white supremacists. You also said I'm making an assumption. You're making a huge assumption by saying that you know that they're leaving there more open to left-wing positions. There's absolutely no evidence of that. So we're both speculating at that level. I agree. That I don't know for sure. You don't know for sure. And unless you have some metric, there's no way to know that that your appearance there had this impact that you're suggesting it does. Just I can't prove that it didn't. So I'm saying I'll call that even. My point here, since you don't understand what I'm saying, is to use what you just said. To be clear, if someone walks into that room and they're sitting in the stands listening to you talk, and they already believe that just to use the mainstream media example, they believe that establishment media needs to go. But they also don't think Fox News is establishment media, right? They walk in thinking, get rid of CNN and MSNBC, keep Fox News, right? That's what they're thinking in the stands in this example, right? Because they don't think that's establishment media. Just like to your point, the person on the left is saying, get rid of Fox, keep MSNBC, fine, right? So that person doesn't realize Fox is that. When you sit on that stage and say, yeah, we can all agree to get rid of mainstream media, and Joe Sixpack in the stands claps and says, that's right, even the lefty guy agrees with me.
So let me
just tie a bow on it. He now has even more reinforcement for his position that establishment media needs to go, but he's still never been told that the thing he thinks isn't establishment media, Fox News, isn't. So that's what I'm saying. But now he has more legitimacy to his wrong point because you didn't actually tell him that it's wrong.
No, totally disagree. So Mark, I can go in the room and have that same exact conversation with Joy Reid, right? And then everybody in the filled with left-wingers in that case, right? And people walk out thinking, oh, yeah, we got to get rid of Fox News and maybe CNN.
They're not going to listen to a thing he has to say if he goes in there right now and starts arguing with them. Well, no, you do. This is, again, I feel like this is so weird because this is my blueprint, for the entire red pill arc and even my conservative arc at the beginning of this year. You go on and you just pick some things to fight about. You don't have to fight over every single thing, but pick a few things to fight about and have a good time, right?
But definitely not MSNBC.
Did I crack the top 10 on this?
And if they were good.
Shut up. Hell yeah. Okay, fuck this. I will make number one for a podcast they've done. See, I do bring the views. Fuck you guys. Do they have a Patreon?
Difficulty navigating.
Hold on, fuck. There's another thing I realized recently that I need to do more, which is making friends with people. Wait.
But that's not my responsibility to go convince them that no, you also have to hate MSNBC. Now, I will tell them that if they ask me. I will tell them that in the span of a larger and longer conversation. I will tell the left the same exact thing that I'm telling the right, and I would tell the right the same thing I'm telling the left. So just because we didn't clarify Fox News or OAN in that conversation doesn't mean we shouldn't have that conversation or that it somehow helped Charlie Kirk's nefarious.
The Patreon is right there. Oh, wait, fuck, hold on, wait. I just want to say something stupid.
Yeah.
Why are white supremacists so offended by the white supremacist label? It's like they do believe white people are superior. Well, because it sounds bad and they know that. For premium podcast episodes. I feel like since they edit these interviews super heavily. I want to say that mine was an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And I see it's cut down to 47 minutes. I feel like if they uploaded the totally unedited cuts onto their Patreon, I feel like a lot of people would sign up for these, especially since the people that they interview, one, these are funny interviews that are cut really short. And then two, because there's pretty popular people that they're bringing on, like Cuomo and shit. And Destiny, obviously. Okay, boom, boom, boom. So I was curious, did you and Nick get along fine? He seems super weird to vibe with. How does he seem weird to vibe with? I think we all got along.
Beer. So this idea that I'm not going on left-wing shows.
Wait, wrong one. Sorry. Wait, wrong one.
His plans. So if his plans are to get rid of establishment media, that's my plans. I hate establishment media. So,
like, how can you not see that? Like, bro, what they want to put up afterwards is not what you want to see, my friend. Like, why are you deluding yourself into thinking this?
So if you say to me, "Oh my God," but then if you say, "Cenk," then what if they use it to get rid of everything but Fox News? But they didn't do that. That's a wild hypothetical. And if they did, I'd fight them tooth and nail, right? So, like, if they do things that we don't agree with, we fight. And so that's not that complicated.
Maybe we're talking
super clear about that, right? But you're assuming what's in their head and what they assumed about what I said, how that gave strength to Charlie Kirk, but none of those things actually happened. So, like,
we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened anymore in the sense of what I'm saying and what you're saying. One would hear that and think that somehow I'm painting a hypothetical that's unprovable and yours has been demonstrably proven. What I'm saying is, you made an argument.
Yes, it is, Destiny. They want independent media. Conservatives have no desire for independent media. That's not true. If that was true, then they would have huge problems with Elon and Twitter and the closeness that he has with Trump. So that's not true.
In that room that didn't challenge Joe in the stands argument. I just painted a picture of Joe in the stands and his belief of mainstream media, and you didn't really respond to that. I'm saying Joe has no reason to believe that Fox News is establishment media based on what you said on that stage. Do you have a duty to tell him that? I think you do if your goal is to challenge establishment media, to not only challenge establishment media, but to challenge what he thinks is establishment media. If that's not your goal, then that's fine. But then that doesn't advance our interests.
Do you get that since I've done that on other shows, but it wasn't part of that 25-minute conversation, that's not a fair standard to hold me to, that I didn't debunk every thought that every right-winger in the stands had within that 25 minutes, that's
like, it's the, bro, I wouldn't be able to do it. I would just hang up. Like, imagine you go to a dude and he's like eating just like piles of shit out of a trash can. Like, bro, this is not healthy for you. It's like, okay, so I need to min-max every single fucking part of my diet to make you happy? No, bro, just don't eat like actual literal shit out of trash cans. Oh, okay, so what? I need to be a fucking PhD researcher to know the perfect balance of micros and macro? No, dude, just stop eating dog shit. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Something's wrong with me because I don't have time to look at a million fucking health and diet YouTube videos to figure out exactly what no, bro, why the fuck do you keep saying this? Just don't eat shit. Eat like a normal, healthy diet. Oh, healthy? What? Like it's been redefined a million? No, why does he keep saying it over and over and over and over and over and over and over?
Do you get that since I've done that on other shows, but it wasn't part of that 25-minute conversation, that's not a fair standard to hold me to, that I didn't debunk every thought that every right-winger in the stands had within that 25 minutes, that's a wildly unfair standard?
So, I get what you just said, but what you just attributed to me is not what I said. I keep making point A, and then you keep sort of caricaturing my point.
But the Fox News thing is like, how would I, like, why would, I didn't even assume that they would think that it's not Fox News.
But you should.
That's Fox News.
Oh, he's finally, okay. Oh, yeah. He's getting pissed off now. Okay, thank you. Jesus, yeah.
Like, that they would think that it's not Fox News.
But you should.
That's Fox News. Like, because that wasn't what the conversation was about, Mark. So, you went really deep into that rabbit hole to come up with, like,
no, I used your example. I literally read the transcript and went by the points you made. And again, I didn't say, let's go in there and debunk every potential misconception people in the audience has. Again,
we've done this point like 20 times. Yes, we've done this so many times.
I make a point, and then you then attribute to me this absurd caricature and then say, I didn't do that, Mark. I didn't give everybody $5,000. I didn't ask you to. What I'm saying is, if you make a point.
So let me understand, all right. Do you think I should have specifically made that one point that you're making about Fox News? And then
no, again, you're minimizing what I'm saying. I'm not saying, my issue is that you didn't.
So I needed to make that one specific point. That's bro. How can he not understand this? He must understand this. What is happening here?
Address the single point that Marc Lamont Hill was saying at this moment. That of all the points in the world to be made, I'm mad that you didn't make mine. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
why, this is what I'm talking about, like the performativity. Like, Mark shouldn't have to say this, right? That's obviously what he's not saying, right? Like, why didn't you push back on Charlie Kirk? What am I supposed to be, a linebacker now? What, did you want me to tackle him? How hard was I supposed to push him? Like, no, bro, nobody's saying this. Hello?
You said three things, right? For example, hypothetically, And I'm saying, if you're going to talk about those three things and make the audience believe that we're aligned on these three things, left and right, but it turns out if we actually critically analyze it, we're not, then you have to point that out. Otherwise, the powerful will walk away thinking that they're even more powerful. I'll give you an example. Let's just hear what
I do that at almost every opportunity.
And that's what.
Do what? Make the powerful think they're more powerful, or push back on something?
And that's where we're going. So what I'm saying though is every opportunity isn't the same. For example, if this were 300 years ago, just hypothetical, 200 years ago, and then I'll leave it alone. And we were in a place where black people weren't considered human beings, right? And black people legally were not citizens, right? And you were an abolitionist, and you walked in the room to a room of slaveholders and said, every citizen should get a house. Every citizen should have the right to vote. Every person should be safe in this country. We should all agree on that. And y'all clap and walk out.
And Pre-watch. That was exactly my point yesterday, where I said, like, you understand, like, if you were to go into a room of, I think I literally said it was slave owners or pre-civil right. I think I was going to say slave owners. And then I decided in my brain, I was like, well, I'm not going to say slave owners because people are going to say, well, all men are created equal or whatever bullshit, which I think is actually just the Declaration of Independence, or is that the preamble to the Constitution? I don't remember. So then I just changed it to pre-civil rights era people. Like, you understand that pre-civil rights, like people in the United States would say, yeah, of course we should all have the same constitutional rights. Separate but equal, that's a doctrine that comes from the Supreme Court that's like constitutional, right? Yes, they would also agree. They'd say, yeah, absolutely, fucking A, yeah. Okay, so Mark, he can use the more extreme example. Yeah, you can go to talk to slave owners. Shouldn't everybody in the USA and our new, in our new country, shouldn't we all have the same rights? They'd be like, absolutely, yeah. But it's like, hold on, well, what the f are you saying? What are you actually saying here? Like, this is why I always say give examples, grounded in examples and policy.
Every person should be safe in this country. We should all agree on that. And y'all clap and walk out and hug out and leave, right? You could say, look at this. I just brought together the abolitionists and the slaveholders. The problem is...
You didn't give an example. Oh, fuck. This is such a good point. Yes, it's these high-level concepts, these abstract concepts. We all need to be safe in the United States, right? All of us are entitled to safety. Exactly. And then everybody claps. And then, like, half the people walk away saying, this is why we're going to have equal rights. And the other half are like, this is why the slaves need to be kept in their own houses. If you don't ground these out in examples, nobody really knows what the fuck you're saying.
They're agreeing that all people should be safe and all citizens should vote, but they don't believe that black people are citizens or humans.
Yes.
So they think they're agreeing with you because they don't accept that stipulation. Right?
Oh God! And Cenk is about to say the most condescending, patronizing bullshit in the world. I can feel it. It's that look. He always has that look when he's like, "Oh, my friend, I'm not eating dog shit. This is cat shit. You're mistaken."
What I'm saying, just let me finish the thought. And so what I'm saying is, when you have that exchange with them, you have a duty to confront them on that misconception. And you can't say, well, I've said it in Bible study, I've said it on the streets, I've said it in the underground. No, when we're having that conversation, we have to say that thing. And then if I confront you on that, you can't say, well, Mark, I can't confront all the philosophical and epistemological. No, I'm asking.
Did you say I said it in the Underground Railroad? Okay, this is one thing I've never understood, okay? Supposedly, right, there was this whole Underground Railroad for getting slaves, like, to freedom. How have we never seen, like, any videos of any tunnels? Or, like, how do they actually get, like, whole ass fucking trains? Like, wouldn't these be subways? Shouldn't it have been called the Underground? Shouldn't it have just been called the Underground Subway? Like, what exactly was going on there?
To say that thing. And then if I confront you on that, you can't say, well, Mark, I can't confront all the philosophical and epistemological. No, I'm not asking you to do that. I'm saying on this issue that you brought up, you have a duty to show them how they're wrong, because that's what's high stakes. That's what decides who lives or dies. That's what makes the political conversion. Otherwise, and this is the last piece of it, 5 seconds. Otherwise, the slave...
I feel like you really liked Mark after your discussion with him, and then you soured on him for some reason, and Mark seemed to be doing a really good job here. What about him do you not like? Or is Israel-Palestine takes too crazy for you? I don't remember. I feel like he talked to somebody afterwards, and I felt like his summary of our conversation was not as great. But as far as people that I disagree with on Israel-Palestine, I feel like he was probably one of the better ones, I think. Well, no, he was one of the better ones. I'm just not sure if I pushed more, if it would turn into a dog shit conversation. Like, Nick Fuentes was a really good first conversation, but when I came back and I had him to talk to him the second time, I realized, like, oh, this is a dog shit sloganeer person who doesn't actually know anything about what he's talking about. This is like 7 years ago. But regardless of our disagreements on Israel-Palestine, I do think Mark is one of the good ones. And by one of the good ones, I mean one of the left-leaning people that are, like, to the left of me that we can disagree with things on, and he's not, like, super unhinged or crazy.
Slaveholder walks away saying, look, Me and the abolitionists agree. Let's go back to business as usual. They actually feel strengthened in their position. Now, please don't say, Mark, why are you comparing this to slavery? Please don't get on.
No.
Actually hear the heart and the substance of my argument and be intellectually honest and address. Don't walk around it. Address the specific example I gave you, and please answer it.
Yeah, no, I get the analogy completely. I totally get it. So look, there's two parts to this. Number one, you just built a straw man. You said, oh, I did it in Bible study. I did it at a grocery store. No, I did it in right-wing spaces. I did it on some of the largest right-wing.
Yeah, that would be. That's not a straw man. To be clear, in 1800s, Bible study was a right-wing space. Only the right was allowed in the grocery store because black people were property. It's a perfect analogy. It's not a straw man. It's a perfect analogy.
You acknowledge I've done it in right-wing spaces, just not in that.
Examples. This is where Mark is like, okay, give me a couple examples. This is why I'm saying, like, if you want to have, there's like an evolution that's happened with the consumption of political content where people are starting to favor more long form content, which I think is good. But if we're going to do long form content, we should take advantage of the long form content space. And one of the advantages you can have is, well, we're both on a computer right now and we're going to be here for 2 hours. Let's like watch a video clip. We have time. We can do it. We can watch a minute video clip. It's not going to cut into like a 30-minute radio segment, like 12-minute radio segment. It's not going to cut into anything. It's not like we have to do this for a Twitter short or whatever, or an Instagram short or a reel or some bullshit, right? Let's watch the thing. You have the capability of doing that. Bring it up. Ask for an example. What did you push back on? Like on where? What do you feel? What viewpoint do you feel like you're representing accurately and honestly?
This is not the one that has us on the news right now. This is the big one. This is the one to do it.
It's going to make the news. Like half the time I think it's going to make news and it doesn't. Half the time I don't think it's going to make any news.
Let's not get distracted. Please, I like to say I don't want to touch up anything. Please continue.
Okay, so then the second part of it is, Mark, in the problem with your analogy is that in the slaveholder part of it, the fact that they hold slaves is so central to that conversation.
Isn't there some sort of psychological thing about telling someone, give me an example or tell me one time that happened in an argument, how it's inherently manipulative? I think it can be manipulative, but it's not. I think that I got mind fucked, unfortunately. Remember I said like the left-leaning media is always like obsessed with trying to be fair and balanced and not seem biased? I think I let myself get mind fucked by other people calling me a wiki warrior debate lord, where I'm like afraid to ask for examples in a debate. And I do, but I'll hedge it a ton. I'll be like, okay, listen, like you can find me in debates where I've said this multiple times, or through multiple debates where I've said this, like, okay, I know it's not fair to ask for an example right now, or like I don't expect you to know 100% off the top of your head, but could you just give me like a general idea of what you're talking about? Like even I'm afraid to ask for examples. But if you're in a media space and this is what you do for a living, I should be able to ask that question. I should be able to say, give me an example of this. What exactly are we talking about? Because again, it's easy to talk a whole bunch of bullshit, a whole bunch of theory. And then when you're given an example, now all of a sudden it falls apart because you have no examples or it's bullshit. I'm strong against this Mark guy. He likes Candace Owens because of her takes on Israel-Palestine. Wait, no shot. Wait, this is manipulative, by the way. I hate give me an example during an argument because all of a sudden I forget everything you've ever done. Frowning face. That's called being manipulative because if you can't give an example, don't bring it up. That's like a motherfucker. Oh, okay, never mind. I agree with this. Wait, I agree with him then too. Or her, whatever this account is. I think examples are good because they also ground out like, well, what behavior are you talking about that you don't like? If the other person can't give an example ever, then I think that's a problem because now I don't know if you're like crazy making or you're just like fucking caricaturizing me or if you're making claims that aren't even like true or boner box viral tweet. That was a good ass tweet. Okay, fuck you. MAGA has one discussion about policy in 8 years and it results in a civil war. True. I think they're talking about an abusive relationship, not a debate. I don't think they're talking about an abusive relationship. They're just talking about a relationship in general. And that's what I was talking about. Yeah. If you're fighting with a partner and you're like, you always do this shit. It's like, wait, hold on. What do you mean I always do? Give me an example. What do you mean I always do this? And they're like, I can't think of anything right now. It's like, okay, well, fuck you. I don't even know if that's true then.
So you can't possibly think like, oh, I just said all citizens should have an house, and I assume that they think that that means slaves, or I assume that they think that that doesn't mean slaves. Slavery is the central part of that conversation. Are they citizens or are they not citizens? Whereas right now, when we are talking about establishment, mainstream media, there's a lot of different variables there, and a lot of different things that people can mean. So whether we're talking about Fox or OAN within that conversation is not necessarily central in the same way that slavery is central in your analogy, right?
Hold on.
Candace Owens has been named Anti-Semite of the Year. It's an annual contest held by the watchdog group Stop Anti-Semitism. And it was a proud moment for Candace, it seems. She was happy to accept the award. She used it not as an opportunity to hold her head in shame, as some people might have got that award, but instead to speak out, and to even accept the award and explain the reason why she's happy to get it. So check this out. Here's Candace Owens accepting her award.
It's amazing because of not just how they announced it, but the quotes that they were able to get from Stop.
This person is evil. This is like a Goebbels or a he was the chief propagandist, right? Yes, okay. This is a Goebbels, whatever the type figure. She would be the chief propagandist. This is absolutely the role that she fills. This is an evil person. This is an evil character right now that exists in our country who is like committed to the destruction of this country. The amount of propaganda and lies and poor research and conspiratorial thinking and conspiracy theories and the unvetted bullshit and all of the crazy other stooges that she brings on, and the fact that this is such a popular show, this is insane.
And look no further than the New York Post comment section. It was exceptional. Just completely being
the New York Post comment section? Oh, you understand that like everybody knows that I'm the smartest political debater online, right? Like, have you ever seen the comment section on a Last Night on Destiny video? Well, actually, those people are way more conservative than my normal audience. Have you ever seen the comment section on a Destiny video? Like, obviously, these people know that I'm the smartest ever, right?
ratioed everywhere. You gotta go on Instagram. I'm gonna read you a few of these comments, but people were just reaching out. We were getting donations. They were angry at the New York Post for this, making a mockery of it. Even Grok, which is X's AI program, were like, yeah, Candace has been named Anti-Semites of the Year, but there has been some mixed reactions. So I'm gonna read some of these mixed reactions on Instagram. This user wrote, "This is how you try and destroy someone through insidious rumors, and then later God finds a way to vindicate the flock of pariahs." Honestly, I'm not a fan of hers, but come on. This next person writes, "She was hoping to get it. Ha ha ha. Candace is a truth teller. Hashtag Christ is king." This person writes, "Wow." And she had some serious competition. I did. This person writes, "Israel rating American citizens by how well behaved they are. The nerve of these people." This person says, "The truth doesn't make you anti-anything. She's a hero. Only genocide supporters would call her anti-Semite. The truth will get you canceled. Candace is great. Israel should be marked as anti-Christian of the year after what they did in Syria." So it's not going well, I would say, for like the pro-Israel lot. People are not falling for this sort of thing. But it's interesting to see that
You can tell people aren't falling for it because it was the New York Post comment section.
they have not stopped the onslaught of slander and libel this entire year when any person just wants them to practically debate why it is that America should be married to the foreign policy aims of Bibi Netanyahu and the Likud party. It makes entirely no sense. It's interesting if you just actually reflect and think about this, though.
Because it makes entirely no sense. So many things I want to talk about with this, right?
No, Mark, no, don't do it. No, you don't have to defend Candace Owens. No, don't do this.
Right. First, let me just start by saying Candace Owens is without a doubt a problematic figure. I debate Candace a lot. We engage a lot on other platforms, not so much here. Candace Owens is without a doubt a problematic figure. I debate Candace a lot.
Problematic? No. Problematic is when you tell racist jokes to your friends that maybe bleed over too much into other parts of your life and it might be impacting your mind, okay? Hitler was not a problematic figure in history. Hitler was a bad guy. Problematics is the car that well-intentioned people drive into bad guysville, okay? You are not problematic once you've become the problem, okay? Amatic is like the thing when you're not quite the thing yet, you know? It's like ish, you know? Hitler was not bad-ish. He was just bad, all right?
Other platforms, not so much here. We've debated once here, I think, early discussion. But at the end of the day, Candace Owens is a very interesting and I would argue problematic figure. Candace advances, I think, theories, arguments, political positions, and even just outright claims that I think are dangerous, inaccurate, and profoundly anti-Black. I'm not saying Candace is anti-Black, but what the politics she advances are anti-Black. And I think that Candace is quite dangerous. Part of why Candace is quite dangerous is because she makes sense to the folk, right? She makes an argument that does make sense, and it makes sense with all the stuff that I think is problematic, but it's likely dipped in truth. And for Black people in particular we're so conservative, socially, culturally, etc., she can resonate in lots of ways. But while she's resonating, this other stuff is happening. I see lots of Black men on social media engage her and like her and agree with her. Again, but it tends to be around things that are homophobic, transphobic. I'm not saying all Black men of those things. I'm just saying the men who I've seen engage her are engaging her on these issues. And so there's a lot of danger in this, sort of normalizing this right-wing agenda, this Trump agenda, as Candace does. I think these are all things that are problematic. At the same time, Candace ain't wrong on Israel. Now, I would say she needs to push her critique even deeper. This isn't just about Bibi Netanyahu. This isn't just about the Likud party. This isn't just about the...
Okay, I don't like that he supports any part of fucking Candace ever. I think it's really bad. I think it's super horrible. I wouldn't even agree with her on the Israel shit because it's probably coming from a deeply rooted place of anti-Semitism. But I appreciate that he at least gave this qualifier first, okay? I appreciate that at least.
The particular regime that's in place in Israel right now, Israel as a state, is structurally incapable of yielding democracy or justice. It's an ethno-state. And unfortunately, it's an ethno-state that is built upon the exploitation, the extraction, the marginalization, the repression of Palestinian people. And so I'm saying Candace go even further in her critique of Israel, but Candace really came to the fore.
None of this qualifier addresses her anti-Semitism. Listen up, okay? In the United States, we love all people, and we love our Black people, and we just don't talk about the anti-Semitism, okay? That's for another day, Okay, if you guys are allowed to say that Palestinians are homophobic because they're getting bombed too much, okay? Listen, we just don't talk about that, okay? That's okay. We give them that one, all right? They've earned at least a little bit of something, all right? Because they have had a rough time, rough history in the U.S. We'll give them a little bit of anti-Semitism. They can, okay, that's fine, whatever.
In the last 12 months with her critiques of the Israeli genocide in Gaza. By speaking up against Israeli genocide in Gaza, Candace Owens suddenly had friends that she never expected, but a whole lot more enemies that she never expected. Suddenly, Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire,
Okay, all right.
What's central in this conversation?
So what's central in this conversation is, do they actually believe that means slaves? Or I assume that they think that that doesn't mean slaves. Slavery slaves is so central to that conversation. The second part of it is, Mark, the problem with your analogy is that in the slaveholder part of it, the fact that they hold slaves is so central to that conversation. So you can't possibly think like, oh, I just said all citizens should have an house, and I assume that they think that that means slaves, or I assume that they think that that doesn't mean slaves. Slavery is the central part of that conversation. Are they citizens or are they not citizens? Whereas,
oh, come on. No, you shouldn't even grant him that. I understand he doesn't want to be like ultra combative, but like, no, you can understand the analogy. Come on, bro.
Right now, when we are talking about establishment, mainstream media, there's a lot of different variables there, and a lot of different things that people can mean. So whether we're talking about Fox or OAN within that conversation is not necessarily central in the same way that slavery is central in your analogy, right?
What's central in this conversation?
So what's central in this conversation is, do they actually believe some of these populist opinions, right? Do they actually dislike establishment politicians because they take donor money and hence are corrupt? And that's super central. And yes, my assessment is that MAGA voters, and yes, they're not seeing clear on Trump, they're not seeing clear on Elon Musk, but they do hate the corruption.
How can you not see clear on Donald Trump, who's one of the most transparent figures ever? How can you not see clear on Elon Musk when everything he does is so transparent? What are they not seeing? Hello? Maybe they just don't give a fuck.
And they do hate the donor class.
To that point, they clapped you when you said establishment media. They clapped when you said we hate Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell. When you said we got to get rid of the donor class, no one clapped.
I noticed that. You know why, Mark?
You know why, Mark? Why? What's he going to say? Because I was combating them on that? Because I brought up Elon, or what? He didn't bring up Elon.
Challenge them by talking about their donors. And I've done that.
Wrong, lies, liar. About their donors? Say his name. President Musk. Say his name. Elon Musk. Not the amorphous, nebulous, whatever fucking donor people. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. Say his name. How can you ever talk about donor class and not mention Elon Musk? This guy bought a whole media platform for $44 billion. To use it to promote Trump. How can you not say that name when talking about donors?
Many shows. And I've talked about, hey, remember, Elon's a donor. Remember, Elon's a donor.
You didn't say it to Charlie.
I've talked about Miriam Adelson being a donor. When I get to Miriam Adelson, we go back to agreement, okay? And you might not expect that from the right wing who supported Israel throughout my entire life. But now when we talk about Israel with the right wing, half of them go, yeah, no, you're right. I don't know why we're... And they're not doing it out of the charity of their heart. They're not doing it because they love Muslim lives so much. They're doing it because they don't want, in their way of thinking, they don't want to waste money on there. Why are we giving it to Israel when we should be having it here at home? But I'll take it. But I never would have gotten there if I never talked to them. I never would have realized.
Yeah, but you didn't move them in that position. Some of them, the hatred of Jews, and most of them just the not seeing the point in America being involved in these things. Those same people, they're like, good, I'm glad you guys don't want to be militarily involved with Israel. We're like, yeah, we need to save our money so that we can give it to Americans who can buy M4s and go to Panama and take that over. It's like, wait, hold on.
Realize how much they got concerned about funding Israel if I hadn't talked to them. So these are the things that we discover when we go to have these conversations. On the other hand, when you get to Elon, they pause and they're like, wait.
I thought Cenk did very briefly mention Musk as a donor. If he did mention it, it was in the lightest way possible. I don't remember him mentioning it.
In a new direction. They will never voluntarily accept populism. They are built on donor money. They are of the donors, by the donors, for the donors. So what I need left...
Keep in mind also, when you say populism, all populism really means is you've got a group of citizens who are opposed to the bureaucracy or parts of it. That's it. Like, one way that populism expressed itself was in the civil rights era when labor unions fought against integrating and promoting black workers. This was populism. They felt that the bureaucracy and the Civil Rights Act was disgusting. It was a huge overreach of the federal government, that the federal government is going to come in and start telling us that we have to hire people of protected classes, that we can't discriminate on this. That was a form of populism, right? Populism can also express itself in ways of like we want to, I don't know, left-wing or right-wing ways. Like it can but populism on its own is not necessarily good or bad. It's just like a thing of people who have some level of discontent with the establishment and see a strong man or figure as their way kind of like through it, broadly speaking. But it's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing in and of itself. And if anything, as an American citizen, our country is pretty foundationally and structurally is pretty opposed to the concept of populism, because all of the founding fathers, my guess is, would say, or at least the Federalists would also say that populism is literally fucking brain rot. Populism is the worst of us. Populism is crowds of men angrily screaming for a particular thing that they might even know individually or personally is wrong, but because they're in a group, they'll say this stupid thing and they'll do this stupid thing. And that's why we have all of these processes and procedures to stop these types of things. My favorite one so far has been Federalist number 15. It was a heavy one, but there's a lot of good quotes in here. It at all times betrayed an ignorance of the true springs by which human conduct is actuated and belied the original inducements to the establishment of civil power. Why has government been instituted at all? Spoiler alert, at least up to Federalist 19, is not for freedom of speech. Fuck me. Because the passions of men will not conform to the dictates of reason and justice without constraint. Has it been found that bodies of men act with more rectitude or greater disinterestedness than individuals? The contrary of this has been inferred by all accurate observers of the conduct of mankind, and the inference is founded upon obvious reasons. Regard to reputation has a less active influence when the infamy of a bad action is to be divided among a number than when it is to fall singly upon one, right? Groups of people make dumb decisions. They don't have as much responsibility for it. A spirit of faction, which is apt to mingle its poison in the deliberations of all bodies of men, will often hurry the persons of whom they are composed into improprieties and excesses for which they would blush in a private capacity. Populism, I would say, probably stands against like foundational American principles. It's why we have things like protected classes. It's why we have a Senate. It's why we have some form of federal government, like is to stand in opposition to just like large mobs of people that want to scream about a thing. But that's neither here nor there, whatever.
Wait, I like Elon, right? So that means you got more work to do. And in the next conversation, you talk a little bit more about Elon and a little bit more, etc. So this is a way to break through and for the country to finally like have conversations without constantly just walling each other off and saying they think we're so extreme. Like, for example, I go to talk to Charlie Kirk. The left is saying, oh, I can't believe you talked to Charlie Kirk when he said X, Y, Z. But do you know that the right wing is saying the same thing to Charlie? I can't believe you talked to Cenk when Cenk has said Nazi, fascist about Trump, and which I didn't even remember the Nazi part, but you showed me there, and there's a video going around, so I must have said it.
Yeah, but the difference is that when you're talking to Charlie and when you're talking to Tim, they're pulling you over just to agree with their point. They're not giving you any concessions. Charlie didn't make a single concession to you. Charlie didn't agree on a single thing to you, but he got you to sit there and throw the entire Democratic establishment, which represents, by the way, 95% at least of the Democratic Party, under the bus. Charlie didn't throw anybody under the bus. In fact, I want to say, I feel like I remember this, but I don't remember exactly what. I think there was an end here where I think Cenk was even trying to get Charlie to come over on something, and Charlie didn't even take the bait.
Against the bankers, they're like, no, the bankers are great, the bankers are great. I was so frustrated. And now all of a sudden, we got the right-wing populists saying, let's ban the bankers from buying our homes so they don't drive up the prices. Yes. The left, take yes for an answer. And look, what I said online on X was, at least what we got out of this.
I know listen, my arguments are not contrarian, okay? Because I'll back them all up. Fuck you if you say it. Challenge me on it. But I will say, I would feel very uncomfortable being in front of an audience like this and having them cheer for me, okay? I would much rather be booed. I love the boos from these types of audiences. Yes, hate me. Yes, hate me. Yes.
Election is. We're no longer in an establishment prison. Now we're in the populist woods, right? And if you say, yeah, but we're going to fight in the populist woods, yes. But at least we're all human out here. We defeated the corporate robots, and we've got more fights with the corporate robots to come. But out here in the woods, when I see you guys, I don't hate you anymore, right? I see my fellow Americans.
Like, what does corporate robot mean? What is a corporation? Is the Trump brand? Is that composed or comprised of corporations? Is Tesla a corporation? Is SpaceX a corporation? Is X a corporation? Like, what is a corporation if not these things? And what are Elon and Vivek Ramaswamy and Donald Trump and any of these other billionaires, if not the heads of corporations? I'm sure he's quoting theory, and I don't know what theory he's quoting, but it reminds me of in 1984, when Winston and that girl break into that house and they're reading like the forbidden literature, one of the things that they read is that the way that society works is like you have the rulers, and then you've got like the people beneath them, and then you've got like the lower class, and that history is just the rulers and the people beneath them swapping places over and over and over again, with like the lower class like cheering for different power changes, but they're never ever advanced through any of these like powership swaps. And that's what this feels like a little bit. Like, I'm sorry, MAGA is not benefiting from Elon Musk getting H-1B visas or, you know, more tax cuts for fucking SpaceX and Tesla. Like,
and so in these populist woods, we'll sometimes have skirmishes, sometimes we'll have battles. But the main thing I'm trying to drive with the 6 points of the populist plan.
That's directly from Marx? Okay, maybe, yeah.
Higher wages for Americans, time off for moms after they have a baby, anti-corruption, anti-war. The reason
audit the Pentagon.
Oh yes. So the reason I pick those is not because they're the most left-wing positions, because those are the positions we all agree on, right? And God help the establishment if we actually work together to do those things. And finally, to the heart of your question, Charlie, you know, I propose on X, cut the Pentagon, make sure the generals cannot work for the military-industrial complex afterwards, and free Edward Snowden.
I agree.
Turning points, if you will, in how I started to view the right wing is when you came on the Young Turks at the RNC, and you know we started talking about banning private equity from buying residential real estate.
So which I totally agree with. That the young people in this audience should not have to compete against BlackRock to be able to own a home. Do you guys agree?
Oh wait, here, was it this? 1 second.
Okay, but I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate? Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Oh, and he just fucking destroys him. Like, Cenk is coming at this so, and this is why Charlie Kirk's demeanor and disposition, I don't know if there's those two words, that's why I always say them together. Charlie Kirk's disposition here is so intentional. Same thing with Tim Pool, right? Guiding the conversation to where he wants it to go, right? That when Cenk is crawling and begging, okay? Cenk is begging, okay, I've crawled this far. Can you like meet me like 10%? Charlie, this is an incredibly confrontational, in terms of conversational maxims or whatever, right? He is an incredibly confrontational response to this, right? No.
Do you want me to translate? Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Okay, so I hear you. What I got out of that, guys...
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah.
And then Cenk just abandons it immediately.
No, there was a lot of applause, and
which is like so funny because it's like, well, wait, then in that case, why the fuck do we care about BlackRock buying up homes? Who cares then? It's the free market.
With some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start. It's a start. So, guys, when we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment, housing, etc. But just let's treat everyone as Americans. And I say that to the right, and I say it to the left.
For sure. So we're going to go a little overtime because I know the boss here.
And then he generalizes it again, right? Like, all Americans should have freedom. Yay! Even the black slaves. Okay, well, we can at least agree that all citizens, Americans, should have freedom. Yay! It's like, okay. That's a start, guys. Like, that's essentially Mark's example. And that's essentially what's happening. Like, the analogy was on point. It worked, but I don't even think Cenk engaged with it. He managed to slither away from that as well.
But that's okay. And Jenkins defends trans girls going into high school sports in women's. So a lot of people hate that Charlie talked to me because they view me as completely extreme and illegitimate and out of bounds.
No, I don't think any of them were unhappy about that conversation. They might not like you, but they didn't judge Charlie harshly for it.
What we're doing is we're breaking down some walls. So, but
do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin? Do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin?
Well, look, that's a good question because illegitimate and out of bounds.
Wait, what?
And what we're doing is we're breaking down some walls. So, but
do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin? Do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin?
What does he think Charlie Kirk stands for or believes in? Cenk, no. How do you have to think about this?
Well, look, that's a good question because I don't hate white people and
what does that have to do with anything? What? Wait, what was that response? I don't hate white people? What?
I don't say anything against white people in general. I would never say like, hey, if I go into a plane and there's a white pilot, I'm worried. All right. So it's not exactly right that we're the same side.
Exactly. That's why it's not fair to say, well, they say the same thing about me. Well, y'all ain't the same. I also think it's interesting that
But
you
they
said
think it's the same, Mark. But they do think it's the
but
same.
it's okay to say they're wrong. But also, I just to be a little petty, I appreciate you saying you're not like Charlie Kirk because you don't hate white people. You accept that Charlie Kirk hates black people, which I appreciate. I just think it's wild and bizarre that you can accept that he hates black people and don't think he's a white supremacist. That's just weird to me. But just I know you guys go.
It's such an unhelpful term. I can't stand it.
As a black person,
it is an unhelpful term. I agree, but that's not really what he's talking about. Hold on, let me use the restroom 1 sec. I need to get some fucking blood pressure medication for this shit. Jesus. 1 sec.
Then, as a black person, I can tell you, I find it unhelpful that someone could acknowledge someone hates black people, but thinks the most unhelpful thing is calling them a white supremacist. I mean, can you imagine?
No, that's not helpful, brother. Because I can show you 100 Islamophobes that are hardcore Islamophobes, but me calling them Islamophobes is not helpful. It's never going to break through to them. You've got to.
Destiny will only answer comments that support his ideas. Saying that SpaceX is a corp is simply incorrect. What am I incorrect on there? What do you mean? Are you going to try to like actual me and that like SpaceX is actually like an LLC subsidiary of like another corporation, or what do you? What? Protests the issuance of delivery order number. Wait, is this literally the name of the company? Space Exploration Technologies Corporation. SpaceX is privately owned, though. What do you think that means? And what do you think a corporation is? In the United States, we need to ban the word public just shouldn't be used. Nobody has any fucking idea what public means. When people talk about a public space, they don't know what it means. When people talk about like publicly traded corporations, they're not public. They're not publicly owned. Never mind. Okay. Sorry. Corporation just refers to like the formal structure of a company. So for a C-level corporation in the United States, I believe that there are requirements where you have to do like quarterly meetings. You have to have like a board of directors. There might be other requirements. I don't know. I don't have a C Corp. Publicly traded just means that shares, so parts of your business that people can buy, are available on markets. So like if I go to the, like they're available for public, like a public person can just buy a share of your company, right? A privately traded or privately owned corporation, those shares aren't necessarily available for people to just buy and sell on whatever stock market things. I don't know how you get listed in particular exchanges or whatnot, but.
Go to a different strategy. So when I go to a different strategy, instead of go, hey, I wonder how that'll turn out.
Yes, correct. I can start a corporation tomorrow and be the sole owner, owning all shares. When you are publicly traded, technically each shareholder is an owner. I don't know what you think this has to do with refuting anything I said. Also, I'm not sure if you can have a single member C Corp. Because I think you actually have to have like different positions that are filled, but maybe the same person can hold those different positions. I think you have to like have meetings and shit, like quarterly or yearly. Can you make a single member C Corp? Let me check. I don't actually know. I don't think doing a C Corp election is the same as forming a C corporation. So like for instance, my LLC, I've done the S Corp election, but I don't think I'm technically like an S corporation. I'm just having my LLC get an S Corp tax treatment, but I don't think that's the same thing as having an actual C corporation. But I would have to get into, I don't know enough about this because I don't have a formal corporate entity. I don't think you can form a C Corp with a single person. I think you need to have like a board and shit, or like a C-level thing filled out or something, I think. But I'm not 100% sure on that, so I don't know. Okay.
Go to a different strategy. So when I go to a different strategy, instead of go, hey, I wonder how that'll turn out, which I think you're basically doing, which I appreciate, and that's why this is an interesting conversation. Yeah. I've got other folks saying, no, tear them down. Don't ever talk to anyone on the other side. They're white supremacists. They're this, they're that. That if you go in the room with them, they instantly gain credibility and legitimacy, and now you've helped them. Help them how, man? I don't know, man. I just think the idea of not hating them, being helpful to them, is a very wrong way of thinking about it.
Well, I think one way, and I know we got to go. I think again, it's not to me about going in the room. It's what we do in the room.
Curious, when you started the Red Pill arc, how did you gain the trust of the viewers? Were you able to go in there and immediately start arguing over some of their fundamental beliefs? No, my approach was always trying to balance a couple of very important things, or a few very important things. One is that I always wanted to have a good time, right? It's important when I go on shows that it looks like I'm having fun, and that I am having fun. That's an important thing because it makes people more likely to listen to things you say. Like my Fresh and Fit appearances, the first several ones, I think the last one I might have just been legitimately fucking irritated. But most of my appearances are funny. It's a good time. I'm making good jokes. Like I'm like, you know, bantering back and forth. Like being able to go on a show and have a good time is actually a really important thing. That's the first thing. And the second thing is I'm probably not going to fight on every point, and I'm going to let a lot of shit slide that I wouldn't agree with, but I will find a few important things that I think this is worth fighting over. That was generally my strategy when I went on these types of shows.
But I think the one thing a white supremacist hates being called is a white supremacist. The one thing that racists hate being called is a racist. And I think, and usually the people calling them racist or white supremacists are the people who are catching hell from them. And so I think it's sort of bizarre to police the language or to tell someone, for example, hey, that person that hates Muslims, it's not helpful for you to, that person that called you a towelhead, that person that called you a devil worshiper, that person that called you a pagan and a rapist, it's not helpful to call them Islamophobic. Oh, that person that called you a nigger, oh, no. It's not helpful for you to call them white supremacists. That feels paternalistic and almost and is disrespectful to the people who are victimized by it. You may think it's
You have to have a treasurer, president, and secretary. That's the only actual titles in a C Corp. Everything else is just a title as required. Yeah, I think that might be right. I don't know if the same person can be those three things, but maybe they can be. I'm not sure.
Helpful, but I actually don't think it's your place or anyone else's place. It's like it'd be like saying, I don't think it's helpful to call. It would be like me saying to women, I don't think it's helpful for you guys to call Donald Trump sexist or misogynistic. I don't think that's helpful, ladies. I mean, come on. Can you see why somebody would find that a problematic claim for you to make?
No, hold on. You're conflating two things that is super unfair, because you can call them anything you like. I'm not stopping you from calling them. I'm not stopping women from calling them whatever.
Okay, no, but that's not what he's saying. Oh, bro, Cenk is doing so much weaseling around here. He's not that he's criticizing you, Cenk. He's not saying like I'm saying that you're saying I can't say this.
They want. I'm just telling you what I'm doing, right? And in fact,
no. You're not doing that.
Hold on, Mark.
That's not what you said. No, I'm probably in the contradiction.
No, hold on, Mark.
That's not what you said.
No, Mark.
You can backtrack, but that's not what you said. What you said was, I don't think it's helpful. I hear people doing this and it's not working. Let us try something different. Let us, not let me.
Mark. No. Okay, hold on. So number one, are you allowed to say whatever the fuck you want? Of course, right? I don't police anyone.
But you think it's unhelpful.
Yeah, but is it unhelpful? Yes. Okay. Now that's up to you. You want to be unhelpful because you're pissed. I get it. Especially if it affected you. So like if I go tell a fellow Muslim, hey, it's unhelpful to say the Jews are this or the Jews are that, and he goes, I don't want to hear that shit. Okay, my family got killed. I hear him, and he can say whatever he wants, right? But is it unhelpful? It is unhelpful. Okay. So for example,
I want to be clear that that's what you're saying.
Let me finish my thought. So Hillary Clinton and everybody and Kamala Harris, what did a lot of people do? They call Trump sexist, right? And I think that they have a lot of evidence on their side. But was it helpful? No, it wasn't helpful. It didn't work. Okay. So hold on, let me finish. So all I'm asking is, let me do my thing without assuming bad intent, without assuming that I'm helping. Because what I'm hearing from some portions of the left is, you're not allowed to do it. Not, hey, I don't want to do it. Hey, I want to call them white supremacists. They say, no, you have to call him a white supremacist. And if you didn't call him that, then that's it. You're a bad guy. You're a traitor. You're a racist or whatever. No.
Like, no one is talking about this anymore. And you guys used to do this to people, didn't they? I'm trying to think if I remember them particularly being upset about people not being pure enough on that. I don't actually know if the Young Turks did that. I feel like they did. That's my feeling. But maybe they weren't the ones doing that. But nobody's talking about this right now. Why do I feel like Cenk is like a decade behind? Why do I feel like Cenk is like a decade behind where the discourse is right now?
I don't accept that. You're not going to get me to say anything that I don't want to say. I believe in your freedom to say whatever you want, Mark, and I'm going to say whatever I want. And I think my strategy is infinitely better. I'm going to execute that. I'm going to get us some policy wins, I hope, over the long run. And then I'm going to say you're welcome.
I hope you do. Just to be clear, just on that last point, again, I wasn't trying to tell you what to say or not to say. I was pointing out the contradiction. What you had said was you were only saying it's unhelpful for you. You weren't saying it was unhelpful. You weren't telling other people it was unhelpful. You weren't policing or critiquing the actions of others based on me saying. Based on me saying that I find, when I hear you say it's unhelpful, I find that problematic as a person who's on the business end of the white supremacy. And what you just said was you weren't telling us that, you were only speaking for yourself. But then even in your rejoinder, in your response, you pointed out that you actually are saying to the people that it was unhelpful. This isn't about their right to say it, free speech, but you're telling them that it's unhelpful. And I'm saying, telling black people or telling women or telling Muslims or telling trans folk, hey, you have a right to say this. It's your experience, but I'm just telling you that's unhelpful. I'm just telling you, even in terms of strategically uniting folk, as a black person and as a Muslim and as a whatever title you want to put on me, when I'm told that thing, for every right-wing person you potentially get, I'm telling you, you're going to lose a whole lot of us.
Okay. So, Mark, here's the thing. Again, the framing is critical because you said two words that are not the same. You said policing and critiquing. Okay. So I am critiquing the strategy, but I'm not policing it. I'm not the boss of anyone. Okay. So people want, and in fact, on our own network, everybody's allowed to say whatever they want. And tons of our hosts disagree with me from the left on the trans issues and on all the things that you've challenged me on. And I don't police that. I don't police it. But do I critique it? Yeah, because we're having a discussion about what's the best strategy to win people over to our side.
Fair enough. That's fair. I'm saying as a black person being told, hey, you shouldn't call the white supremacists white. I can see if you said, Mark, I don't think he's a white supremacist. I think that's fair ground. But saying, yeah, he does hate black people, but it's not helpful to call him a white supremacist. I'm just telling you.
But even when you say he hates black people, it's more complicated than that. It's like
what you said. I said, are you opposite sides of the same coin? And you said no, because I'm not like Charlie Kirk. I don't hate white people. We're not opposite sides of the same coin. One would infer that you were saying that he hates white people. That's not a...
No, I know. And that's why I'm clarifying now, Mark.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and so it depends on the context. What are we trying to accomplish? In that case, why did I call him that? Because I'm trying to get them to understand just blanket calling someone anti-Semitic doesn't win the argument. I could just do the same exact thing and call you a bigot. And I didn't win the argument either, but at least we've neutralized it. But if they're not bringing it up and they're not saying this or that, in a place where you're trying to stop private equity from buying our residential homes, I think it's poor strategy to say, well, look at me working with these white supremacists or whatever it might be. I don't want to do straw man. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Fair enough. So what's the end game here? How do you see this ending?
Yeah, there's two possible ways. So one is that we try this, etc. Then Trump starts doing things, and they're not any of the things that the right-wing populists talked about. And then when Trump does them, they instantly change their position and go, no, I love when private equity buys my homes. I want moms to go back to the coal mines the day after having a baby. I love war now. Let's invade Panama.
Like, you understand bringing back manufacturing to the U.S. and not shipping things from that's literally going back to the coal mines. Trump is literally obsessed with clean coal. Like, he literally has said this over and over again. Clean coal, clean coal. Like, who do you think is going to mine it?
Okay, then my mission failed. And my strategy was not right. And you know what I'll do then? I'll adjust, because that's what thoughtful people do. They try to find a way to get to the answers that we want. Okay, now that's the bad case scenario. The good case scenario is not nirvana.
Do you use the iPhone map or Google Map? I use Google Maps, although it's annoying because I haven't figured out, and I don't think you can do this. When somebody sends you an address in a text message and you click it on an iPhone, I don't think there's any way to get it to, by default, open up Google Maps, even if you have Google Maps set as your default map app, which is really fucking annoying, but whatever. Nowadays, I'm pretty sure all of the map apps are about equal. I know that Apple used to have a really bad reputation for maps, but they're probably all fine now, I think.
Answers that we want. Okay, now that's the bad case scenario. The good case scenario is not nirvana. Trump does not turn into Bernie Sanders. The good case scenario is, as they're doing other things, including an enormous robbery that's about to happen, okay, maybe we get a couple of wins. Maybe, in fact, this is the craziest thing I'll say. I'm a tiny bit hopeful about turning around on Israel, because I've heard.
Who is he listening to? Because you think a couple of Nazis online represent the main thrust of the MAGA movement? You think that you understand that, like, the biggest schism between Trump and the online crazy people, the Nazis, are Israel, right? Like, that's the biggest pain point.
I'll say, I'm a tiny bit hopeful about turning around on Israel, because I've heard those right-wing guys. They don't want to keep funding Israel. I'm telling you that right now, okay? If we got to turn around on Israel, oh my God, that would be such a giant win in the midst of what appeared to be hopeless times. Now, that's a hope against hope, okay? But,
like, keep in mind the difference here. For Kamala Harris, you say you want to limit some of what Bibi Netanyahu's doing. You say that you want to bring the war to an end as soon as possible. You say bullshit, 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 not good enough. Genocide, 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 genocide supporter. You're genocide supporter. She supports genocide. Genocide administration, genocide, genocide. But for Trump, it's like, okay, now I know you said you wanted to ramp up the genocide, but there is a slight chance that maybe in the future they'll change their opinion on it, even though he's given no inclination that he would ever do that, and he's said the opposite over and over again. Like, the different standard is crazy. Like, why couldn't he be as charitable as he's being to right-wingers? Why not be that charitable to the actual, like, Democratic Party? What the fuck? Okay.
Here was a moment where you were on TPUSA's, on Turning Point USA's conference, and Charlie Kirk, who is a Christian nationalist, he's an avowed Christian nationalist.
As an ex-Muslim, I hate it when people who are clearly not Muslim describe themselves as Muslims just to push an argument. Yeah, it's actually really crazy. I think it's funny because, like the contrast is for Jewish people. Like, I'll talk to Jewish people who are like, oh, you're Jewish. Are you, like, religious at all? And they're like, oh, no, I'm not culturally Jewish. I'm not religious. I don't do any, no, I'm not Jewish, like, at all. I'm just, like, ethnically. It's like, oh, okay. But these people, like, kind of follow Shabbat, or they, like, take, like, Fridays off, or Fridays or whatever off. kind of like moderate their diet. Like they kind of follow rules. I'm like, why the fuck do you even do this? And then they celebrate the holidays. It's like, okay, whatever. But they won't claim that they're Jewish or that they do any of the cultural shit at all. Meanwhile, in the US, it feels like so many people, I could also be just dramatically overrepresenting this because of my experience with like Hassan and others. So many people who are like 1% Arab, like in their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, like, oh, I'm culturally Muslim. When they say culturally Muslim, it literally means that they don't always order like BLTs. Like that's it. They drink, they do drugs, they party, they'll go to brothels or whatever. They do every other possible, they gamble, every fucking possible thing you can do. It's like, what the fuck about you is culturally Muslim? What are you talking about? Do you just mean that you have some Arab or Middle Eastern, like Turkish or Persian ancestry? Like what the fuck do you mean culturally Muslim? Like you don't do anything. You don't follow anything. Like they'll joke about like Ramadan and shit, but they literally do nothing. They don't pray. They don't follow any tradition. They do nothing. But also maybe this is different in other places. Maybe if you go to like Dearborn, Michigan, maybe people do things where they celebrate or they pay attention to fasting or whatever. But I don't know. That's just.
And instead of pointing out the way that TPUSA has been bankrolled by Republican mega donors out of Chicago and many other places for years now, and talking about how the Daily Wire was funded by the fracking brothers, the Wilt.
It's like this weird illusion where like Charlie Kirk is presenting the whole right-wing movement as like this organic, ground-swelling, grassroots supported, and like ignoring the 52 different billionaires that Donald Trump has in his cabinet or all of the other big money that goes into these things. Meanwhile, accusing the left, like does George Soros, has he ever donated any amount of money ever to any fucking YouTube or alternative media thing ever? Like, I'm legitimately asking, has Soros ever made a contribution to any of these people? What the fuck?
Brothers, now they're fishing for new, investors, whatnot, but that there is so much money on the right. He handed this answer to you on a platter, and all you said was, you know what? You guys are really good at being welcoming. People just like you. Cenk, they've got all the money. What are you talking about? That's effectively what you're good at coalescing. And here's my question to you about so that's just number one on the media, because that just stings because I'm in media. But on the 5%, if you disagree with MAGA 5%, they still welcome you. How did that work out for Liz Cheney?
Yeah. So look,
or Kissinger.
Is there a part of MAGA that'll push you out? Of course. That's what we know.
When do they push you out, Cenk? When do they push you out?
When you don't support Donald Trump and his agenda, 100%.
Largely when you disagree with Trump.
Exactly.
So listen,
this is the thing it's the unspoken thing that you're never saying, that ultimately it's all hunky dory. Elon can tweet back at you. Vivek can listen to you. But if you defy Donald Trump, the God Emperor, you're kicked out of the castle. And no one's defending Liz Cheney. Screw both their castle and the other castle. But Liz Cheney voted with Donald Trump 98% of the time. And just the 1% when she was like, hey, you know what? You can't do a coup on this country. And Adam Kissinger, and they were gone. So,
which is the same reason they don't like, not Cheney, McConnell, right?
Miss me with this 5% BS, yo.
So, all right, Franny, a whole bunch of things here. So, number one, you're right. That's definitely how Turning Point started. Daily Wire certainly started that way. I don't know what their current funding is, but they seem to have a lot more funding than any of us do. So, you're right, and I have said that in the past, and I probably should have put that in there in that particular appearance, and I will mention that, and that'll really grate on their nerves, but I've got no problems telling their audience, and I tell them all the time, no, you guys have way more money, and they're always shocked by that. And I'm like, because they're swimming in money and don't realize how much we're starving out here on the left.
They even got Russian money. Look at Dave Rubin and Tim Pool and Benny Johnson. Where was that money for people on the left?
Right. Sure. So, and I talked on Tim Pool's show about that, et cetera. Now, when it comes to the 5%, 95%, yeah, I hear you. So it's when you disagree with Trump, especially in the past, especially in the first term, et cetera, you're a goner, right? But they are pushing back even on Trump now. So again, on things that we don't agree with, but on COVID, for example, they thought that Trump did too much COVID protections, et cetera.
No, they pushed back on the vaccine. Nobody blames Trump for lockdowns. When you talk about lockdowns, I say that wasn't Donald Trump. That was the states.
And there was and this is really encouraging. When I talk about Team Miriam, Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, and Mike Walz. So those are the four that the neocons put in by Miriam Adelson. In the old days, what I would have gotten Franny is, no way, they're the greatest. They're not neocons. You're a liar. Trump's the best. Now what I'm getting from the right-wing hosts, which is amazing, and let alone the base, they're all saying, yeah, I hear you. We got concerns about them. We got concerns. Okay.
Marco Rubio, was that part of Miriam? Because he's the nominee for the fucking State Department head now, right? You're aware of that, right? That Marco Rubio is the nominee to be the head of the State Department? Do we know that, or is that like top secret? Am I leaking something there?
Okay, so that's the thing I never heard before. So that is a change. Now, in terms of the concept that I'm referring to, the 5%, 9%, but Franny, we're in the middle of that right now. This is the perfect example. So I started the largest progressive network. I've given dozens of progressives opportunities they didn't have before. I started Just Democrats, et cetera, et cetera. The minute I disagree, like 5% on trans issues or crime, everybody's like, right wing, fascist, right wing. Almost every show is saying that. Almost every show.
That's not, well, for some of them that is true. But it's annoying because they don't even represent the majority of the party. They're just like deranged, like left-wing media. But I mean, Sam Cedar doesn't do that. David Pakman wouldn't do that. I don't think Brian Tyler Cohen would do that. Like the Pod Save America dudes. I don't think any of those guys would do that. I don't think so. It's just like the crazy Twitter lunatics.
So you're telling me that you don't push people out? You're pushing out the movement overall, at least the online left movement, seems to be trying to push out the one network that is.
Yeah, this is the audience that you've created, right? These are the types of people that you attract because you intentionally crafted them to be this way.
Progresses more than any other network, and it's not in dispute. But my God, we have 5% disagreement. So tear it down, tear it down. This is destructive extreme left that I honestly, that portion, that kind of destructive attitude is poison. It's not just poison to us, it's poison to our chances of winning because we keep pushing people out, and then all of a sudden we lost all the swing states and we lost the popular vote. I'm trying to get our side to wake up, snap out of our hypnosis of we hate, and if we hate the right wing, and they're all white supremacists, and they're all racist, and they're all sexist, and we hate, and we never go in the room with them, we hate. What the hell happened to us? And no one's allowed to disagree. We're now authoritarian. No,
wait,
I rebel.
Can I just clarify?
I will never allow the left to be authoritarian, and this idea of just hating the other side is poison.
You know what's so funny about you calling the left authoritarian is that you think the left has power. Like I love that you think
total nonsense,
we are on the precipice of real authoritarianism and real fascism, and you believe that the online left are the authoritarians. I mean, I don't know how to tell you. You sound like Bill Maher and Nancy Pelosi had a kid, and it came out Cenk Uygur. And let me just ask.
She's being a little bit obtuse here because it seems like Cenk is kind of talking about the media environment, maybe, but not that obtuse. I think it's a fair statement. Like the left is authoritarian because lefties online try to cancel you. Like, you know that Donald Trump is like an actual authoritarian, right? Like I think she's more correct than that. Like that's like she's hitting on a slightly different point, but it is true. This is the point that I harp on over and over again. Like, is the radical left bad? Yes. And if I was like a college kid and I was trying to fuck some crazy hippie girl or whatever, or not hippies anymore, I don't know, some woke girl, then like the radical left would really mind fuck me. But I'm an American citizen and I live under a U.S. federal government, and 90% of MAGA is radical and authoritarian. I'm way more concerned with that than the crazy people on like college campuses.
Let me just ask you. So what shows on the left do you like that aren't on the TYT network?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so I said, look, there's a lot of good popular shows on the left that I like, and it's because there are. So
what? She's gonna make him answer that, right? Wait, why would he say that? Hello?
Let me just ask you. So what shows on the left do you like that aren't on the TYT network?
Yeah, so I said, look, there's a lot of good popular shows on the left that I like, and
hold on one sec. All right.
And it's because there are. So Breaking Point's a good show. Kyle Kulinski's Secular Talk is a good show. He was
okay. Well, he named some. Okay, Breaking Points and Kyle Kulinski.
against me going on MAGA. I haven't seen his video, but Kyle's been against us a couple of times. But I largely didn't hold a grudge on that.
Let me just stop you. First of all, you had a great conversation with Crystal Ball. I think she made some really good points to you on. I think it was on Breaking Points.
Yeah.
Kyle has, I think, been very disturbed, especially by your appearance with Charlie Kirk. But what you just said there, they've been against us. I really want to just dig into this idea that because you're a fighter, man. That's cool. That's great. But like, you really do have a very, I almost want to call it Bush-like, Cheney-like, you're with us or against us attitude.
100% wrong.
Like you just literally, I love that you're proving my point. But when I say this, you truly, you sound like people are either against you, but if they criticize you, they are not. And yet, here you are, Cenk, telling the entire right wing that all you want to do is break bread with them, that you want to debate with them, but afterward you want to go have a beer.
Yes, I do.
You want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway,
you think I sound crazy? They're starting.
Hold on, just to be clear. That's the stated policy position of Donald Trump. And I believe Abbott said as much, that we'll build the camps if you need us to hold. Hold on, let me find this. Was it Abbott? We'll build detention facilities. Trump transition officials are exploring the possibility of building immigrant detention facilities on a plot of land recently purchased by the state of Texas along the Rio Grande, according to a person familiar with discussions. Texas Governor Greg Abbott spoke to President-elect Donald Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan, last week about using military resources to help transport migrants to the location and about building facilities, according to the person with knowledge of the discussions. The difference between MAGA and the left is that anytime MAGA talks about the left, they're like, oh, this person on Twitter said this thing. These are statements made literally made by people who are in the government or who are the government, the president. This was at the RNC that Trump himself... Oh, and Cenk was at. Oh, yeah. Like, come on. You really think these guys want to deport people? Why? Oh, why? No, come on. Like, bro.
Chinese people. That's my fucking family, dog. Like, what are you talking about?
That's such an excuse. Okay, no, they're going to start with Muslims. They're going to start with my people. Okay,
Sure.
It all.
Yeah.
So stop hiding behind vulnerable communities.
I'm hiding behind vulnerable communities.
Yes, you are. You're using
I'm
them as human
standing in
shields.
front of vulnerable communities.
No,
Cenk,
you're
what
not.
are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm in front of vulnerable communities. I'm the most endangered
By
friend.
tweeting at Elon Musk? Please,
whatever.
don't help me. Come
Okay,
on,
so
Cenk.
this
This
is
is so
total BS.
sad. That's so
Okay, so
sad.
let's
Let's get that. Let's simmer down. No. Simmer down. I'm asking. Let me just ask you. Real honest to God.
You already said 12 things that I need to
honest
respond to. Can I respond to them?
No, I want to ask you this
No,
one
of
question.
course not.
Let's talk about you going on these shows. Just simmer down. Let me ask you one question. Imagine if Kamala Harris had won. Okay, she wins. She wins a popular vote. She wins obviously the Electoral College. Incredible, first female president. Blah blah blah. All this stuff.
Oh man, what's she going to ask? Is she going to say, "What would the conservatives do to reflect on their loss?" What do you think they would do? Or is she going to say, "Cenk, what would you do? Would you be this warm to people? Would you be screaming at Kamala? Where's she going to go with this? Oh boy.
And Tucker Carlson started making all these rounds on really progressive leftist shows, went on Kyle's show, went on my show. I'm like, who the hell? Started reaching out and wanting to talk and wanting to come to agreement on things. What would that look like to you?
Ooh, that's a really good question.
Yeah, it would look like Tucker was trying to reach out. Tucker's a bad example because I
Really? Man, wow.
be surprised if he did that, but okay, yeah, no problem.
What would it look like to you?
I wouldn't. And do I think that Tucker would be selling out? No, there's no chance.
No. Well, I'm not. It's not about selling out. What would that like? What would it just seem like? Hey, man, we can agree. Yeah, you know what? I did say that Kamala Harris was a DEI hire and she's basically a communist, but now I just feel like I've antagonized you and I'm here to break bread and let's talk and let's get stuff done. What would that look like to you?
It would look surprising, but I wouldn't care. I find it interesting. Why?
I wouldn't care. He won't answer the question. Bro, this is so insane to me. This is so bad. I'm thinking so much about identifying who can I align myself with for next year, even if I shouldn't have to have full agreement with people. I do agree with that. And I feel like I'm open to different ideas. But when I see people navigate conversations like this, it makes me not care. Even if we align on 98% of issues, this is such an unbelievable way to navigate a conversation. How are you trying so hard to miss the point here? You've got the blinders on full force. What are we doing here?
What would that look like to you?
It would look surprising, but I wouldn't care. I'd find it interesting. Why? What does it look like to you?
I mean, to me, if Tucker Carlson did that.
See, and now she got baited because it was a good question. This is a really good question that she asked. And Cenk can't answer it because he knows that any answer he gives is going to make him look crazy. Because the obvious answer that she's probably going to give is that it's going to look like Tucker is grifting. He's pandering. He's just trying to maintain relevance. He's not clearly coming with our positions. I would never let him escape a lifetime of Republican shilling just to become a Democratic stooge. And any type of bread breaking or bridge building he's doing is only being done facetiously to build support for when he goes all the way back to those positions in the next election, would be my guess.
I'd be like, oh, we fucking won. We won like crazy. We won so resoundingly. He's doing an apology tour because 3 ghosts visited him in the middle of the night and he's completely changed his tune because he wants to throw down with the winners. We are crushing it. And I saw
okay, or that's sure. Okay.
In that moment, you want me to play it for you? When Charlie Kirk goes, "We're glad Cenk's here, everybody." And that was the feeling that I think a lot of right-wingers have when they look at you, Cenk, where they're like, damn, yo, we crushed so hard. Even this guy is turning now.
Yeah, except I'm not turning. I've said it 2,000 times.
I'm just saying what it would look like. I'm just saying what it would look like.
Keep saying it like it's true when it isn't remotely true. But okay, let me address it. So, okay, number one, you're empirically wrong because guess what's happening? Matt Gaetz has reached out to us, Tucker Carlson, to come on our shows. And so...
What?
It's your exact analogy, okay? Patrick Bet-David, et cetera, et cetera. And they won. They're still trying to come on the Young Turks. Why? Because they're trying to have a conversation, not because they want to do an apology tour. They think they are ascendant, but nevertheless, they want to talk to the left.
But you had to make it's because they think that you're...
The version of the left says, no way, we never talk to the other side. But we're not authoritarian.
Okay, now the straw man. Yes, always.
Jake, that's not true.
You're not allowed to disagree 1%, but we're not authoritarian. We have no power, so we're not authoritarian. So that's not how it works, Franny. And the establishment Democrats are also authoritarian. So what do they say? You must agree with Kamala Harris, otherwise that's it. You're a heretic and you'll be driven out from the party. You know that. The establishment Democrats have done that to us for the last 20 years. Don't tell me that there's no power on the left. There's tons of power on the left. And when the swarm comes,
the establishment Dems don't like you because you shit on the establishment Dems constantly. You always talk about how Bernie Sanders had the election stolen from him over and over again, and the corporate Dems and the donor class, and they own the Dems just like the Republicans. But yeah, no shit, they don't fucking like you, dog. What the fuck?
The left-wing swarm. Oh, you like to be called a woman. You racist, fascist, terror transphobe. What? I'm not authoritarian. No, that is an authoritarian mindset. Just you don't have to have power to have an authoritarian mindset. And there's different versions of power. There's the shunning power. There's social media power. There's mainstream media power. There's political power. There's all sorts of different power. So look, guys, the left. First of all,
there's also just money and actual power.
It gets back to the we. So you ask me politically, who do I represent? I represent the great majority of left-wing voters. The great majority of left-wing voters are not pro-establishment. They get tricked by mainstream media into voting in that direction. It drives me absolutely nuts. But when you ask them about policies, they agree with us completely on policies, right? And the great majority of left-wing voters are not far left. They think a woman should be called a woman. And I'm not saying that in some dismissive way. I'm in favor of trans rights. If you want to be called a birthing person, we love it. We got no problem with it. You be called a birthing person. But when you say no, you call everyone a birthing person. America hates it. Left-wing voters hate it. When you pretend there's no crime, left-wing voters hate it. So I'm standing up for the overwhelming majority of Democratic voters and left-wing voters.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Authoritarian sides of the left saying, you're not allowed to disagree with the establishment. You're not allowed to disagree with extreme left. No, I am allowed. I am allowed.
Hang on. Wait, please. I don't want to lose the forest for the trees here, truly. And I hear what you're saying. I know it can feel online like a circular firing squad. I understand.
Billion%. It happens every time.
I know it does. So I come from movement backgrounds, right? I've been in many spaces since the global justice movement in the early 2000s, then the anti-Iraq war movement. I've been in a lot of organizing spaces. I have been in more organizing spaces, far left spaces, than I have in campaigns, political campaigns, for example. So I know those spaces very well. I know we can often over-police one another. I know we can tear each other's throats out. I absolutely concede that. I do agree with that. At this moment, sad to say, that's not the biggest fish we have to fry. In fact, we are in, again, a moment just before Project 2025 will be implemented, and people like myself, people who are on the streets demonstrating for Palestine, will be recommended for deportation, among many other things. But of course, I guess maybe I'm using that as a shield. I don't know, according to you. But I did want to ask Cenk before this. I want to ask you about who the establishment is in your mind. Who is the establishment and who is not the establishment?
Great question. So
the establishment is the Corpo Dems donor class. Hates Palestinians. Corpo Dems, donor class. Corpo Dems, donor class. Remember, always those 2 points, okay? Corpo Dems, donor class.
Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom, all the corporate Democrats who take corporate PAC money, serve their corporate donors 100%, lie to us 24/7, never intend to do any progressive policy positions, never intend
except for all the legislation that Biden passed and things like the ACA and everything else they do, except for the things they actually do. But that doesn't count. But okay.
Any Democratic policy positions that they state in campaigns and are backed by the liars in mainstream media, pretending that they're on our side when they're playing good cop, bad cop with establishment Republicans and robbing us blind on behalf of their donors.
Do you think that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are establishment?
So they're complicated. The reason they're complicated is because they
Donald Trump
cop with establishment Republicans and robbing us blind on behalf of their donors.
Do you think that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are establishment?
When do you become the establishment? So I think it's pretty easy to say that the most prestigious political office you can hold in the United States of America is to be the president of the United States of America. Donald Trump has now been elected to that office a second time. The entire Republican establishment supports Trump. The media is willing to lie for Trump, as evidenced in Dominion v. Fox News. The alternative media is willing to lie for Trump, as evidenced by literally all of the right-wing alternative media. There is a consensus that you must support Trump as a candidate or else you will be bullied out of the space, as evidenced by Rogan's tepid support for RFK initially, and then Rittenhouse's support for a libertarian candidate after Donald Trump banned bump stocks. At what point, and now Donald Trump has the support of the wealthiest people in the world. More wealth has walked in and out of Mar-a-Lago in the past month collectively than has existed 100 times over in net worth in the history of all of Congress. Like, at what point do you become the establishment? Like, are we going to be calling Donald Trump, like, was Hitler the anti-establishment candidate in 1941? Like, how long are you anti-establishment for? Or how long are you no longer the establishment? Like,
so they're complicated. The reason they're complicated is because they act like the establishment. They do the same robberies, the same corporate tax cuts, but they are pretending to be populist. And that's why I've called Donald Trump a fake populist hundreds of times.
Why wouldn't Now that's a really interesting point. Why wouldn't you say that to Charlie Kirk? Why would you pretend like they're both the same? Why would you pretend like you're all the same?
Right. And I've called him a fake populist on right wing shows. And I've said,
when? Really? Fake populist? Wait, did he say that? Did we miss that on some shows? When was that?
Watch out for your own donors on right wing shows. Right. And but they're not part of this, the machine that was the Borg. Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden were the co-captains of the Borg. And that machine was unstoppable. And that machine was,
What is the machine? It's not the largest cable news network in the world. It's not Fox News. That's not part of the machine. It's not the institution of all the Republicans, right? That's not part of the machine. It's not the White House and the DOJ that Donald Trump was trying to get to work at his base. That's not part of the machine. It's not. What is the machine here? How do we define the machine?
Maintains corporate rule, and that's my mortal enemy. That Borg is the one we should all be fighting against.
So do you think it's less bad that one person donates $277 million to a candidate versus 5 people donating $277 million to a candidate? Elon Musk gave $277 million to Donald Trump.
Also, just as a quick correction, this is not true that Elon Musk gave $277 million. Okay, Elon Musk spent in excess of $44 billion because he bought Twitter to give Trump the election. Okay, don't ever fucking forget that. That purchase of Twitter was leveraged to help Trump win the election. He stole that Ad America account in order to advertise for Donald Trump. Elon Musk, the owner of Twitter, whose tweets get pushed more to any other account on that website, explicitly supported Trump over and over and over and over and over again. Okay? This was part of winning the campaign, was buying Twitter.
Now, again, worth $400 billion. Is that somehow less establishment in your mind?
So there's 2 parts of it, Franny. One is they at least talk the populist game, and the advantage of that is that also spread through the right-wing base. That, hey, them faking populism, remember the people that are hearing that message don't realize it's fake, right? Mm-hmm. So they're talking anti-war, they're talking anti-corporate. You see
44 billion. Some people are saying 400 billion. I said 44 billion. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Tucker Carlson talking anti-corporate. You see Steve Bannon saying we should increase corporate taxes. That doesn't mean Steve Bannon's an angel, but what it does mean, or anywhere near it, but what it does mean is that idea of populism and anti-establishment, et cetera, is spreading throughout the right wing. That is an amazing opportunity for us to actually coalesce on economic populism that they now believe in, even if their leader doesn't, right? So that's point 1, and it's super important. Point 2 is, in some ways, that individual corruption is worse, and in some ways, it's better. So how's it worse? So Miriam Adelson gives, $137 million.
By that rationale, wouldn't being banned from Twitter have lost the 2020 election for Trump? When do you think Trump was banned from Twitter? This is another crazy thing that Republicans do. They play with timelines so much. Wasn't Trump banned after the J6 stuff? That was what he was banned. The election was already over, my dude. That was after the election.
Right. To Trump and Sheldon Adelson had given him $200 million in previous campaigns. So he delivers foreign policy to the Adelson family, right? Right. Moved our embassy in his first term. Now he's thinking about allowing the annexation of northern Gaza and the West Bank. And you saw me fight tooth and nail against Trump because that's what I was really, really worried about, that he's going to go and be extreme and radical to serve his top donors. On Elon, he handed all of domestic policy to him. So that's how it's worse. How in the world could it be at the same time a little bit better? Well, the way that it's better is that it's not a machine. It's chaotic. So it's one guy here and another person there, but the other person disagrees with Miriam, and then Trump doesn't quite know what to do, and he listens to the last person in the room, but he also kind of listens to his base. We've got chaos there, and chaos is way better than a machine. A machine is ruthless and just steamrolls you.
So I think that's
worse than the McConnell-Biden era. Nothing.
Okay, I do want to talk about the McConnell-Biden era and establishment a little bit more, but just on that, I feel like my very first question to you is, well, what are you doing? I feel like that's the most cogent answer I've gotten from you that I could sort of get on board with, which is exploit the chaos to turn MAGA against Trump. But even if you wanted to do that, I'm not sure you're achieving it through the kinds of interviews that you're doing and the way that you're playing to the right, especially when you go on those stages. And
you have to be at least as aggressive, or maybe not as aggressive, but at least some kind of aggressiveness. You know, go and look at my interviews as a template, okay? Maybe not even that level of aggression, but at least something approaching that. Jesus.
Hit the left more than you do the right. But I just want to leave that there. I accept the hey, let's plant the booby traps so that we can make them fall into them later, that kind of thing. That makes the most sense to me, even if I sort of strategically disagree with it. I want to talk about the establishment, though, and Mitch McConnell. So, for example, Mitch McConnell, who I am no fan of, obviously, believes that there should not be recess appointments for the Trump administration. Would you say that is establishment, ergo you are anti that and anti-establishment?
Mitch McConnell is against recess appointments.
Yes.
So that was a super tough one because sometimes the establishment will block something. Like if Bernie was president.
So to be clear, because I didn't even understand these that well, I still don't understand this well. But my understanding is a recess appointment is basically when Congress is not in session. I think that the president has the ability to appoint somebody to cabinet, maybe any position, but at least a cabinet level position, and they don't need the consent of the Senate to do so. And that when you bring Congress back in session, you can just basically keep delaying indefinitely, you can delay like the actual appointment process, and you basically just have a new acting head for however long, and they didn't actually need an appointment from the Senate to be there. When Trump talks about abusing recess appointments, that's what he's talking about. Not just like, I have to appoint somebody in a time of congressional recess. It's like abusing the process to get an acting head in that was never confirmed by the Senate.
So that was a super tough one because sometimes the establishment will block something. Like if Bernie was president and he wanted to put in Stephanie Kelton as Treasury Secretary, I actually would disagree with that. But I put that as an example. The establishment would say no way, and they would block it with everything that they have. There is a scenario where I would say, Bernie, do a recess appointment, right? And so on the other hand, if Bernie came in and said, I don't care about advising consent of the Senate, I'm just going to do everyone as a recess appointment, I would say, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not a good idea.
Why?
So
because it's anti-democratic. Was that?
Yeah, the core.
Sure.
So then apply this to the current admin. Stop making a hypothetical out of it. Like, it's so funny. When he's asked a hypothetical, he can't engage with it, and he just gives his personal feeling on a thing. Like, how do you feel about if Trump were to do this? Well, personally, I wouldn't like it, and then here's something that's totally unrelated. And then when given a real-world situation, he has to create a hypothetical. What the fuck?
The core of the question is, when we talk about the system, what do we mean by the system? Because there's two different systems that people refer to, and then they conflate them. The system we want to protect is democracy, the Constitution, civil rights, etc. That's a system that we love and believe in. The system we do not want to protect and we want to fight against is donor money, establishment, protecting the status quo, protecting corporate rule. So separate those two things out, because the permanent system of the Constitution and democracy is great. The current system of corruption and establishment rule is horrible.
So how do recess appointments help you get rid of the one and save the other? What?
Yeah. Do you understand that the right actually just conflates?
Oh man, no, she should have gone back and asked him again. So hold on. So let's go back. And what do you think about Trump wanting to use recess appointments? Like, give an actual take on that.
The current system of corruption and establishment rule is horrible.
Yeah. Do you understand that the right actually just conflates those two things?
I think the left often conflates those two things too.
Well, okay, so you would be in favor of Donald Trump doing recess appointments, or you wouldn't in this case?
Thank you. Yes.
So
good. Refocus. Yes.
If he's doing blanket recess appointments, I'm against it. I always think shoe on the other foot. That's why I brought up Bernie Sanders. In order to be fair, hey, how would I feel if it was the other way around? If he does one or two, I understand it as a matter of philosophy. Okay. But if he does a recess appointment, I'm very likely to be against that particular person, like a Kash Patel or Pete Hegseth. He's going to do recess appointments on the most radical culture warrior stuff that I hate. I hate when the right does culture war stuff. I don't love it when the left does it, but I certainly hate it when the right does it. And so,
well, Small Fry, thanks for the 5 gifted YouTube memberships.
I'm worried about his recess appointments because of
oh no, sorry.
The specific people that he's likely to do them with.
One of those things also in terms of this establishment and anti-establishment sort of framework that you're using is also Project 2025 and Russell Vought, who he just appointed to be the head of the Office of Management and Budget. Russell Vought would like to fire federal workers, replace them with loyalists. He also wants to use the military to target political dissidents. This is all obviously in Project 2025 that he helped to author. Is that establishment or anti-establishment? There's nothing more anti-establishment than firing a bunch of federal workers. Do you believe that that's a populist thing to do?
No, it's fake populism. And so it's so alluring to the MAGA base.
Or political dissidents. This is fire federal workers, replace them with loyalists. He also wants to use the military to target political dissidents. This is all obviously in Project 2025 that he helped to author. Is that establishment or anti-establishment? There's nothing more anti-establishment than firing a bunch of federal workers. Do you believe that that's a populist thing to do?
No, it's fake populism. And so it's so alluring to the MAGA base.
What does Cenk think populism is? Just when the public votes on things? Is he just mixing up populism with democracy? Or what does Cenk think populism is or means?
They feel like, we're fighting against the government, right? But what I'm trying to get them to understand is, like, you guys, they think that the government is a blanket bad thing. And so the story I often tell on these shows is the one that Matt Stoller does, great progressive, done great anti-monopoly work in the Senate, et cetera, which is, hey, what size pipe should I get? And people always ask, and that's why Matt does it this way, well, what job are you doing? It depends. And that's exactly the point that I make to these right-wingers. Do we want big government or little government? Well, it depends, right? Are we invading Iraq? Then I want smaller government, right? Are we going to invade doctors' offices and get between a
What? What is this analogy and analysis? We wouldn't say we're invading Iraq, so I want a smaller government. We would just say this is a bad policy, and we wouldn't support the policy. It has nothing to do with it. Like, it's not like I want to invade Iraq with a smaller military. Wait, what?
or little government? Well, it depends, right? Are we invading Iraq? Then I want smaller government, right? Are we going to invade doctors' offices and get between a woman and a doctor? Then I want smaller government, right? But if we're going to protect the average American from the bankers, then I want a little bit larger government. I don't want to defund the police on Wall Street, right? So I explained that, hey, if you fire people that are at the IRS, guess who's it's going to help the most? The very rich who cheat on their taxes.
Well, they all want to audit the Pentagon, which the IRS doesn't do, but it's very interesting that, you got everyone to cheer auditing the Pentagon. But of course, they're, the idea of auditing billionaires, the Republicans are absolutely against that because they've been trying to defund the IRS. Exactly.
Right. And remember, again, there's different layers of right wing now. There's their leaders who are almost, uniformly full of crap. Then there's, a middle bureaucracy, and then there's the voters. And the voters, and Franny, you don't have to trust me on this because those MAGA guys, they will tell you exactly what they think. They're not holding anything back. They have no need to lie to you.
Yeah, they've been telling us for many, many years.
Yeah. So they're also not lying when they say they're anti-war, anti-corruption. They might have been misdirected, but they're not lying. So what I'm trying to get them to see is firing the federal workers is not the answer.
Yeah.
Cutting the Pentagon is part of the answer.
Yeah.
And so when they say yes to cutting the Pentagon, they're not lying. The MAGA voters actually want to cut the Pentagon.
What do you think?
Is a completely different question. And
Okay,
so one more
we'll
thing
see
that's
about
super
that.
important, though. It's not a booby trap, Franny. I understand what you're saying, and that's one way to frame it. But in my mind, when you have people who actually agree, you're not tricking them. You're just getting them to see, guys, you wanted to cut the Pentagon, but look, your leaders didn't cut the Pentagon. So do you see how they led you astray? Right? I'm actually getting
hold on, I feel like people forget this. That that already happened, right? Like Donald Trump was already president and he increased the military budget and he talked about that this already, you don't have to wait and see, right? Like this has already happened. Why do we think another 4 years is going to change that reality? Like this has already happened.
doing the things that they promised. On the other hand, sometimes Trump responds to his base. So if that base gets angry enough and says, hey, let's cut the Pentagon, maybe Trump does cut the Pentagon, where Biden never would, McConnell never would. In the Biden-McConnell era, the Pentagon's only going to get increased forever and ever and ever. Corruption is always going to
Why do you think that those people wouldn't be responsive to voters, but Trump would be? How does that even make sense?
increase forever and ever and ever.
I mean, wait, just on this.
Advantage for us is that he likes.
Is saying bigger or smaller government a good way to phrase spending more or less on something? No, it's a different question. It's like this is a policy position. Do you want the government to do this? Not how much money or what size should they be doing this thing for? Like, this is the equivalent of like, oh, like, how do you feel about the war in Iraq and the government there? The answer is, well, I don't want our government to have the policy position of going to war with Iraq, at least for unjustified reasons, right? Not like, well, I want a smaller government when it comes to war in Iraq. That's just a weird way to phrase it. That's like saying, like, to do a rape analogy, right? What's like, would you be okay? Like, let's say somebody goes to rape you. Like, what's your position on that? Well, I hope they have a smaller dick. Like, what? This is just a nonsense statement. Like, what?
To be popular. He just doesn't know how. So,
sure. So I just really want to, just drill down on a couple of those things. And then there's a lot to talk about, and I don't want to take too much of your time, but just on this new MAGA, old MAGA thing. I've heard you say new MAGA as you talk about anti-corruption, anti-war. Cenk, they were like that in 2016, man. I mean, let's be honest. The reason Donald Trump just destroyed the Republican primary was absolutely being an outsider, right? And sort of purported seemingly anti-establishment, even though, he's a billionaire, part of the elite. But it really was around being against the Iraq war. Now, for his reasoning was, we should have taken all the oil, F those, whatever, like enter expletive, right? Which I think gets to another point. But he was also, remember, in terms of the corruption stuff, they wanted to get rid of, what was it? They wanted term limits. They had term limits and were suggesting them early on. So the actual the outgrowth of an entire country tired of 8 years of Bush and endless war, and also that was, suffering from the 2008 financial collapse and didn't have any faith in the banks and these financial institutions and all the politicians that protect them. And that was already in the ether, right? And you had a Bernie Sanders and you had Donald Trump. And of course, the actual establishment, the centrists that I hate as well, were trying to say Bernie is exactly like Donald Trump. Look at him. He's using the same. No. They were very different. And that's why I wanted to talk to you about the differences between right-wing populism and left-wing populism. I think there is a difference, and there's a very important difference. That difference is historical as well. Right-wing populism often feeds off of nativism, off of othering immigrants, religious minorities, blaming those people, and then we can have the socialism, right? That's why, obviously, in Hitler's Third Reich, you've got a National Socialist Party, right? This is Germany for the Germans, and there are people who are in Germany, are the Germans, and people who are not the Germans. That also, in this country, although you scoff when I talk about Chinese Americans, there was the Chinese Exclusion Act, specifically dividing working class people in this country based on race, saying the Chinese are the reason you don't have anything. They're the ones taking all of our jobs, even though we know that the rich robber barons were absolutely taking advantage.
And now they take our spots in college, once again.
Of them, just like we know that all the Trump donors who paid for their positions in this administration are also taking advantage of undocumented labor. So do you see a difference between right-wing populism and left-wing populism? And are you not barking up not just the wrong tree, but a very, very dangerous one?
Yeah. So no, I think there's a massive difference. And so first, let me just really quickly address what you said about the Chinese. So the Chinese were the only nationality ever banned from America. Trump considered a Muslim ban, but didn't actually execute one. The Chinese were actually banned from America for a long time. So I know all about racism against Chinese, and obviously that also sprung up during COVID, et cetera. But just in that heated moment there, I was saying that the Chinese, are maybe third or fourth in line these days. Muslims.
Not for what they're talking about. I mean, I'm just looking at what they're saying, which is like this would be the easiest group to like sweep up. Like I'm just saying, not like Chinese immigrants who've been here for decades. No, I understand. That's why I said that. I didn't just pick it because I'm Chinese. I literally just looked at what they're talking about. But anyway, but so you do agree.
So I'm not.
Sure.
I'm worried.
You agree though. You agree that there is a difference between left-wing populism and right-wing populism.
Yeah. So now let's get to the core of it. So there's left-wing and right-wing populists on social issues disagree more than we disagree with the establishment. The establishment is generally like, we don't really care if you're Chinese, Muslim, whatever. The only color we care about is green. As long as we let us rob you from here to eternity, I'm good with it. We'll allow Peruvians to rob you, Jews, Muslims, Christians, everybody can rob you, right? And so
the establishment is again just Biden, Kamala Harris,
McConnell, everyone who takes corporate donations and serves corporate donors. Okay,
but not Donald Trump because he doesn't take corporate, except for all the corporate money he's taking. But he's different. Okay, keep going. Okay, I'm just trying to understand who the establishment is and isn't.
Back money. I mean, how many times can I call him a big populist before you believe me? Okay, so the establishment is better on social and cultural issues than the populist right is. So that's why, this is not. You can't make blanket things like, in my opinion, never talk to them. They're all racist, etc.
I never said that. I never said not to talk to them. I never said that.
Hold on. Or they're all lovely and they've all turned and they're all amazing and are going to agree with us. No, of course not, right? So, but on economic issues, we agree a lot more, way more, and that's super important. And so, and you know what it is, Franny.
What do you think you're going to agree on?
They're using the culture wars, in my opinion, to create a wedge between us. That's why they're called wedge issues, to get us to hate one another instead of realizing that the problem isn't to our left or right. It's up. Look up. Look up. The problem is up, right? And so but right-wing populists on that nativist strand that they have, which is real, yes, it's scary. And it's super wrong-headed, and it does put us in the line of fire. So when Steve Bannon, he says both of those things. He says tax the rich, increase tax on corporations, and then he says my favorite book is Camp of the Saints, where the hero murders all the immigrants that are coming into France, right? So virulently anti-immigrant, right? And so I don't want to empower the Steve Bannons of the world and the Ann Coulters of the world to do their crazy stuff, right? That is anti-immigrant, anti-my family, anti-me, anti-all the people we care about, and the American people, the left, everyone, right? But we get to fight them on that, Franny. We don't have to say blanket Steve Bannon's great, Charlie Kirk's great. No, and I've been so clear about this.
So you think you've been fighting? You think you've been fighting them?
Oh, on the issues we disagree on, hell yeah. And so I got into a fight in trigonometry over in that show over trans girls in high school sports, and they're outraged by it. And they're like, "Oh, what if your daughter comes in second place in cross country?" I'm like, "Who gives a crap, right? What are you guys going to check the genitalia of millions of kids because you're on this transphobic mania, right? Just settle down. These are culture wars. They're dividing us. Stop letting them divide us."
I think one thing that's really hard, and this is just in general, we talk about trans issues. I actually want to play a clip from your Turning Points conference, but I do just think that one of the biggest issues for me that is not, it's not hypothetical. It's very real, which is the right to an abortion, and that is one thing that I think a lot of the so-called right-wing populists don't really give a shit about, especially not the mouthpieces of Donald Trump. They don't care that women are bleeding out from miscarriages and dying, going into septic shock. They don't care that they're being turned away from hospitals, that, their life or death is dependent on a bureaucracy right now. That seems like a difficult thing to find a so-called middle ground on. And I feel like we're just sort of ending up with this hypothetical discussion rather than talking about the actual people who are dying literally right now as I speak.
So, Franny, number one, you can't find a middle ground on everything. My idea isn't that we're magically going to kumbaya on every issue. That's crazy, right? Okay. So that's why I keep saying thousands of times, when we disagree, we fight. And the good news is...
But I don't want to get a beer with someone who thinks that I should, go into septic shock instead of be attended by a physician.
Yeah, so I know that this is the thought that's breaking a lot of people's minds, but you should. So please let me explain why, okay? So it's so easy for both sides to say, no, that their way of thinking is so antithetical to what we think, so wrong, that I will never have a beer with them. I will never talk to them. And every time I see them, I'm going to say racist or sexist or some sort of charge to show my moral superiority. But hold on. Remember, they think their radical right is saying the same exact thing to them, to Patrick Bet-David, to Charlie Kirk, to everyone who hosts me. They're like, Cenk called us fascist. Cenk believes trans girls should be allowed to compete in high school sports. And Cenk is a radical in this, and Cenk is a radical, and he thinks he's a Muslim, and he's this, and he's that, etc. So they say, don't have a beer with him. Don't talk to him, right? So, but that's exactly how we get siloed. And instead of having conversations and realizing, yes, we massively disagree on 60, maybe 80% of issues.
Does she ask, I just want to hear the question, what are you going to move them on? What issues do you think you're going to move them on? And then I'll skip forward in a minute.
For Christ's sake, on some of the most important issues, that 20 to 40% where we agree on economic populism, we never get to an agreement, and then the establishment laughs their ass off at us.
Sure, but Cenk, because
we hate each other.
If your 5% of disagreement with me is I don't believe you should have equal rights under medical law, I fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like wait, hang on. It's not fuck you. It's I'll see you when I beat you. Do you know what I'm saying? And this is to me what left-wing populism is about. This is what Bernie was so good at doing. He would never throw anyone under the bus. He would always remember black, white, gay, straight, Muslim, Jewish. Like he kept on going, and he'd be like, when's he going to finish this laundry list of people he wants to bring on board to the political revolution? And it was brilliant, and he never forgot to do it. And he never caped to the right or the right-wing framing. He said, yes, he might work with Trump on some labor stuff. Did Trump want to do that shit? Of course he didn't, right? Did Trump vetoed a bill that he finally got passed to not sell Saudi Arabia weapons when he finally reached across the aisle? Everything you're talking about, it's all fine, but we're like little insects bumping up in a fucking diorama because at the top is goddamn Trump. And if you don't kiss that ring, then you're absolutely nothing. And so to me, I'm like, I will beat the right. I will win back these voters, but I will win them back with ideas, with plans, with real policy, and yes, of course, with making our movements and the left welcoming and absolutely doing all of the things that, to be honest, the right doesn't do, because you are absolutely off your shit if you think that the right and left are equally hateful. And that's what I'm hearing from you, that you think that somehow the left and the right, they both hate equally. Both of them want to intern people. Both of them believe that some people don't deserve rights. And I want to play this because this was a very awkward moment. I'm a stand-up comedian.
That are wrong. Bernie agrees with my positions 100%.
Wait,
so
who?
What you described about Bernie is exactly me. And so that's why I'm like, what Bernie has the same positions as me, the same idea, the same framing. In fact, he's agreed with Elon
Musk. We got a clip coming up
in the exact same way that I have. And yet Bernie's an angel and I'm the devil. Like, that's crazy.
No one's saying that you're the devil.
No one's saying you're the devil.
Bernie,
call him out on these stupid hyperboles. Yes.
He actually builds. He's not making the rounds. He's not making the rounds and not pushing back. He's not pushing back.
He published an op-ed in Fox News today. He makes the rounds exactly like I do. Exactly like I do.
Good. No, I think that's important. But honestly, Cenk, file your nails or something, because this was not good. This was not a good look during that conference.
I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Okay, Cenk, I'm a stand-up comic, so I listen to crowds regularly. I know
I was a confused
when they
crowd.
are booing, groaning, or in this case, there is a whistle of disapproval, and I know when they are cheering. Now, let's play it again. They're not on board with trans people having the same constitutional rights.
I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate?
You got maybe a sixth of the audience. There's a couple people clapping very, very. No, okay. And then
Brandy, let's break it down.
This is the best. Wait, this is the best part. You got to keep watching, because it's the best that not only you get hung out to dry on this can we all agree shtick that you're on, and they don't meet you, and then Charlie meets you with this
Constitutional right to housing.
I love it.
Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
So then he goes wait a minute, not only don't I not agree with you on the trans people, because he never answered it. He's actually, fuck your right to housing anyway. And I know that's not even what the Constitution says. It's just equal protection around housing, right? It doesn't say you have a right to housing. I wish it did.
I don't think the Constitution says about equal protection around housing, but
it's just amazing to me. Do you see, and you look at him, and there's a moment you're just kind of there's just this moment, and it's just what are we doing, Cenk? What's going on here?
See, this is a great example. You're being so unbelievably unfair about that interaction.
Mm-hmm.
What?
The reason I did that, Franny, and I knew I was taking a big risk.
You were.
Is because I wanted to try to get some of them because I've done it on other right-wing shows and it worked really well. It didn't work really well this time. That's why it was a risk. But I challenged them on how trans people are like every American and they should have constitutional rights.
Well, let's watch
So
a little
you
bit.
asked-
Let's watch
hold
whether
on,
you did it.
hold
Let's
on, hold
let's
on.
watch
Let me
whether you
finish.
did it. Did you
For
do it or
God's
not?
sake, let me finish, Franny.
Did you
This
do
is
it or
super
not?
important, and you're totally smearing me on a thing that is crazy. I
I'm
had the
playing you the
courage-
clip.
I had
I'm
the
not smearing
courage
you. I'm
to
literally
challenge
playing the
them.
clip. Jink, I'm playing the clip.
Will you let me talk? I said I had the courage to challenge them on constitutional rights for trans people. You asked me to have the courage to challenge them. I did, and now you're attacking me for it.
No,
You
I'm
haven't
not.
even
I'm not attacking. I'm not
The
attacking you
courage to
for it.
challenge
I'm
them
saying
for it?
you have characterized
You're like,
this.
ha, 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 look at this. They didn't agree
No,
with
no,
you.
no,
Ha, ha,
no,
ha, ha.
no. I'm saying
I tried to get them to agree to constitutional rights. That's exactly what we should do. We should say trans people are just like.
Nobody cares about the constitutional rights aren't what we're talking about here. They don't even agree that trans people are like real fucking things. Like, how are they going to get constitutional rights?
Like every American citizens, and they should have constitutional rights. I go and have the courage to challenge that audience to that, and then you want to make fun of it? Like
I'm saying
100% agree with you. What do you want? Do you want me to challenge them, or do you not want me to challenge them? Make up your mind.
It was a big swing. You agreed that it was a little bit of a miss, and I
And
think.
by the way, you're not
and hang on.
exactly right about that either.
Oh.
So I was in the room. 2/3 of them cheered. 1/3 of them clearly did not, and groaned and cheered.
The people
And
who were
Charlie,
cheering
it
were not
was-
mic'd properly. I understand. Look. It was a swing. It's good you asked, but I didn't think that you really had like a save for that, because I think you were like, you actually gave them credit for the few people that agreed. And meanwhile, Cenk, you have so much disdain for
the
our
left.
side.
Yep.
If I say, hey, I believe trans people should play in sports, you have so much disdain. You get so mad.
A random, like, alternative media figure, if she were to say that, Cenk is like, this is why I fucking saw this fucking losing. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, you're accusing me of separating families? I would never separate families. We're going to deport the fucking kids too, bro. And Cenk is like, well, maybe we can work with this guy, okay? Like, bro, the different standard is unreal. It's unreal.
But here you are, and here is what you say.
Constitutional right to housing.
Okay, so I hear you. What I got out of that, guys.
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of applause and there was some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start. It's a start. So, guys, when we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment, housing, etc. But just let's
Second Amendment, housing. These are all the same. Is it the 11th Amendment? Which one is the constitutional right to a house? Sorry.
Treat everyone.
And then he's gonna get dinged on that
as Americans. And I say that to the right, and I say it to the left.
sure.
Okay, so
Oh, she didn't let it play.
you know
When's the last time they heard that message? Never.
Thank you for. I guess.
You're welcome. When is the last time you've heard that message? You're welcome. Lil bro thinks he's He thinks he's
everyone.
He thinks he's Matt Damon.
Now, in all his years,
Who saw this movie?
Old Enzo ain't never seen anything move that fast. And now he knows, without a doubt, we're faster than he is. Even with the wrong driver and all the committees. And that's what he's thinking about. He's sitting in Modena, Italy, right now. That man is scared to death that this year you actually might be smart enough to start trusting me. So yeah, I'd say you got Ferrari exactly where you want him. You're welcome.
That's what Cenk envisions himself as right now.
I say it to the left.
Sure.
Okay, so
When's the last time they heard that message? Never.
Thank you for. I guess thank you, but you have so much grace for people who really were groaning and not on board with what you said.
When did I say I have grace for that?
By how
you act. No, you said it right there. You said, hey, I'll take it. And it was like, this is what we got to do.
2/3 of the room said, yay, trans constitutional rights. When's the last time 2/3 of AmFest?
You think they were cheering for, like, when they say constitutional rights, they mean the constitutional right of a child to be protected from a crazy parent who thinks they might be trans. You know that's what they're cheering for, right? That's what they mean. What do you think? Like, how could he possibly think this?
Why do you not extend the same grace
to the left, to Kamala,
so-called radical leftists?
I'm really glad we're back to this, Franny, because this is important. And we mentioned in the beginning, and I wanted to come back to it.
Mm-hmm.
So, having grace for the left, I run the network, and everybody gets to have their own opinion. Everybody gets to fight me. Everybody gets to state their own.
Oh, dude, I can't listen to him keep doing this. She's not talking about, do you have people on your network that are further left than you? Why does he diverts from answering questions so much? He does this so many times in every conversation he's been in. Holy fuck.
Own opinion without any editorial control. First of all,
but you do go ballistic on them like you went ballistic on me earlier.
Yeah,
you do get, and you
but
always say, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah,
you want me to do that? I can do it. You're wrong. You're an idiot. You're wrong. We can do it. We know what you do when you disagree. It's not. It's not. I'll take it.
Hold on.
I'll
This is
take it.
important for the audience to know. But so we fight, right? When we disagree, I say you're wrong. You say I'm wrong. But is there any consequences afterwards? Do I then threaten your job? Do I take people off the air?
I barely have a job with y'all. But like, look. First of all, we rarely ever. Back to what I'm saying, Cenk. Who's your main co-host?
On the Young Turks.
When you say
there's like over 24 Young Turks contributors and hosts.
I know, I understand that.
So okay, but
I'm trying to tell you that there is in fact, Cenk, let's just be real. We said this privately. I'll say it publicly now. About a year ago, around the time of the trans stuff, and the transport stuff, you said to me, "Hey, Francesca, just so you know," and I don't think it's not a secret, but you didn't tell the audience. It was like, "Hey, just so you know, like TYT main show is kind of like mainstream progressives. Like that's sort of what we want to be, and we're more mainstream. Just so you know, we're like moderate progressives kind of thing." And I was like, "Okay." And then I said to you, why don't we have a debate? Like, why don't you bring John and I on? We debate, you and Anna. We could talk about trans issues. We could talk about, crime. We could talk about all the things that always, get under our skirts. Like, we could talk about that stuff. And that was like, you didn't seem that very excited about that.
Ooh, that's a kind of a big leakerino. That's kind of a big, like, providing content direction and explicitly calling out a political direction of the network that they're not super public with. And then denying other contributors on the network to have a conversation about it. Okay.
I mean, that is a crazy standard. So first of all,
standard. No, I'm just being honest. Like, just to say, like, we've never had that space.
Can I answer? Okay.
Are you mad someone's talking too much? Is Cenk either mad someone else is talking too much?
So when do I get animated? When people cut me off. That's what drives me crazy. Okay. So now the thing that you just said that was our private conversation, I literally said at the very beginning of this broadcast. Okay. So I said, populist establishment is one spectrum, and we're on the extreme end of populism. Left-right spectrum is different, and we're not on the extreme of the left. I said we're kind of in the middle, not the moderate BS that the mainstream media does, right? Oh, Joe Manchin is moderate. No, he's not. Joe Biden and Mitch McConnell are moderate. No, they're not. They're radical corporatists, okay?
Okay, if that's your definition. So the counter question is, hold on, Cenk, is there any member of Congress that's not a radical corporatist? How is it radical if but I guess that's his point. You just hate the entire establishment. But your judgment of who's radical or not, I guess, just has to do with whether or not they get donations from anybody. Like AOC might be a radical in his eye at this point. I don't know.
They've perverted the word. Okay. So, but am I in the center of the left? Yes, I'm in the center of the left, and so is Anna. So, like, people catch feelings over that, but the polling shows it, elections show it.
I'm center left?
I'm in the center of the left, and so is Anna. So, like, people catch feelings over that, but the polling shows it, elections show it, everything shows we're in the center of the left. And I'm proud to be there. I don't want to be on the far left. But I don't block anyone from being on the far left. And
I think a lot of these people get jealous, too, when they look at the right, because, like, the MAGA stuff originally started as far right, and now it's enveloped the entire Republican Party. And people on the far left look at that and they're like, wait a second, well, they could do it, so that must be the same for us, right? They think that most Democrats are primed to just become super progressives, but they're not. It's a delusional take. You got maybe 15% of the party tops. Well, maybe a little bit more with younger people. It depends on if we're counting people who are voting or not. But like it's not the whole party. Like they were ready to become MAGA on the right. It's not the same, and it probably never will. Well, anything's possible, but
thousands of conversations. And the reason why I'm saying your standard is unfair is you're saying you and John were not involved in those debates, but I've had those debates on air, and I'll have more. I don't care. I'm not shy about it at all. Do I look shy about debating or discussing? So if you want to have another one on the Young Turks, me and you at the 5 o'clock hour or whatever it might be, because 3 to 5. So I'm saying Pacific time. Everybody knows Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, we do the show, and that's a news show. So we go through the news items, right? But now sometimes what we're doing is at 5 o'clock, we're having guests on for longer conversations. So if more progressives that are on the just as populist as us or somewhere else on the populist spectrum, but to the left of us on that spectrum want to come on, great. I believe in my opinions 100%. I'm here to defend it. That's why I'm on this show. So, but what gets me animated is when others say, no, Cenk, you are not allowed to have that opinion. I give everybody the space to have their own opinion, and I run the network. But Cenk, you, even though you run the network, even if you didn't run the network, you're not allowed to have that opinion because that opinion aids and abets.
More strawman.
I don't care. So now it is your fault for implicating the beloved far left, who are clearly have the correct position. But you don't have the correct position. And you don't represent the left. So please stop pretending you represent the left when the voting and the polling clearly showed you don't. And it's not wrong to be center left. You think that it's like center left is like, no, it's I don't know what you think it is, MAGA or whatever. But you want to talk about
I said it's Bill Maher and Nancy Pelosi having a baby, Cenk. I think ultimately you just need to embrace your centrism, my guy. I think you're just more of a centrist than you think.
Like I just explained it, but you don't want to hear it. I said it earlier, Franny. I'm not talking about the disgusting centrism of Manchin and all of that the mainstream media lied to us and called centrism. That's radical.
What's wrong with Manchin? Manchin works with both sides. He's a perfect example of what you're doing.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Manchin is the establishment. The fact that you can't see the difference between a left-wing populist who despises the establishment
who's a right-wing populist
who loves and is the establishment.
Who's a right-wing populist?
You can't see that difference is stunning.
Who's a right-wing populist?
Blindness.
Who is a right-wing populist? Name him. Who's a right-wing populist?
On Patrick Bet-David show is definitely a right-wing populist. Dan Holloway.
He's not. These are random media people.
Holloway on Drinking Bros is.
Name him. Who's a right-wing populist?
On Patrick Bet-David show is definitely a right-wing populist. Dan
Vinnie is insane, by the way.
Holloway on Drinking Bros is definitely a right-wing populist.
Vinnie on PBD thinks that the Biden administration blew up the bridge in Baltimore.
He does. That's right. Because they're not saints, and they don't agree with us.
Who's a right-wing populist in all?
They're not saints. They're not perfect. What? This charity, bro. If I was a Democratic establishment if I was in Congress, or if I was like Kamala Harris or Obama, I would kill myself listening to the amount of charitability, bro. What could a Democratic politician ever do to get this level of on your knees, full on hero idol worship? What could you ever do to get this much leeway from people like Cenk? This is unreal. Yeah, so he thinks that the government blew up the bridge to do a false flag. Nobody's perfect, bro. Holy fuck.
Who's a right wing? Is it Matt Gaetz? Who's your right wing populist in office? Is it Marjorie Greene?
The new right wing populist is absolutely clear. And see, guys, before I say the name, I know what's going to happen after I say the name.
Oh no, he's about to say the dumbest thing ever.
You're going to think of all the bad things he said about social issues, and you're going to think, oh my God, Cenk likes this guy. That's why I now hate Cenk. So I'm telling you, ahead of me telling you the name, no, I do not agree with him on the social and cultural issues, and I will fight him as hard as I possibly can on those. And I don't think that he's right on all the economic issues at all, but he has begun to be populist because he stopped taking corporate PAC money. Josh Hawley in the Senate. That is now a right-wing populist. Tom Massey, a right-wing populist, okay? Those guys, Massey, you could say 1,000 terrible things about him, but he is.
Hawley was one of the guys that wasn't he one of the election denier dudes? Part of the 13 people or 11 people who were like, as Missouri Attorney General, Hawley initiated several high-profile lawsuits and investigations, including a lawsuit against the Affordable Care Act. Okay. In December of 2020, Hawley became the first senator to announce plans to object to the certification of Joe Biden's victory. Vintage Josh Hawley moment.
Senator Josh Hawley also had to flee. Earlier that afternoon, before the joint session started, he walked across the east front of the Capitol. As you can see in this photo, he raised his fist in solidarity with the protesters already amassing at the security gates. We spoke with a Capitol police officer who was out there at the time. She told us that Senator Hawley's gesture riled up the crowd, and it bothered her greatly because he was doing it in a safe space, protected by the officers and the barriers. Later that day, Senator Hawley fled after those protesters he helped to rile up stormed the Capitol. See for yourself.
Bro. No. Not the scamper. Not the Scooby-Doo. Not the Scooby scamper. Does anybody know that? Why does he like this guy?
Is honest. Everybody knows he's honest. He's honest to a fault, right? He says some things I'm like, whoa, that's freaking crazy, right? But are they actual right-wing populists? Yes, they are. And the number one way you can tell if someone's going to be a populist is if they stop taking corporate PAC money.
Okay, I accept that. I accept that. I just want to say lastly, I worry.
So if I look at like Josh Hawley campaign contributions, open secrets, this is the website that has all the stuff listed. I'm misunderstanding this, right? Did he get $27 million from a PAC? Am I misunderstanding this, or I suck at reading this website. Large individual contributions, 9.9 million. Small individual contributions, 9.8 million. Other, 6.7 million. And then PAC contributions, 537K. Is this just like the PAC that he has for his campaign, and then this is where the PAC raises money from? Is that what that means? He said he stopped taking money from corporate. Okay. Okay.